Alrighty, guys. Good evening. Happy fucking Thursday. Hope you guys are a wonderful evening so far, guys. Tonight we're going to be doing more of the Helldivers 2. Hope you guys are a wonderful evening so far, guys. Good. Yep. Hopefully we don't run into any technical issues tonight. We are extensively covering the patch notes. See where things go with that. More of the same. We added TikTok to our streaming menagerie yesterday. And kind of went all right. We'll see how it goes today. Ran into some technical issues with that as well. I set my stream for mature. I don't know exactly what that's going to do. We'll find out, I guess. We'll see. Good. Well, extensive patch notes. Lots and lots of patch notes today. We'll see how it goes, though, guys. Good. Didn't really look at the patch notes at all. Didn't look at the patch notes at all yesterday, so that is up in the air. What's there, guys? I don't know. I saw 2 lines. This morning I saw 2 lines. I giggled, and then I tabbed away. And then I went to bed. So, we could see exactly what's going on there. Also changed my monitor on my streaming PC and see if that helps with things. I had a really old 1280 by 1024, 4x3 monitor I was using. And changed it out with a 16x10 monitor I have. It was just laying around. Good. Lots. There is absolutely a boatload of things to cover in the patch notes today. A ridiculous amount of things. Hope you guys are a wonderful evening so far, though. Good. Well, this should be fun. My streaming computer is absolutely close to buckling. It is on the verge of collapse, guys. My streaming PC is definitely yeah. I really should honestly just set up 2 computers and use that, but I haven't, because that's even more work, and I really don't want to do that. Here's an easy way to tab between like multiple computers. I guess you could use a what are they called? Not a VPN. The little boxes you can switch between inputs. No. I haven't used them in years. KVM. I mean, I have plenty of computers I could set up. Just seems like it's going to be a shit show. It really is. It's really going to be a shit show, guys. Don't get me wrong. Ah, the man behind the curtain. Oh no. Anyways, plenty of patch notes to cover here tonight, guys. We're going to get into things. We're going to turn into a video too. There's going to be a lot to talk about from the looks of it. Then there's also the Warbond that was released today. Apparently they did a stagger launch. So. Yeah. Yeah. We'll see how it goes, though. Fun. Hope you guys are having a wonderful evening so far, though. Nothing quite like Meridia. Already you can see... Oh my god, it even shows up on the small map, or the big map, excuse me, when you're not looking at it. There's no lines. Not that it really is going to change much, by the way. We talked about this extensively. While it is cool and everything to think that people need to see these lines, it doesn't really honestly matter. To be perfectly honest, I don't think people are going to care. I think they're literally just going to do whatever the fuck they want. You're going to have people that are going to go and play bugs. Or bots. I don't know why they made the cards so much smaller. It's harder to read when it's small like that. Anything else added? No, they just redid the cards in addition to adding lines. I like the old card better. Anything else going on there? There's the major order symbol on top. It doesn't show it to you unless you're actually on the planet, though. Cyberstan. Why isn't Cyberstan highlighted in some way? I don't know. It's over here somewhere. Oh, it's right there. Not highlighted. It's like a capital world for the bots, right? Should be definitely highlighted. It's not highlighted at all. One of the downsides of my monitor, I'm already noticing, guys, is the fact that glossy, and I can see my backlight in it. That's annoying. I talked about how glossy monitors are superior to matte monitors if you can control the light sources, but as it turns out, with where it's positioned, I can't control the light source because the light source is fixed behind me because of my drop screen. That's not something most people have to worry about, though. Generally, glossy monitors just look so much better, and they do. 100% do. It's like a fucking 15-year-old monitor, and it looks great. Absolutely looks great. Let's take a look at the patch notes, guys. We're going to get into it extensively. Ah, yes. See where things go. Alrighty. Oh, I gotta open up my chat for my stream. Wait, is it just working right now? Or comments off. Gotta refresh. There we go. Goal miss. Does work. And it should be on stream. Wham bam, thank you, ma'am. Alright, let's get to covering the patch notes, guys. I have to make sure I have my special TikTok chat open. I can't wait till that's fixed so I don't have to have another window open. Let's... patch notes. There's a lot going on here, and Warbond. Let's take a look at the patch, guys. Like I said, very briefly took a look at this yesterday. However, definitely did not fully, like, I didn't bask in it just yet, so... in the glory. Notes for community manager on Steam, Discord. The Viper Warbond is being released today, but it'll be allowing a little breathing room between our drops. I thought they were going to release the Mega Patch on Tuesday and then do the Warbond on Thursday, is what I thought was going to happen, and then they just did them both at the same day. I honestly think they would have been nuts, because then they could have fixed the shit between the shitstorms. Well, there is a shitstorm anyways, so there's stuff that is wrong that they're all currently fixing, which I saw briefly on announcements on the Discord. Let's see. Issue with social features, the game potentially crashing the game primarily when opening the social menu. This can also appear when you hit escape or open other menus. We're working on the best way to resolve it. We'll update you as soon as we know more. Their minor bug fixes affecting crouch and prone when equipped with ballistic shield. This only seems to occur if the shield is on the user's back when crouching or diving. I didn't know you could crouch slide. Yeah, I figured that out yesterday. Either that or I figured it out and I forgot about it because it's kind of useless, but it does actually exist. Equipping the shield on the arm when stuck in crouch or prone should allow the user to move normally again. This patch has thus far been relatively very well received, which is great to hear. Thanks for all the feedback. Rapid response. You can avoid the crash by not changing the settings on the ship and after viewing the warbond. We're working on a fix for a crash that occurs when you change the settings after viewing the Viper Commando's warbond. Banner. Viper Commando's banner in the warbond menu. However, if you're experiencing this crash, one of our developers has a workaround for it. You can avoid the crash by not changing the settings on the ship after viewing the warbond. If you wait until dropping the mission, you're safe to change settings again. Okay? So don't change settings after looking at the warbond. Alright. Brief announcements. So basically a couple crashes coming along with things too. And weird situations that people are encountering already. But anyways. The patch. Visible supply lines and attack origins in the Galactic War. We've talked about this before. While it is nice, I don't think it's really going to honestly matter that much. While it does matter, it's not like make or break like people make it out to be. People think like are making this out like, oh my god, you have to see the lines no matter what. Honestly, people actually overestimate other people's cares or shits that they're giving, and as such, they generally don't give shits. And even if they can see the lines, they're still going to play the bugs or bots, and they're going to play on whatever planet they want to, because they want to play on whatever planet they want to. So just seeing them isn't really going to change much. Should it be there? Yes, it should have been there at launch, but it wasn't. That has now changed. Strategy weapons plans and enemy balancing update. We'll talk about that very shortly. Various crashes, fixes, stability improvements, and updates. Invite lobby creation. The rightmost option, lobby settings, currently only localized in English. Additional languages coming in the next patch. Invite only lobby creation. Okay. Balancing. With the balance changes, we wanted to buff up some of the weaker stratagems to make them out to be more viable and a possibility for variety in the loadouts. We changed a few to make them more consistent. We also changed a few to make them more consistent, but the goal is to keep the similar or high power level. We are looking into stratagems more to see if there are any other stratagems that might need some buffs or changes to make them more viable. We also want to better explain what our goals are with changes. Please see the linked blog post for more information. We'll probably take a look at that. I don't know if we're going to do that today. Why they do stuff really doesn't matter to me. What matters is what they're doing for the most part. And what the proof is basically in the pudding. It doesn't really matter if they come up with an explanation why they're doing things. Like Joel kind of came up with a weird explanation of why he did. He changed the slugger to a dominator, and then he just made the dominator the slugger. Changed the slugger to the dominator, and then made the dominator the slugger. Changed the dominator to the slugger. Changed the slugger to the dominator. There we go. Opposite direction. Which way is the direction of the correlation, guys? Either way, the dominator is basically the new slugger, but they didn't really change much. His explanation was it was a sniper, and snipers should only be snipers, and they shouldn't be shotguns, but then he just made the dominator what the slugger was. So why, I don't really understand, and it really doesn't make sense. But here we are. So, yeah. You can come with all sorts of explanations why you do stuff. At the end of the day, it doesn't make sense, it doesn't make sense. We've talked extensively about this since launch. One of the things I've hounded them for, although there's many things that right now that are going to need to be changed in the game. One of the things right now that definitely need to be changed was items in the game, or has needed to be changed, was items in the game that were basically unusable. We've talked about this extensively since launch, but if you have items in the game, not only does it represent development time, which is a sunk cost that you can no longer get back, but also the item, the idea itself, you can't remake. So if you have something in the game already that's really cool, but it sucks, you basically wasted development time and locked the idea behind a wall that you can no longer change it. Like, you can't make the item again, right? The only way you do that is fixing the current item. So you essentially have a bunch of resources, assets that are in your game that you're not actually currently using. So it's very important to actually be able to use stuff that's in the game. And when people sit there and look at it, that's putting aside the morale, where people go there and look at all the stratagems, and they can only use like a third of them. Not that they can't use other ones, but they just aren't good at all. Like the Burt. As we talked about before, the strafing run 100%, infinitely better if it makes a brrrt sound, and then maybe give it maybe 3 times as many uses, because honestly it sucks, and then like 5 seconds between use, where normally I think a stratagem is 15 seconds. The Eagles are 15 seconds between stratagem use. There's a lot of things we'll cover here in a second. The 2 that I peeked at already are both changes that I suggested, so they're actually in the game, whether or not it's because Joel watches my stream. Whether or not Joel watches my stream, or maybe just, came to the same conclusion I did. Is up in the air. It's debatable, right? But I'll take a look at this. Kind of getting ahead of myself. Very important. But as we mentioned before, the things now that they have to take into account, which I don't know if they've done already, in order to make the game more, to bring back the hype, I think is the only way of doing it. Putting aside a long hiatus, which we talked about yesterday, which they potentially could do, where they just leave the game to fallow for the next 4 months, and then they come around to it again, right? Putting that aside, leaving the game to fallow, what we have now is like the potential, the Luminate. We need new enemies, so the Luminate itself, we need a new race, which they're already working on, and that's been in the oven for a while now, and it looks like we're just on the cusp of getting it. Maybe it's even next week, because I don't think it's today, because I didn't hear anything about it, and which is kind of hard to avoid when a new race is released. I haven't watched any streams yet today either of Helldivers, just trying to avoid everything Helldivers, so we can have a nice virgin, original reaction, organic reaction to what's going on here. Illuminate are very much needed. In addition to that, new enemy types, new ways of interacting with enemy blobs. So right now, there's a set number of enemies that come with each wave, and either the supply drops or with the bug spawns, right? There's always a certain number of units that actually show up along with them. And that's important. That's important because those are the interactions you have on a day-to-day basis, even though the gunships have been added, even though the shrikes have been added, even though the Dagu has been added. The dog, Wan-chan, wah, wah, wah. He just comes down and starts barking at you, right? Yeah, Wan-chan was added. Those are all special units. Those are not stuff that you see on the day-to-day. The day-to-day stuff you interact with, they're just the normal bots. Rocket Devastators, Shield Devastators, Hulks, all things. Good evening, Julio. All things that you react to, or all things that you deal with on a day-to-day basis. Or in the case of bugs, you have hunters and beetles and big heads and chargers and biotines. That's all stuff that comes usually normally with a wave, right? Occasionally you have corrosive bugs and ticks along with it too. But that's stuff right now that it's all stuff that's normal. They already added one new unit, which is after Meridia, they added the little big head, so the guy that looks like the little brown bugs, right? Which are the spawn from the big heads, the little big heads. They added those, but they have the green spots on them and they explode when they die. Those have been added to the game. That's something new. Very certain those were not there prior to Meridia. It was a new bug type. They never even announced it. As far as I know, it was never even announced. It just came along with Meridia. And very few people have actually even talked about it. But it's there. And when you get up close to them and when they die, like the small big heads, they aren't really all that different. They just explode and do damage. New interaction. Very important, right? The other one is, well, there's a couple here, and this goes along with it, is attack patterns of enemies, which they do constantly change. So chargers have new C-shaped attacks now, so which we talked about yesterday, where if they go along a wall, Joel has been tweaking the turn radius on it, like a wall's right here, a turn radius on it, where they go like maybe like this and turn, right, like this. It's now C-shaped, and I've legit seen a charger go like this around a wall, and like it's very, very tight, and like next to clip me when I'm next to the wall, even though I'm hugging the wall on the other side, literally comes like this. That's incredible. Like as far as they've been you for a while. Like they'll do something like maybe like this, right? Turn radius like this. So it'll come around here and has maybe, I don't know what that'd be in terms of degrees. Like how'd you word that? Like 270 degrees, 360 would be a full circle, right? So it's like that's not even. It's maybe 160. Used to be like 160. And then, no, that's like 270. That's right. So it's like this entry and exit. 270. And then they tightened it now, so it's almost like, depending on how close you are to the edge, the charger can spin, like go around 360. And it just takes a little bit, and if you're, depending on what you're doing, it's going to drastically, like, they'll actually be able to turn on you. If you don't hug the charger properly when it goes around, it'll actually hit you. That's when you said the other attack moves, like butt bumps that they added early on in the game. There's all different sorts of things, and the beetles, now a lot of enemies have the burrow attack, if you guys have seen that. For a long time that's been in the game, it's just it was never utilized. I saw Shrimpy do burrow attacks twice. And then the last month is all of a sudden it's now everywhere. The beetles do burrow attacks, The mini big heads do burrow attacks. The shrimpies do burrow attacks. Shrimpies don't really often do it. They should, but they don't, to get in a nice position and kind of act like a bulwark. So if they get up close to you and they act like a wall, you know, that's not something you want. Right now, they just kind of huddle down in the middle of nowhere, and that doesn't really help anyone. They definitely often act like you can totally tell that there's... with the way the bugs are programmed, you can totally tell that there's some sort of like military strategy behind how they act like an onion, where they try to support each other with each one. They've definitely changed the timing with each ones when they attack them, so the next enemy's upon you when you deal with the first frontal attack wave of the enemy. Some things I'm really I hate that Joel does, which I don't think is really nice, is not nice, it's not fun, is if the charger's hitting you is one thing, but Joel has definitely made it a special attack with the charger where it hits you and it knocks you back straight into the bile titan. And that's intentional. It's 100% intentional. It's not actually, it is not something that is just accident or whoopsie doodle, oh, you're in the bile titan spew now. No, that's 100% programmed. And it's because the angle that it hits you is not actually the way you'd bounce off anyway in physics. So it's 100% Joel bullshit, but it's in the game, and I guess it's one way of killing you. Monster closets, so just a surefire way of killing you. You know, GM, if you play Dungeons and Dragons, GM could kill you no matter what. It's just, God can kill you, no shit. It's finding ways that are kind of clever and different that he can actually kill you with, which I'm not against. It's where you can actually manipulate the game mechanics. And actually, you know, either the user can get out from them, or maybe they can't get out from them. Sometimes you're just fucked where you, like I said, it's like a multi-layered attack wave with the bugs, and they keep tuning it up, which is good. They keep trying to do it. Yesterday we were playing against bugs, and they're fucking terrible. It was beetles, grasshoppers, and what's the other one? Hunters. It was all there. I was literally watching my teammates just stand around and farm them. I watched them just stand around and farm them, guys, the entire time. Good evening, Slain. Just watch them stand around farming the entire time. Why? Yeah, like, I don't, there's nothing, like, there was unfun. I legitimately left games in the middle of it because I was just watching my teammates farm low-level units. It was boring. When I played bots, I should have done it earlier in the evening. That was actually pretty fun. Bugs, I don't know what was going on there. I don't know if it's because I got into shit hosts or if they're cheaters, because we definitely know cheaters can change the composition of spawn waves and spawn just low-level units. I don't know what was going on. It was really weird. It was really, really boring, too. It wasn't, like, we got, like, 2 good bug games yesterday, and that was it. It was bad. It's really, really bad. Anyways, they're constantly changing the enemies, just kind of getting a segue into a segue here, which does happen. They're constantly changing the attack waves to actually, like, throughout the game. They don't need to patch the game. This is some sort of manifest you download either when you, like, go to a location, you start a mission at the location, you download a manifest, or when you start the game. Either way, they don't need to patch it. The final one is tiles, and they've been doing this since launch, and it's something early on that I said they had to do. If this game did not have procedurally generated maps, I would definitely not still be playing this game. It's what makes it new and interesting and different, right? Procedurally generated maps are incredibly, incredibly important. And early on, this is one of my criticisms, whether or not Joel watches my games. It's kind of, I don't know. I don't know sometimes, you know, Joel likes to, we get really weird games, which is one of the reasons I don't host anymore, because I oftentimes just get people following me around and hugging my dick, or we get SEAL Team 6, and they literally just obliterate the entire map, and we're done with the map in 8 minutes, and it's dumb. It's really, 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 really dumb. Nobody watches my games? That's untrue. I think there's more people that actually watch my games than actually watch my podcast, which is why we have 2 different sections here. Slain is just a hater, and he wants to see me sit here and talk more is what's going on. So, yeah, you have to read between the lines right here. It's actually kind of an awful lot like very manipulative. It reminds me of an ex-girlfriend. Not exactly sure what's going on there, though, but, yeah. But it's the whole reason we have 2 different spots here. So I have the podcast at the beginning, and unfortunately, certain platforms like TikTok and YouTube do not allow me to swap between sections very easily. In the case of TikTok, you can't swap between sections when you're live. In the case of YouTube, it puts, like, the algorithm is very, very finicky, and if I don't sit in the right spot, I won't be able to get back into the Helldivers 2 directory. And that's something I value. That's just the way it is. But normally, the beginning of my stream is a podcast where we talk about shits and giggles. We'll talk about the do-to-dos, what's going on, video game development. This is one of the reasons I play Helldivers 2 is because they have very proactive video game development. Fantastic to look at all this shit here, by the way. It's like Christmas. Literally, Merry Joelmas, guys. Merry Joelmas. But, yeah, opening our gifts here. But also politics, or just really when anything is in the news, anything of interest. We'll talk about UAPs, UFOs, whenever Arrow comes around. Arrow's autonomous aerial Autonomous Resolution Office, something Resolution Office. Basically, it's the government branch that's supposed to investigate UAPs. Like, we have a branch of the government that investigates UAPs, otherwise known as UFOs now. Not that they think there's little green men, but they investigate the unknown. That's another topic which I'm not going to talk about because that's going to get literally off into, like, we're going to sit here for another 2 hours talking about that. Anyways, the final thing is tile updates. Tiles were very, very important because those are the parts of the procedural generation map you interact with. Points of interest, I call them tiles or modules. Tiles or modules are the two things I call them. Some people like just call them POEs, but basically they're the little parts of the map that are different each time. They've been changing them since the game launched. They do not need to patch the game. They do if they need to change the textures. There's a lot you can do with the game if you rearrange the files depending on how interactive the engine is. You can actually do a lot of stuff without actually patching the game. And basically you just download like server-side files, and that's it. And it's a small thing. It's not like downloading 130 gigs of Call of Duty. You don't need to do that. But anyways, the tiles have constantly been changing. I'll usually point out a new tile if I see it, because I usually remember them because I've played this game so much. I'll point out a new tile. There's a lot of streamers. There's a lot of people that play this game that never even noticed the tiles change for the first 2 months. I've been talking about it since basically the first 2 weeks when I started seeing different tiles, and I was like, hey, they didn't patch the game. One of the reasons we know this, and kind of proof in the pudding here, guys, is because we go to SteamDB here. We go to SteamDB, and you can look at the manifest. So you can look at the files and when the game is patched, which I occasionally show you guys. So if we look at packages, not packages, depots here, there was a patch today, which should be 18 hours ago. So you can see our public, these are all dev branches. This is stuff you can't access. You look at public here, there's that one, right? The last public release was 2 weeks ago when they patched Meridia. Prior to that one, the last patch prior to Meridia was 3 weeks prior. So these patches are very, very few and far between, but they are still changing the game without ever patching the game. Very, very cool stuff. So you don't even notice it, but the modules, how stuff is organized, how the textures are organized in the game, always changes. It constantly changes. That's very important because that makes it fresh and new and different. They just have someone over there, they have a map designer that just gets off his coffee break and he's like, hey, what if I just change some stuff around here? And he does, and then you get something new, and that's actually really cool. It really, 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 really helps with replayability. But we've talked about that before. Adding new tiles is very important, and new major order tiles is also very important, which we've also talked about. I don't think I call them major order tiles, but basically, you know, when you go and you turn the dials and you move the lever and you pump the fluids and stuff like that. That's all like a mini game that you do in the game. It's actually really important. Joel constantly change. If you guys haven't noticed, the snake mini game has been changing. It's been not always. That's maybe updated maybe once a month, but he'll do little weird things, and sometimes instead of just going like this, like a straight line, sometimes it goes like a little loop-de-loop. It does like an S shape, and sometimes it does a U shape, and sometimes it'll go back and forth. Now, it didn't do that at launch. That's all stuff they've changed. You just didn't notice it because it's not a patch. It's not in the patch notes. It's something you have to be observant of in the game itself. So all this stuff really, really, really matters. And the modules, the stuff inside, putting inside new environments, everyone wants Cyberstand. They want to have this dystopia, a bunch of buildings. We've talked about this. I posted about it on Reddit. Because you can't, that requires a significant amount of work to make buildings. That makes even more work if you want to enter the buildings, because the insides of the buildings need to be done. And then even more work to get the AI to work inside the buildings. So best case scenario, what we're going to end up is like a parking lot cyberstand is what's going to happen here. We're going to end up with some sort of parking lot cyberstand, and that's pretty much it. And then you're going to have points of interest on the parking lot cyberstand or some sort of version of that. So basically, it's going to be like some sort of weird terraform version of cyberstand. Could they do a dystopia? Could they do an urban environment? Sure, they could. It would just require a substantial amount of resources. Like, if you think like Rockstar, when they make GTA 6, they're spending a decade making a really, really big city. It's like Cyberpunk, Watch Dogs, requires a significant amount of effort to actually make an interactable city. So what people think about when they're like, oh, well, let's just make a city like that, you know, it's not really something that's going to, not really going to happen. Aliens are really fake. Okay. Yep. Keep doing you, Slane. But yeah, it's very, very important. It's just people expectations of what they can do. Maybe in the future they could do something like that, you know? But right now, not really possible. Have you seen The Acolyte? I'm going to watch The Acolyte. We talked about it before. I'm not going to talk about it tonight because we're talking about the patches for Helldivers 2 right now, and that's a completely different topic matter, which is also very in-depth. Either way, all these things really, really matter in terms of making a game that's like drawing people back to the game, right? Hyping it up, drawing people back. So you need a new race, which they're already working on, which is the Eminent. Jesus Christ, how the fuck did I just forget the name for him? I just completely blanked the name for them. I was talking about it all night. The new race, the blue bug people, the squid people, are coming. The new bug people, new monsters, new attack things, different ways that the monsters themselves attack with you in the waves, not just specialty gunships or shrikes or dogs, right? Those are just all very advanced stuff that your special units you'll barely interact with, right? Stuff with the attack waves themselves, how the enemies attack you in the attack wave, so the interactions with the enemies is not like playing Helldivers 2 isn't like playing Left 4 Dead where all the enemies just coming at you in a straight line and they don't really do anything. You have like a couple special units and they just charge in a line or something to hit the ground. We're completely different, absolutely completely different sort of ballpark as far as the enemy interactions, which is all what makes it unique and different, right? And then you also have the tiles, which they're constantly changing and doing. Either way, all those things are very important to bring people back. Eminent. Illuminate? How the fuck did I think Illuminate? Or Eminent instead of Illuminate? I don't know. Either way. Moving on to the actual patch notes here, guys. Just kind of off on a limb. Fucking Eminent. The Eminent are coming, by the way. The Eminent are eminent, if you didn't know that. Let's see. What do we have here? We have turret buffs. Oh my god. Oh, hey look, guys, by the way. TikTok said I am inactive. Okay, I'll do a little puzzle right now. There you go, TikTok. So if you stream from a separate PC, your mouse doesn't move, and then TikTok thinks you are AFK. Yep. Well, there's that. There's that, guys. Isn't that great? Yep. Too bad I can't have a stream key. Anyways. I have to, every 2 hours, I think I have to move my mouse or something. We have turret upgrades here. These are the first 2 upgrades I actually read, or 3 upgrades here I actually read. Turrets, as we've talked about before, turrets are one of these weird things that definitely need a lot of love. If you gave turrets invulnerability, so they cannot actually die in any way, shape, or form, if you gave turrets invulnerability, they still would not be OP. The reason for that is because the turrets themselves have a finite amount of ammo, and they only do so much damage. And even if they're allowed to expend all of their ammo in the game, they're allowed to expend all of their ammo, they still wouldn't be OP, because they eventually just run out. And so even if the turret was invulnerable, putting aside the fact that enemies would just continually attack it and basically act like a tank, it wouldn't actually be that OP. Same thing with the mechs. If the mechs were borderline invulnerable, they wouldn't be that OP. The new autocannon mech, on the other hand, is not really all that. Like, it's actually more, it seems like it's more durable, in addition to the fact that it also has much more ammo than the Patriot does. Patriot itself actually has a boatload of has very limited ammo, and even after the patch, it used to take like 3 headshots to kill a Bile Titan with the rocket launcher, and after the patch now it takes like 7, so you can kill maybe 2.5 Bile Titans with the rocket pods, and then basically you're done as far as big units go. And that just puts it inside. Maybe you can kill a charger or something with it. The miniguns runs out very fast. Autocannon mech lasts a little bit longer, but either way, like, there's been discussions. What Reddit discussed is resupplying it, and they're very fragile, so even if you could resupply them, they wouldn't be that OP. Opposite end of the spectrum is, once again, if they're invulnerable, they wouldn't even be that broken because they have limited ammo and you just run out. Putting aside you could hide in them or whatever, even if they're invulnerable, they wouldn't actually be that OP. It's the fact that, like, they're very, very limited, which I'm not against, by the way. Very limited by how much ammo they have. So there's something like a fast, useful attack, right? Or not fast, useful attack, a burst of power. There we go. It's a peak of power, and you could do the same thing with the 500 kg. So at the end of the day, you're like, oh, I can kill 2.5 Bile Titans with, the Patriot now. That's pretty good, right? But then you can actually kill a Bile Titan with the 500 kg. Like, one 500 kg, I've killed 3 Bile Titans. I did that 2 days ago. Yesterday was shit for monsters, so we didn't really get any chance to. You gather them up, you get them all nice lined up like that, you can drop a 500 kg in the middle of them, and kill them. And meanwhile, with one, and you get 2, by the way, for you get 2 for an Eagle Airstrike. With the mech, maybe you're lucky and you can kill 2, and maybe 2.5 with the mech, with the Patriot. So, yeah, like, putting into perspective, it's not actually that powerful. You have, like, it comes down to balancing against Eagle Airstrikes. The hallmark of the Eagle is being the Eagle Airstrike. Just Eagle Airstrikes being a clique wheel for all of them, right? A general term for all of them. The 500 kg being another Eagle Airstrike, although not the Eagle Airstrike itself, because that's a different attack, but an Eagle attack is 500 kg, right? Eagle 500 kg. As opposed to the Eagle Airstrike being the baseline, what I'd say is the most balanced form of a stratagem right now. It's just in terms of benefit, Eagle Airstrike is just kind of the go-to. It does everything relatively well, but at the end of the day, it's not as good as, like, let's say a cluster bomb, or, like a rail cannon or a 500 kg. Those are both still useful in different ways, but the Eagle Airstrike itself represents a good baseline across the board for pretty much everything. It's what I consider a well-balanced stratagem right now for an attack is an Eagle Airstrike, and I think most people are on board with that. You get 3.5 minutes. You can use them if you're really advanced like me. You can do the parallel Eagle Airstrike, in which you turn it sideways and throw it alongside you, because the Eagle Airstrike will always land perpendicular to your position. So when you're running in a straight line, you turn 90 degrees, throw it on the ground, and the Eagle will come in a straight line. You run along this line, and you kite all the enemies along with you, and it hits even more enemies. Copyright CC, trademarked, registered, Ben7123, all rights reserved. We've talked about the parallel airstrike for about 3 months now, so just pointing that out there if you see it anywhere else, guys. Here every day, guys. Copyright CC, Ben7123. All rights reserved. Talk to my lawyers. But anyways, you turn the Eagle Airstrike. It's the only Eagle Airstrike you can kind of do it with, the only Eagle you can do it with, because most are too big. That's what she said. Most are too big or too long. Also, what she said. And you can't get it just right. But if you throw it down and you run alongside of it, you can usually outrun it. And assuming you don't have like some sort of spread or weird thing going on, you can usually outrun it. If you hit the ground, then you have to veer off or something like that. But you can run the entire herd of enemies into the Eagle Airstrike. I've been using Eagle Napalms right now because I used Eagle Airstrikes for so long against like the Zerg. I've been using Eagle Napalm for quite a while now, so haven't really been doing it, although I still occasionally do it depending on where enemies are being kited through. It's very important because it allows you to maximize your utilization of it. Either way, a lot of utility to an Eagle Airstrike, right? Just in and of itself. That's what I kind of base everything against. So at the end of the day, you have rocket sentries, you have mechs, but you could just have 3 Eagle Airstrikes. So comparably to 3 Eagle Airstrikes, which is basically the equivalent of 1 turret, how is that going to fare? So like even if you have a rocket turret on the ground, you can still kill many, many more units with an Eagle Airstrike. So, like, even if it was something where you'd have it constantly, it's not really, even if it's something you could use it constantly, it doesn't really even matter that much, right? Just having the mech for the entire duration means relatively nothing. You still would only be able to kill a finite number of units with it, and you could kill a lot more with 3 Eagle Airstrikes, right? So even if this is kind of the kind of conundrum with the turrets and with the mechs is, at the end of the day, you can come back to it and kind of like, pseudo kind of benchmark the power levels against each other, right? And you have an Eagle Airstrike where you could kill, like let's say 15 per call-in, you have 45 units, maybe even 50 units, and if you're better with it, you can kill a lot more, by the way. Maybe 50 units, and then you have a mech, and you're probably not going to kill anywhere near that many, especially depending on the kind and type of the units. You can kill a Bile Titan with the Eagle Airstrike if you didn't know that. I'm not talking about finishing off. If you do a parallel airstrike and you land them just right, you can one-shot a Bile Titan. It is very difficult to do, and I've done it maybe twice, but you can 100% do it while running away and running a parallel, dropping it over its back. You can do it. It's possible. It's extremely difficult, but you can do it. That's the important part, is you can do it. But anyways, that's what kind of comes down to the turrets. I mentioned before, like, what I consider buffs for the turrets, which we're going to go over probably for every one of these categories before I actually read them. Buffs for the turrets, in my mind, I haven't read this yet. Buffs for the turrets, in my mind, was making it so not only you could place them from an RTS aspect, so when you go to activate you activate a turret, instead of throwing it like a stratagem, it turns into a top-down view of your area, and you can plop it. You can mouse and plop it on top of terrain. Why is this important? So you can get a nice height advantage without killing your teammates, so they're out of way, so maybe they won't get attacked. It doesn't even matter that much because they have limited usefulness. The amount of kills they can potentially get is actually very minimal. And maybe the game, as far as the Zerg, needs a little bit more ranged units, because right now it's just the Bile Titan, and Shrikes, I guess, technically are kind of ranged, right? It's basically corrosive bugs and ticks, because it can spit, but you're going to be out of range. That's pretty short range, right? So, potentially, you could turn it, and then you could get an RTS aspect, and you could place the turrets down somewhere. The other one that I suggested was getting multiple per use, so before it goes on cooldown, you can plop down two in a short span from each other, or maybe just, as fast as you want, and then it goes on cooldown, right? This allows you to get more of an FOV, or field of, not an FOV, but a kill zone, field of fire, and then putting them in areas where they're less likely to kill your teammates or yourself, or, like they'll be out of harm's way, and then you could actually get an effective firing box with them. And at the end of the day, I wouldn't even say they're that OP, because you can kill a lot of things with an Eagle Airstrike. And that's putting aside cluster bombs, napalm, 500 kgs, all which have usefulness, right? Which always goes back to the Eagle Airstrike. But we're going to take a look at this. So we haven't even started covering the patch notes. Rocket Sentry, decrease spread, prioritize larger targets, increase target distance from 75 to 100 meters, decreased rocket per salvo from 2 to 1 to get better economy. I agree with that. Increased explosion radius from 1 to 4, so quadrupled, and this is much bigger than that, by the way, because it's a radius, as opposed to just, like distance traveled, right? It goes from a kill zone like this to like this. It's a huge amount. The area that it covers is much, much larger. So even though it's 4 meters, it covers a huge radius. That's actually a really big deal. Decreased explosion armor penetration. Explosion can no longer damage heavy armored enemies. The projectile still has enough AP damage to damage heavily armored targets. So this looks like it doesn't want to... They're trying to make it so the explosion radius doesn't just wonton kill like Bile Titans. However, it looks like the direct hit will still damage units. So they probably made it so they just kind of shifted how it works. So the explosion radius isn't what's basically doing the majority of the damage. Increased projectile damage from 200 to 300, so 50% more. 1.5x here, 50% more damage. We used the Rocket Sentry very briefly when I was just fucking around because he had the autocannon and an extra slot and I was just messing around with turrets for shits and giggles. It sucked. It took one Rocket Sentry untouched, killed 1.5 Bile Titans. Just sitting there. It was just firing rockets at the Bile Titan. It eventually killed the Bile Titan, and then it ran out of ammo on the second one. It did 1.5 Bile Titans. Once again, we can go to 500 kg, and I can kill anywhere from 1 to even, I think the most I've killed with 500 kg is 5 Bile Titans. Yeah, it's not even anywhere close. 500 kg obviously being very specialized, and Reddit's fucking stupid when they say, oh my god, just buff the 500 kg, it sucks so much, it needs a bigger radius, it's so terrible. Just use a... They don't understand it's a tool. You have a tool for a job, you use a different tool if you want something more... Use an Eagle Airstrike. Don't use a 500 kg. That's not what it's for. Don't use a 500 kg for something you want to use a cluster bomb for. That's not the same thing. Don't do that. Don't be dumb. Don't be Reddit, guys. This is the moral of the story. So this is obviously an attack buff to the feasibility, the DPS feasibility of the Rocket Sentry. Looks pretty good on the surface. It's definitely going to be very chonky against fodder. This is one of the things that I actually said that it was definitely lacked, is we clearly saw it taking on fodder and it sucked. So this very much will help out against the fodder itself. 200 to 300 will not one-shot some units. 450 assuming this is direct damage, and like a Dominator does, was it 300 per shot? So this does as much damage as the Dominator does. Is that something you should be in the game? I don't know. Also, the explosion radius 1 to 4 does not say whether or not there's damage fall off. There's a lot of things you can do with an explosion radius. So yeah, that can mean a lot of different things here. Remains to be seen. How good this is, have to try it. It looks interesting. It looks like they want to use it more for crowd control, which is something that it should be good at, right? Which it wasn't when we were using it. It was not good at crowd control at all. Let's see, what else we have here? Machine Gun Sentry. Machine Gun Sentry, when we played on Meridia, I don't think I've used turrets nearly as much as when I used it on Meridia. Machine Gun Sentry was actually pretty decent for what it was, and you go, oh, just use a minigun. The minigun not only runs out of ammo faster, we've talked about extensively, the guns, high fire rate weapons seem to have hit registration issues. This is, you can see with the Knight. You can see with any fast firing weapon. The minigun turret being another example of that. It's either due to oversaturation in the tick rate, where it doesn't register the bullets right away, and then you just oversaturate the target. But even then, it just seems like some of the bullets just don't miss. So when I use the Knight, being the if you guys don't know what the Knight is, it's the fast firing SMG from the Deluxe Edition that no one uses. I think I've seen 4 people use it. Yeah, the Knight actually exists. I used it for a while, and it clearly has hit registration issues, even putting aside the recoil. So there's like, oh my god, it just has high recoil. And I understand that. The circle is always where it's aiming. So when I was using the Knight, it was clear that the time to kill, so when you're on target and shooting the target, now when you're missing, when you're on target and the circle is on target, which is where the gun's actually aiming, it'll take about the same amount of time to kill as a Liberator. It does about 2 times as much DPS. Those bullets are going into the nether. When we played Meridia, another example of this, when we played Meridia and we were messing around with the minigun turret, I was actually using it, and what I noticed was the minigun turret was killing about just as fast as the machine gun turret. The minigun turret should be going much faster. It should be killing much faster, right? And it just runs out of ammo faster, but it didn't. It would have actually killed about just as fast. So you had a case where the ammo efficiency of the gun itself was actually very poor. And even though it looks very impressive, because it does, and everyone wants it to be cool, because it is, it was in a case where it seemed like it wasn't doing shit. It was just literally just wasting ammo as a bullet hose, and then it would just go back into the ground. So another example, by the way, of where even if it lasts a full duration, it doesn't really even get that many kills. So yeah, even if it's 100% durable, like not durable, but invulnerable, it still doesn't actually do enough work to make up for the fact that you could have an Eagle Airstrike instead, right? You could 100% have Eagle Airstrike instead. Yeah, fun shit. Anyways, Gatling machine gun. Anyways, it reduces the duration. So this is putting aside the fact that these have, once again, the turrets have basically about the same cooldown as as 3 Eagle Airstrikes. If you have an Eagle Airstrike, it has 3 uses. It has the same cooldown as a turret. So I could either have 3 Eagle Airstrikes, or I could have 1 turret. Which do you think is better? Is 1 Eagle Airstrike better than 1 turret? I'd say oftentimes yes. And you get more than 1 use. You get 4 cluster bombs. I don't know why, but you do get 4 cluster bombs, right? Yeah, and instead, you have 1 use of a turret. And that's pretty much it. I think some of the turrets are even longer than that. So which are you going to take? Even if you had 1 use for an Eagle Airstrike, would you probably take it over a turret? More than likely. This is why I said turrets probably should have more than 1 use. Being able to plop them at the same time, creating kill boxes, all stuff, all wet dreams for RTS players, by the way. Being able to drop them on high terrain so they're out of harm's way and less likely to TK. So if you guys didn't know, because if you have mini ground and ground here, pops up, and you're this little guy running around here, he's going like this, it's going to kill you, right? If it's up here and go like this, because of the angle of attack, right, being up top and having height advantage, the angle of attack from the turret itself, it'll be less likely to team kill. Because it will be less sweeping the valley. They'll have a Z-axis to the attacks themselves, and will be less likely to TK. It's always why you want to put your turrets up top. And if you can stand below them, it's where you want to be. Never put your turrets behind everyone. That's a terrible idea, because they'll kill everyone, right? Including the enemies. Enemies and you will die. But if you can put them on top of buildings, if you can put them on top of terrain, on mesas, even though they're invulnerable for the most part, because most units can't attack them, is it going to matter? Not really, because once again, even if they expend all their ammo, and so far have not seen an ammo change here, even if they expend all their ammo, they are not going to be that effective. That's just the way it is. You can do 1 turret, which will probably just get hit by a charger and explode, or you can do 3 Eagle Airstrikes. Which are you going to pick? So, Rocket Sentry here can already see a revamp. Is it going to change the usefulness of it? I don't think so. I think this is going to be like pretty much the same thing as it was before. It's just a little bit better, and that's not going to change much of anything. The Eagle Airstrikes just being a good baseline, a hallmark, unless they change them, which we haven't seen yet. Unless we change them, you're coming down to an eagle airstrike, and once again, you could give these sentries multiple uses, especially fast, successive uses, so you can just keep bam, 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 and then they go on cooldown, right? So then you have a kill box going on here. That would be phenomenal, and kids would love that. You only have 4 slots, guys, and you have to make use of them, so just pretending you can do something with 4 turrets is kind of a pipe dream. They're just going to explode, and you're going to die. And then you're going to be SOL for the next 5 minutes, right? Yeah, which I think everyone kind of went through that phase during the TCS mission where they thought they could just put down a bunch of turrets and they'd be fine. Not really. Some turrets, are kind of good, like the EMS, right? EMS turret has purpose. Depending on what's going on, the mortar turret, although it's likely to kill your teammates, mortar turret might have a purpose, but most of the turrets suck. The changes here, while kind of neat and kind of represents a change in direction, it still has the same problem. They should 100% look into having multiple uses. I'd even argue instead of doing traditional, like having a reload like the Eagle Airstrike, you have a cooldown, and it banks the cooldown. So every 3 minutes, you get a certain number of turrets. In this case, every 3 minutes, you get a certain number of turrets, and you can have 2, 3, 4, whatever kind of turret it is, determining how many you can actually have. You'd actually get like a refill indicator of these turrets, and you could even do some sort of special mechanic with it where you pick up scraps and you can get them faster, maybe ammo boxes, maybe samples help fuel your turret regen. There's cool kind of builder mechanics from MOBAs that they could do, MOBAs or Team Fortress 2 or RTSs where you collect a resource and then you can do it faster. Kids love this shit that are into turrets. That's actually something that's very cool. The whole RTS aspect are the kind of people that are using turrets. That's all things that people want to see. And this putting aside being able to fix the turrets, by the way. Engineer from Team Fortress 2. Prime example of just someone wants to tinker with shit and just, not maybe someone that's actually really good at combat, but good at tinkering, which I don't think is actually a wrong skill set. If you're good at something else but not something else, you shouldn't be punished for it, right? Assuming they can both be useful. Where we talked about logistics or loggies, and the example of it where Foxhole has loggies and all they do is literally just run stuff, and that's what they enjoy. We talked about how loggies could actually be a mission type in Helldivers 2, where low-level missions are moving supplies from point A to point B, which, by the way, is copied and put on Reddit, which after we talked about that. As a lot of things I talk about are either copied on other people's streams or they're copied and put on Reddit. I'm up to 4 17,000 upvoted posts on Reddit that were not my posts, and one of which was deleted when I pointed out the idea was copied from my stream. Yeah, up to 4 17,000 upvoted posts. By the way, if I posted them on Reddit, they would not trend at all because I'm a streamer. So, just going to point that out here every day. And that's putting aside multiple other posts that we've actually seen. And like, didn't I talk about this 12 hours ago? That's kind of weird. And sometimes it's literally right in the middle of my stream when it pops up on Reddit, which is even more hilarious. But in the case of loggies, we talked about different things that people can do to expand on the game itself. So, in the case of loggies, in Foxhole, you have types of people that just run materials. They just repair infrastructure. They just do mediocre, menial tasks, and they're happy doing it. You might go, oh, that's boring, right? Oh, I want to go in and shoot the front line. There's some people that all they want to do is run a box of ammo from point A to point B and then get a pat on the back for doing it. That's what they enjoy. They especially when they know some people are better at them at playing games. They're happy doing that. They want to be part of the cog and feel as though they're part of the machine that's making things better. We talked about how it could be implemented in Helldivers 2, where you could have low-level missions where they're just logistics runs for planets to actually supply people, and it's even better if there's an interactive aspect between, like, let's say these guys are supplying a Helldive at the same time, so I drop into a Helldive, a Diff 9 mission, someone drops into a Diff 2 mission at the same time, they have to reload, I unlock like a Seif or some sort of acid on my Helldive Diff 9 mission. And then in Diff 2, this guy goes over and refills it in the level 2 mission. In the level 9 mission, it actually fires. In the level 2 mission, it tells them they're getting XYZ kills. In the level 9 mission, you're assisting XYZ. You're assisting Ben 7123. Really cool shit, right? This is all stuff they can do. This game has a lot of potential, as most games do, but there aren't many games where I've actually, been this invested in the game development. And it's mainly because they actually constantly change stuff. But people love shit like that. They love feeling as though, even though they can't necessarily do something themselves, they can help someone out that can do things themselves, where they could actually help someone out, right? Regardless of what they actually might be doing. And then we've talked about reverse cases, too, where you can have a guy in a Diff 2 mission where they're going around their little logistic things and doop, and an incoming bug wave, right? All of a sudden, your Diff 2 mission is now a Diff 9 mission, and then you send in Diff 9 players to your Diff 2 mission to save you. I mean, who doesn't want to fucking save Diff 2 players? I want to save the kids too, which are on Diff 2, obviously. All the kids are playing Diff 2 in the mines, right? This is where they belong. The kids are in the mines loading the seaf shells for us, so we got to go save the kids. Would that be fantastic? That fucking would be fantastic. There's all different sorts of shit they can do. Anyways, just a segue here. Just menial tasks that can actually make people feel useful and kind of lead to camaraderie, which is a big part of this game. But anyways, sentries. Just talking, we got off this tangent about just like different types, alternate types of gameplay. Sentry users or people that want to use sentry might not be good in certain ways, but maybe they have a more strategic or tactical way of looking at the game. So maybe they're good at putting things in certain spots and leading to kill boxes, right? They actually want to use it. But in the case of turrets, we have a buff, a decent buff to the rocket sentry. Is it going to make it useful? Probably not. Once again, this comes down to the fact that you have one rocket sentry, or you can have 3 eagle airstrikes. Which are you going to pick? Pretty self-explanatory, even with the current buffs. Pretty self-explanatory. Machine gun sentry is now down from 3-minute cooldown to 2-minute cooldown. Am I going to take this? No, I'm not. 3 eagle air, excuse me, in this case probably 2 eagle airstrikes or 1 machine gun sentry. Which am I going to pick? 2 eagle airstrikes, right? Because you get like 3 for 3.5 minutes, I think it is, for reload. I'm going to pick the eagle airstrikes. That's the way it's going to be. And this all comes down to like not only how effective is it when you actually use it, but at the same time it also comes down to the value you're getting out of it. And 3 eagle airstrikes is worth a lot more than either of these turrets are. So that's just the way it is. And this isn't I guess these are the only 2 turrets that they buffed. And at the end of the day, it's just the way it's going to be. It's just not really useful. They need to rethink how they're actually approaching sentries themselves and putting them in the perspective that they're basically fighting against eagle airstrikes to be in the game. And it's not something you're going to use. It's just not. You could also take 4 cluster bombs. A machine gun sentry, or I could have 3 cluster bombs, prorate it, right? I could have 3 cluster bombs, or I could have 1 machine gun sentry. Which am I going to pick? A cluster bomb has potential for killing 50 enemies in one go, instantaneously, or I could take a machine gun sentry that can blow up. So, like I said, what we came back with, what I mentioned for ways that they could buff the sentries is giving them the cooldown, or giving them multiple uses. And you can make it where you can bank them, too, and then RTS aspect where you can, where you activate it, you flip the map, and then it drops down in a location. They could also add things like mini sentries, which are kind of in the game with, like, the Laze Dog, or with the AR Dog. Like, they're kind of mini sentries, right? But not really in the same thing as, like, throwing, like, small little turrets in different places that are kind of limited use, which actually could be useful. It could actually be kind of cool, right? Another example of that. Another thing that could be added to the game. We're trying to fix the stuff that's already in the game, though. You have no idea what I'm talking about, but you're still watching. That means I'm doing my job perfectly, Slain. So, increased durability from 0 to 80%. I don't know what this asterisk means. I think this is armor. I don't think this is HP. I think this is armor. Once again, if they were invulnerable, they still wouldn't be OP because they run out of ammo and they can only kill so much so fast. So, even if regardless of the changes here, even if the turrets were invulnerable, they still would not be OP. That's just the end case, guys. Is even if they're OP, even if they're invulnerable, they still would not be OP. This glare on my side monitor is absolutely throwing me off, by the way. Right on the side, on top of where I look constantly. Okay, moving on. HMG emplacement. Increase rotation speed by 100%. I've never used the HMG emplacement for obvious reasons, because the enemies just come over and kill you. I guess rotation speed was a problem. I guess maybe someone's going to use it now. Minefields, interesting. Let's see. Minefields. Increased explosion damage from 250 to 350 on the APM. Increased explosion damage from 150 to 210 on Incendiary. And I assume the mine dot on the Incendiary is going to be part of it. We talked about mines extensively. One of the reasons that the mines do not work in the game. The mines don't work in the game for 3 different reasons, guys. And it's not damage. One thing here is you have to prorate it against an Eagle Airstrike. I can throw down 1 minefield, or I can do 3 Eagle Airstrikes, which is going to do 1 minefield has about the equivalent damage overall of 1 Eagle Airstrike. So why would I put down a minefield in the first place? I wouldn't. Second one is you're going to blow up your mines with your own stratagems, or your team is going to blow them up with their stratagems. They're not immune to Eagle airstrikes. They're not immune to orbitals. They're going to get blown up just by attrition by existing in a kill zone. Also makes them useless. The third and final one, so they don't even get their maximal damage potential out. Third one is you land on a mine and die. So the third one is they can kill your teammates, which is why the mines are basically just useless. They're just useless. How could you change this to make them better? I wouldn't even say the damage need to be improved on them. What we said, that what I came up with for ways that they can improve the mines is either increase the radius, so how far the mines spread apart, by 2 or 3x. That's a lot, by the way, and it's huge. But that would also increase the distance between the mines, so you have more distance to dodge the mines in the first place. Or they can make it so it just coats the entire area with mines. And I'm not against that, where you just cake an entire area with mines. That seems like a lot, because it is, but that also prevents stratagems from blowing up all the mines. It makes it easier for your teammates to dodge the mines, and they have more overall utility of coating an area and denying it. Unless they make the mine spewer just like maybe throw out extra mines or something occasionally, like reload it, I also wouldn't be against that. But currently, the way the mines work, it's not even that the mines don't do enough damage, it's just their efficiency in terms of an Eagle airstrike is shit. They suck. The mines suck. That's just the way it is. The mines are terrible. I tried using them for the first week, and then I tried to avoid the Eagle airstrike meta, and it didn't work out. They suck. They're terrible. They're terrible. Once again, 3 different reasons for it. One is 1 minefield or 3 Eagle airstrikes. The second one is they're going to die. They're going to blow up to attrition, so you lose effectiveness of what mines you actually have. And the third one being that your teammates are going to go oopsie doodle and die. So there's, even with the changes here, which they buff the damage, they're still not going to be useful. Am I going to take mines? No. Because the fundamental reasons they're broken, just like the fundamental reasons the turrets are broken, is still the same. Which is, it's how they're presented in a usable fashion. They just don't work. They don't work well. They don't do what they should. And when they do it, it's just not good enough compared to the competition. It's just not, it's not something you're going to use. So, they buff damage. Am I going to use these? No. So even though they're there, am I going to pick them? No. It doesn't matter. Even if they's like one shot, like any unit that stepped on them. So instead of 250, this did 1,000 damage, and it killed everything except Chargers and Bile Titans. Would I take it? No. Like, it would still, like, actually maybe in that case. So like putting aside like simultaneous detonations, it would potentially, if each mine killed 1 unit, and one minefield had a potential to kill all medium and small units except for Chargers and Bile Titans, maybe then it would be useful in one use, right? That would be like maybe what? There's probably like 70 mines or something that pop out. There's a lot of them. Maybe not even 70, maybe 50 mines that pop out. So it's like 50 units. That's pretty good economy. But that's 3 Eagle airstrikes. That'd be about equivalent of 3 Eagle airstrikes, which is like 15 units per Eagle airstrike, right? Which is actually kind of on the low side because I can get a lot more than that. So we're basing like maybe 15 kills. Yeah, and that's with infinite damage. We're taking it to the extreme. We're taking that slider and just going all the way to the right. Infinite damage that kills everything except Chargers and Bile Titans. Would it still be all that great? Maybe. If it killed 1 unit per mine, always, no matter what, invulnerable to splash damage and anything else killing it, just always 1 mine per unit, maybe then it'd be useful. But in current case, it's not. They've slightly buffed the damage, and it's not going to change shit. Am I going to use this? No. Orbital Galing. Now this is a fun one, because I currently, when I take the autocannon, assuming Joel doesn't put an orbital spread because he's a douche, because it's more likely for an orbital to land on you, as opposed when spread is in play, it's more likely to land on you than land on enemies. Because imagine a circle, guys. There's 360 degrees in a circle, in which each one of these notches and infinitesimally small portions on this notch can be landed on, right? 360 degrees spread from 0 point to any direction around it, right? From point 0, anywhere around here. Putting aside, it could actually land in a variation of the small one, but we're going to the sides, right? 360 degrees. 20% of the time, it will usually land on your face. And that's been in the game since launch. It's very, very fucking annoying. It used to be worse than that. It was like 50%. It was obnoxious. It would just land right on my face. So I throw it down, I run straight away, and it'll land right here at basically 0 or 360 degrees, right? Straightforward. So, yeah, very fucking annoying. Very annoying. I hope they change that mechanic Like, giggle mechanics that Joel has in this game where he kills you just for shits and giggles are kind of stupid. I get it, they're Magicka developers and they love this shit, but please, don't do that. That's fucking dumb. And people, like, a lot of players aren't actually smart enough to realize what's going on around them, and if they did, because they notice trends, like, see how flippy, like, they just flip out fucking weird shit. Oh my god, both these points, like, I can choose one director and the other and they go to the same spot? Oh my god, my mind's like, it's like they never read, like, one of those books when they're younger where you can choose your own story, and they all just go to the same page, and then, like, you went back through and, like, how does this work? And then you realize that all the pages just turn to the same page and they just correlate. They go through different arcs and they always go to the same spot. Like, the story basically ends, well, it doesn't always end in the same way, right? Like, it'll split off at the last point, but it goes between points, right? And, like, choose your own story is, like, literally an example of that. And they flip out and go on Reddit and they just like, oh my god, I don't actually believe, like, aren't the fucking Terminids, aren't the Terminids and fucking Necrons real? What's going on here? I thought they're real armed forces, like military. They're pumping out units. There's an RTS going in the background, a simulation. I know there is, you know, like, it's all made up shit. It's a narrative, right? It's a story that makes, it's fun. That's all it is. It's just a fun story. And then they flip out about stupid shit when they realize there's a man behind the curtain. Most recent one was Meridia, where people, like, there is a thread on Reddit where they're parsing how fast the order went up compared to the players on the planet, or how fast they're beating the missions. And like, this wasn't right. This went up really fast. Ha ha ha. You know, like one of those things. Yeah, no shit. It's a narrative story. We're meant to beat it because it's going to turn into a wormhole, which is then going to lead to the Illuminate. Surprise! You know, one of those things, right? Yeah, like, people flip out about the weirdest shit if they actually realize that the story's gamed in the background, despite the fact that it's kind of part of the game, because you're playing a game, right? It's part of the game, right? Anyways, the scatter mechanic, the scatter debuff, if you aren't clear about the orbital scatter debuff, will affect orbitals and usually leads to a landing on your face, which is obnoxious, and I really hope that changes in the future. Side issue, though. Orbital Gatling. When I do take the autocannon, the two favorite orbitals that I love using as a third stratagem, because I only get two. I normally take a Laze Dog and a Quasar, right? The only two stratagems that I'll actually the only extra stratagem I'll normally take, which is fun, because I autocannon and get an extra stratagem, which I don't normally get, because that's an extra slot. The two I take is either the Gas or the Scatter. The Gatling Barrage, because they're both fun. They're both fun in different ways, although the Gas is too much like in Napalm, so I haven't taken it recently because I switched from Eagle Airstrikes to Napalm for fun. Do I think Napalm's better than Eagle Airstrike? No. Cluster Bombs are better than Napalm. Eagle Airstrike's better than Napalm, but it's fun. It's something cool, right? Setting stuff on fire is cool. It's kind of a funsy thing. Anyways, the one I take on the side, which is fun, is an Orbital Gatling Barrage in my pocket. I've used it extensively. I love it. Assuming that Joel doesn't fuck with me and start, like, you'll see, like, one of the little shots will just hit you on the side. Like, he does it. He giggles. He 100% does. Like, you can see the spread of the orbital barrage on the ground, right? And then you'll see a couple shots hit around it, like, off to the side, right? But those shots will usually hit you and toss your salad. And you're like, Joel, do you really need to do this? Do you need to hit me with a side one? And you can see him. He's like, one hand is in his bag of his fucking not cheeses, what are they called? Cheesy doodles. He has one hand in his cheesy doodles over there, other hand on the keyboard, and he's going, tee, what's going on, you know? I can imagine Joel giggling every time that happens, because it's programmed. It's done on purpose. It's easier to program everything landing in a circle and not have any outliers, right? Arguably, maybe a little bit more realistic having outliers, which I'm not against, but the outliers seem to unrealistically land on me. And maybe that means I'm just really unlucky, you know, but when you know stats, you know that that's not really luck anymore, so... Anyways, Orbital Gatling Barrage, actually one of my favorites, along with the Gas Strike. Orbital Barrage, I actually don't think even was that bad. It's just when it lands off target. It's kind of workable, like in its old form, not the new one, which we're about to cover here. In the old form, the Orbital Barrage was actually decent, I would say, but when it's off target, it's not. It was all right. It was something I used. I enjoyed using it, and it actually looks really cool, to be perfectly honest. I don't think it needed a buff, if only just to keep it from landing on my face. Would actually just, like, not user error either. But it looks like we have a buff here, increased fire rate by 25%. What actually would be really cool is if you can see it ramp up and ramp down better. So, where it starts where, like, one lands, and then it speeds up, and then it slows down would actually be really fucking cool. Where basically you're looking at, like, a ramp up and ramp down of the actual, like, apparatus in space firing, right? Which actually be pretty sweet. So it's like rain. Making it rain. Very cool. Goosebumps. But Gatling barrage, actually really cool. Increased fire rate by 25%. Should be even more impressive because all it looks pretty cool. Increased rounds per salvo from 30 to 60. That's insane. So double the amount of rounds per salvo. That's crazy. Increased armor penetration can damage heavy enemy armored units. It could before, so you can kill, if you guys didn't know, you can kill a Bile Titan. You can finish off a Bile Titan with a Gatling gun. You have to make it sit in the rain forever. Like, you have to sit there while it's dancing and go in and try to get it step on you and just go back and try to get it step on you. While it's sitting there, like, you know, like the shots are just bouncing off it. You can use it to finish it off. I've done it. But it's not something that normally happens. So it actually looks like the armor penetration, whether or not this is purely for chargers or Bile Titans. I actually really hope they add more area damage. So, not in case of shots where you can hurt the enemies. But right now, when you see some really hurt enemies, they get like the yellow splotches on bugs. We're going to talk more about the bugs because not only have I played against them more than the bots, but they're also more personable. They're more interesting to play against, which is another topic matter which we aren't going to cover tonight. When you play against the bugs, maybe we will. I don't know how this patch notes are going to go, and we're only through a tiny portion of them. When you hit them, they actually get really messed up. And it'd actually be really cool is if you could actually see how fucked up they are from the orbital barrage, even if it doesn't do damage. Just where they get hit, they have like splotches of missing armor or something, or it looks like it's missing or hurt. Actually be really fucking cool. Can hurt armor penetration. It already kind of hurt. It will mess up chargers, but not usually kill them. Sometimes it will. Prior to the patch, sometimes it would. This actually could be really, 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 maybe not really powerful, but this could actually be pretty good. You have to have some finesse to use the barrage and kite enemies through it. It's very much close to home mobility. It's one of the things I really like about it is the short cooldown on it, and the fact that you can literally use it in tight spots, assuming, once again, that Joel doesn't giggle and throw it on your face, or it's off target because of scatter, right? So, this actually might be extremely useful. It was already decent. Once again, I'm not going to say OP. It was decent, where I actually used it for a fun item, and I didn't feel bad using it. Like, it didn't feel like I was wasting slots. Now, this might even replace, maybe, depending on how good it is, it might replace 500 kgs. That's incredible. However, like, if you're talking about 70 seconds here, you're still going to probably have better economy. I can kill, once again, anywhere from 1 to 5 Bile Titans with a 500 kg. More regularly kill 3. So, is it OP? Probably not. Once again, you're going to weigh and balance it against 500 kg in terms of what it can do, but it can also mess up areas, right? So, not exactly the same thing, but pretty good. This is definitely a good start for orbital galling. This looks like this is definitely might be in a really good spot right now. Precision strike. So, precision strike is something I really wish worked better in the game, and I mentioned it multiple times. I have totally pointed this out, and I was like, wow, it'd sure be great if I could use a precision strike. The reason is, if I can dance, which I sometimes do it with the Sief artillery, right, with the normal explosive round. If I can sit a Bile Titan in this orbital spot for 10 seconds and land a shot on it, you know, it should really do something. Orbital strike, I'm pretty sure, was not 4 seconds. It oftentimes felt like it was like 7 or 8 when it came in. So that might be just debuffs or something going on here. I'm not exactly sure. However, they dropped it from 4 to 2. This is exactly the thing that I said that it needed in the game. They also decreased the cooldown by 10 seconds. That's probably not going to matter so much. But they decreased the cooldown, or the call-in time, to 2 seconds. And this might still, like, a fast, quick shot. I mean, it's called precision strike. And I believe this is the equivalent of a 120 shot. It's not a 380. It's a 120. Maybe it's a 380. I don't know which it is. But if you can land it and tap a Bile Titan with it, pretty nice, right? Is it going to replace 500 kgs? Maybe, because this is 90 seconds, and I can get 2 500 kgs for 3.5 seconds or 3.5 minutes, right? So potentially, I could get 4 shots for 2 500 kgs. It's much more precise, and it's going to take finesse to use it. But this represents a skill issue, right? It's something where I can actually, as a high-skilled player, can actually possibly use something and out-skill someone that's using a more general ability. That's actually really fucking cool. That is extremely cool. This might be something that's actually really, really good. Well, time will tell. The whole problem I had with the precision strike, not necessarily even the damage, not even the cooldown, was the time to call it in. It took too long to come in, and things were out of position. For what it was, it took too long to come in, and things were out of position, right? Especially when an Eagle Airstrike can land in about the same amount of time as 500 kg, which is going to do more. So this might be in a really good spot. That being said, maybe the cool... I don't know, the cooldown might even be too long on it. It depends. We'll have to... I'm going to definitely play around with this. This we already use. This I'm definitely going to play around with. This could be interesting. The orbital airburst strike, which we talked about in the game when I used it, back when I was using it. The problem with the orbital airstrike is it seemed oftentimes like it did shit. It did nothing when it hit, which is really weird because you'd see it. Hey, by the way, orbital airstrike, if it shoots right above a bile titan, it can kill it, but it has to be like right above it and like right hitting into it. It can kill a bile titan, but it's extremely rare. Airburst had problems with hit registration, much in like we're talking about fast firing weapons having problems with hit registration. I'd often fire an airburst and it just wouldn't do shit. Like small units would escape it, and it made no fucking sense. Even though they're in for multiple shots, they just still come out of it. It was really, really weird. I stopped using it just because it didn't do what it was supposed to. Putting aside that it's also really easy to team kill. Depending on the angle it comes in, it's very easy to team kill your teammates. So airburst, reducing the cooldown on it, I don't think is fundamentally going to fix airburst strike. It's just still going to be bad. I might experiment more with it because I haven't used it in a while. Maybe it's better now, but I don't think that's really going to fix it for what it is. It's just a kind of an alternative to a cluster bomb, and I don't think it's better than a cluster bomb at all. But this could also, once again, come, like, the whole aspect here could be that it actually, the identity of airstrikes as opposed to orbitals, right? What do they want to do with an orbital as opposed to what they want to do with an airstrike? And how they want to be presented in the game. So an identity for either the two. Gun differentiation also goes into stratagem differentiation, everything where it's trying to be different from each other. So the comparable aspect from an orbital airstrike is to a cluster bomb. You're always going to have overlap, by the way, just like with MOBAs. Characters start overlapping each other, they just become ununique, right? It's always going to be overlap. In a second, guys, just making sure my streams are working properly. Still have some weird issues with them. Logistical issues, which I'm pretty sure we got figured out, but maybe not. Well, you have to keep watching that. So is this going to change my use of the orbital airstrike? Probably not. I think a lot of it stems once again from it seemingly having issues with like registering on the enemies below it, which is very weird because if you're in it, you'll die. If you're in it's very easy to die to the airstrike, the airburst strike. 110. So 110, as we talked about before, we use 110s when they're free extensively. Well, no, not when they're free. We use them extensively on Meridia. The reason I was using 110s is because they had very low team fire. What would you call it? Team fire incidents. So when you're using a 110 in Meridia, you don't want to damage the pump and you don't want to hit your teammates, right? And even though they're not very effective at what they did, when they misfired or when they slightly missed, there was a very low chance of them hurting the pump. I extensively used 110s on Meridia. It's kind of funny I'm talking about like a campaign, because it was actually a campaign. But I extensively used 110s on Meridia. That did not change my interest in using them. 110s sometimes will do enough damage to kill a bile titan if you land it right on it, but oftentimes will not, and you have to have a lot of finesse to actually land it on the bile titan in the first place. And then sometimes they'll miss like chargers, so it won't even kill a charger, and yeah, like they're just kind of all over the place. They wouldn't actually land appropriately. And it looks like they've changed this. I just saw strafing around. Okay, we'll talk about that in a sec. So, improved targeting. So it probably means they're more likely to how snappy they are to locking to enemies. They've already changed it, by the way. The original 110 radius, you had to be really close to the target. They changed it so it's more liberal now in landing on the target, right? It could be further away and still snap to the target. So how far away the stratagem lands compared to where the target is, the radius is bigger. That could be what improved targeting is. Improved projectile armor penetration now does 100% damage to heavily armored enemies instead of 50. Okay, so much better at dealing with bile titans and chargers. So could actually be pretty decent at fucking up armor. And considering you get a decent chunk of them too, it could actually be something that's useful against big units as opposed to 500 kg. Time will tell. 500 kg, once again, I can fucking gather up. I can do I don't know if there's even a term for it, but I can gather up Bile Titans and go kill anywhere from 1 to 5. That's tough to beat. But if you have a more, I mean, if the aim assist on the 110s is too good, people are going to use it instead of a rail cannon, and it shouldn't really be a competition with the rail cannon. Rail cannon should just pop a fucking Bile Titan and should be done with it. Just, you know, like I would even say an orbital, like when it gets hit with the orbital strike, guys, I want to see a fucking Bile Titan split in half. I really do. It should just pop in half. That's just what should happen to it. There should be nothing left to a Bile Titan. Orbital cannon should represent like the tip of, and by the way, they should make the rail cannon cooler because the rail gun in real life is actually really cool. They should make it much more interesting than what it is now, and 5-minute cooldown should allow you to kill 1 Bile Titan. And for players that need it, because let's say it's more like training wheels like aim assist is, they need it, I'm not against that. It should really just one-shot a Bile Titan. And I mentioned before, railgun should actually, the rail cannon should have 2 different modes. It should have the normal one it has now, which should be capable of one-shotting a Bile Titan or Dagu or whatever for the most part. It should one-tap that shit. It's a 5-minute cooldown. The second one is it should have a secondary mode. The secondary mode, oh, out of my eyes. The secondary mode for the, and by the way, I'm not against multiple, like different stratagems having multiple activation modes because I think it's actually really cool. It adds more utility to your utility build. That's not a bad thing. In a game that's a lot to do with kind of flushing out and being a little different, I don't think there's anything wrong with that. Let's see. But anyways, I have nothing against that. And I think the railgun should have 2 activation modes. The rail cannon should have 2 activation modes. One is the traditional one, and it should absolutely just split that fucking Bile Titan in 2. Because the kids, when that happens to them, you know, you can imagine someone playing Diff 6, guys, and running around thinking the rail cannon is like the railgun is the end-all, be-all to everything. The railgun, because the orbital railgun, because there is the railgun in the game, right? So the orbital rail cannon is the end-all, be-all to everything, right? It should 100, like, if they're sitting there running for their lives and they throw it on the ground and see a Bile Titan split in 2, it'd make them fucking, they gleefully clap to themselves. Meanwhile, I'm in Helldive, and a bug hole can spawn anywhere from 1 to 5 Bile Titans just pop out of that shit. I think I've seen 7 at one point. You know, it's not really such a big deal. But for those kids, they love that shit. They need that. And this kind of goes back to making things accessible, but is it going to help you in Helldive? Maybe. But is it going to be something that an experienced diver wants? Not really. But which is why you could go through the fanfare. I don't even think you should need to finish him off. A railgun should just one-tap that bitch and you should be done with it, because that's honestly really fucking cool. And it represents, you can see on Reddit when the kids are like gleefully clapping about how that railgun comes up and saves the day, right? You know, that's cool shit. Anyways, so the railgun has 2, orbital railgun has 2 fire modes. Rail cannon has 2 fire modes. One is the normal one, which should 100% split a Bile Titan in 2 if they get it off. The second one is a lesser mode, so it swaps to kind of like a crowd control mode, and it'll fire 5 shots, and the 5 shots do not do as much damage as obviously the 1 shot, but it can kill 5 different small units in quick succession. So instead of seeing that one big beam, you'll see like 5 little shots come down and kill like maybe even 5 chargers, right? That's not actually that big of a deal. It seems like it is, but once again, a 5-minute cooldown. It seems like it is, but it's not. And, you know, if there's not, depending on the radius you make it, you could, I mean, you can do some Akira shit with this too, right? If you've seen Akira when the rail cannon's firing. So you can make like an open area where you can see like the effective radius of it, and you see like 5 shots come down and like instantly kill 5 units in it. That's some top tier shit right there. Lots of potential in this game. Lots of stuff you can actually make the kids feel really good about themselves. Would I take a railgun even if it could do that? Probably not. I mean, no, probably not, because once again, the real kicker there is dealing with the Bile Titan, and it can only kill 1, right? So, like this 5 small shots, it might even target bigger units. So, if there is 5, if you see that circle and there's 3 Bile Titans in it and 2 chargers, it targets the biggest units first. So it fires 3 shots at the Bile Titans. It doesn't do anything to because it doesn't have the right pen, and then it kills the 2 chargers, right? So it's your responsibility to min-max when you're actually going to use it, and always prioritize the biggest units to a lesser extent and be effective against them because it won't do anything, right? So it just, Like, I wouldn't even be against it glancing off the 3 bile tines when it fires, and just... That'd actually be really fucking cool, and the kids would love that shit. Absolutely love that shit. They'd gleefully clap for a railgun. Anyways, we were talking about 110 pods, and got off topic here. 110 should not be... they should not be as powerful as a railgun. So, depending on how good these are, these could be broken good. And they have aim assist on them, too. So... If these are really, really good, which it doesn't look like, not only did they improve the targeting, which was one of the biggest issues with them, but then they improved the armor pen? Oh, wait. I got ahead of myself. Increased projectile armor penetration now does 100% to heavily armored enemies instead of 50. Decreased projectile damage from 600 to 250 to compensate for improved targeting and extra damage. So they already thought of this. And extra damage from increased armor penetration. I don't know what the effective health is of a bile titan, so does it mean you need 2 or 3 to kill a bile titan? I don't know. Decreased explosion armor penetration. Explosion can no longer damage heavily armored enemies. So if it hits one charger and there's another one next to it, unless it gets direct shot, it's not going to take damage from it. Not against that either. I don't know. Like, I was actually on board with it actually having the original damage at 100% armor pen. And then just make it so there's shittier targeting, like when it first launched. So you have to land that shit right on the target to actually do damage to them. That's actually kind of the gimmick of the, the 110s in the first place, right? So they kind of took that away and made it more like a railgun, and you just have to use more of them. Yeah, I don't think I was even, like, completely against if you can land that properly. Well, maybe not, because then maybe I'd just use them instead of 500 kgs, right? Or precision strike or something. Precision strike definitely takes a lot more effort to use than 110 does. I mean, if you can, depending on how big the radius is, if you can land that and, like, time it out properly to hit a bile type, maybe, I don't know. It might be fine where it is. We'll see. Just trying to work out the identity for the, like, 110 pods, right? As opposed to a 500 kg and airburst, or not an airburst, Eagle Airstrike, rail cannon, right? So, if they're really good, and it looks like with the improved targeting, if it just takes 2 to kill a bile titan, the kids that are using the rail cannon are probably just going to use that instead of a rail cannon, right? They're going to use 110s instead of a rail cannon. If the radius is big enough so they can literally just throw it somewhere random and it just always just hits the biggest target. While these changes may look like a straight-up nerf, it's not the intention. Please see the blog post for more information. What? Why is it a nerf? It's Reddit. Reddit thinks a lot of things are nerfs. Okay. And by the way, it depends on how it functions, too. So even if they might have rationale as to why it works properly, it might not turn out that way. Like the crossbow, I think they intentionally, like the last mega patch, like I think it's 2 months ago now, the last mega patch where they did a bunch of balancing, they thought that they actually buffed the crossbow and they actually just kind of made it worse, kind of side adjacent made it worse. But they thought they buffed it and had rationale as why they thought it buffed it and just didn't really do it. It didn't translate to the game. So even if they have rationale, that doesn't mean it's actually the way it's going to work out. Oh, so tasty, guys. We barely have nicked the surface of the patch notes here. Oh, good stuff. So I definitely am going to try the 110 pods again, purely to see how they function against larger units. We're definitely going to try this. We're going to try the 110 pods probably tonight. Okay. I mean, this is kind of curious. We'll have to wait. This is going to have to translate in game. We're going to have to see how this works in game. There's no way to theory craft this out on whether or not it's buff, nerf, or what it's actually going to potentially end up as. This is different. We'll see. Eagle Strafing Run. I want to first preface this by saying when I played against the bots, because now I always take the autocannon, I have an extra stratagem slot. The stratagem slot, guys, I always take against the bots is a strafing run. And you go, well, strafing runs suck. Yes, they do. But what I do every time a strafing run comes in is I go brrr when it happens, because obviously the strafing run gains 1000% power if it makes a burt sound, obviously mimicking the minigun from the A10. If it makes a burt sound, it increases in power 1000%. Does it kill anything? Usually not, by the way, but It's a lot cooler. Kind of interesting, kind of like a fun stratagem. It doesn't do shit, by the way, don't take it. But kind of cool. What I said in terms of ways that they could have fixed it, by the way, and it kind of had a limited use. Even when you landed it in a perfect scenario, it wouldn't kill the bots, right? It just, because the bots always run at you in straight lines. It's kind of the way it works. They just come in straight lines no matter what. Where Zerg will oftentimes spread out more around you, depending on what units they are. They'll try to encompass you a little bit more. Bots usually end up in a straight line. Long straight lines. So the strafing run kind of actually works in that, like, theoretically would work in that situation. Even when you hit them with it, sometimes with multiple strafing runs, it doesn't kill shield devastators or rocket devastators. They're still fucking fine, let alone hulks. They're just merrily hopping away. You hit it with multiple, you think you're doing hot shit, and it doesn't do shit. I said the three ways, or not three ways, the multiple ways that they could have fixed it, by the way, is three ways, actually. Is one, it has to make a brrrt sound when it comes in, and I really fault their fucking audio team for not doing this. I don't know why this is ever a case, but it 100% should make a brrrt sound when it comes in. This is clearly Pils. I'm starting to wonder whether or not you've been in the military, because you said you were, and you're kind of a military guy, you know. And if it doesn't make a bird sound and a strafing run, what do we have left anymore? I don't really know. I don't know. But once again, that increases the effectiveness of the strafing run by 5,000%. Did I say 1,000? 9,000% now. Did I say 5,000? 9,000% now. The strafing run will be increased by 9,000% if it made a bird sound. The second one is I said they could even give you 9 uses for it. You might go, wow, that's a lot. If you actually saw how shitty the strafing run is, it actually makes more sense. The third one was that the strafing run should also, like normal Eagle airstrikes have like a 15-second cooldown between uses. It should have like 5. That seems like a lot, but once again, you have to dump a lot of them. And I actually don't think it's even that big of a deal. So, it's actually, I'd actually say it's not even that big of a deal. If you had 9 uses and 5 seconds between use, it might actually be useful. But it wasn't, and it doesn't make a bird sound, which is just, you know, that's just kind of insult to injury. Increase uses from 3 to 4. I mean, that's kind of 9. Increased armor penetration can now damage heavily armored enemies. So, like, I'm not completely, I mean, if it's like an A10 in real life, they can actually penetrate, I think armor, certain kinds of armor. They're actually very effective up to tanks or certain kind of tanks. So maybe, would you want to use it against, I mean, hulks are weird. There's also speed hulks now, if you guys didn't know. They added those maybe a month ago at this point, because Meridia was like 2 weeks ago now. They added speed hulks to the game, and speed hulks are hulks that move like 30% faster. When they're first added, I noticed them immediately. They move like 50% faster. Yeah. So another mutator or variant on mobs, where we're talking about them constantly changing the mobs and not telling you, because they do. The speed hulks were move like 50% faster, and now they're like 30 or 20. These still noticeable, but they are like that sneaks right up on you. And you potentially could use a 500 kg on them. Hulks are generally a lot, well, maybe they're about as common as Biotines are, aren't they? The strafing run, the benefit of the strafing run is it comes in very fast. It is like a 2-second call-in, very, very fast. I don't know if I'd want it to kill Hulks in one go, but maybe. Depends on how useful this is. This could actually be pretty good. So the strafing run, if they actually upped the damage infinitely on it and gave you 3 uses, and made it go Burt, by the way, because it always needs to go Burt, and it doesn't. I'm really starting to lose confidence in Arrowhead here, because it doesn't go Burt. But if it did a lot of damage, it actually would be extremely strong, because once again, bots basically walk in straight lines. All of them walk in straight lines. They all end up converging into straight, like small little lines. They almost always end up in small little lines. So that strafing run could be very, very effective, depending on how good the armor pen is. Could actually be very effective against enemies. At the very least, it should be killing shield devastators and rocket devastators, which it doesn't. So remains to be seen. Saying increased armor pen, that's a scale, and depends on what unit you're talking about, or you know, what level classification of units, right? Because there's a shield on the shield devastator, and then there's also the walkers. And then there's a Hulk, which is, you know, you have to shoot the eyeball, poke it in the eye, shoot the slit, guys, get it right in there, and just give it a little doodly-doo, or you have to shoot the back, right? So that might be good against bots. Obviously, we're going to try it out against bots. Remains to be seen. Might be good against bots. Remains to be seen. We'll probably try it out when we play against bots again anyways. And it's on the radar tonight. I think it's on the radar in general when we play against bots, along with the rocket pods. Might be useful against bots too. Rocket pods being smaller. You don't realize it, but the strafing run actually shoots a really long line. I've accidentally killed teammates across the map because I thought they were out of range. It is an extremely long line. It's very long. That's what she said. But yeah, it could actually be. This could actually be pretty good now. It depends on the armor pen level. It depends on how consistent it can do the damage. It depends if it goes Burt, which doesn't look like it does. It doesn't see VFX is redone for the strafing run. So, you know, I don't know. I can't help you guys there, but I can only fault Arrowhead so much because it doesn't go Burt. Anyways, this might be interesting. This could be another curio. This could be a curio. All right, moving along. Grenade launcher, HMG, machine guns, machine gun liberator. We've talked about this before. I am actually kind of to the point now where I think you should have to be able to carry 2 stratagem weapons. And while you might think that's OP as shit, I don't think it is, mainly because you have to have 2 stratagem weapons to carry in the first place. But at the same time, and if you really want to be anal about it, you could bio-lock them so people can only carry their own stratagem weapons, just to make sure they aren't picking up others or things off the ground. But explaining it a little bit, the reason for this is because there is a classification of stratagem weapons that don't do damage to heavy units. When you play on Helldive, you have to generally have something that's good against Biletines, Chargers, Hulks, right? They end up in this category where you have to have this. So while you can take an HMG, you can take LMGs, God forbid you touch the cluster launcher, right? You have to have a weapon that can kill larger units. You have to. In the cases where I've decided to take a fun machine gun, which I think I touched it during Meridia just because it was kind of interesting and different, and it wasn't nearly as dependent on, not only your teammates were around most of the time, but it wasn't actually as dependent on killing one unit, as you have to be able to take care of the Swiss Army knife of threats when you are playing Helldive normally, right? I don't think I've ever used the machine guns nearly as much as Meridia. I was taking the LMG almost consistently. Because usually through all my teammates, we had enough stuff to take care of the Biletines and Chargers. And you can still kill a Charger and the Pooper, by the way, with a machine gun. So that's not really even that much of a problem. But the problem is you have a grenade launcher. A grenade launcher doesn't work against, I think maybe you can kill Chargers if you shoot the Pooper. I haven't really tried. So maybe that's potential. You know, it works well against fodder, right? It's a fun weapon, just like the machine guns are. But you can't kill the larger units. So you end up in a case, guys, where you need to have an answer for larger units. And I don't think this is wrong. There's people on Reddit that say, no, just allow all guns to do damage to your Biletines and shit. Fuck off. Like, there is different tools for different jobs. It's just the way it is. I do think, however, you should be capable of carrying an extra LMG, or an extra stratagem weapon. And if you want to change it so you don't end up with 2 Quasars, you can make it so you have classifications of heavier your stratagem weapons. So you have, like, let's say, I don't know, heavy armor pen, right? Heavy armor pen stuff, and then you have light pen. So you can have any combination of the two, and your heavy slot can be used for anything, but generally you want to use it for a recoilless, an EAT, a Quasar. Autocannon, right? Stuff that can do really pound enemies, right? And then the other side, you have your light units, which could be, and by the way, you're an augmented human, you know, pumped full of steroids, hopefully pumped full of steroids in the future. You should be capable of carrying 2 weapons, one on each shoulder, right? The other side, you could have an LMG. You could have arc gun, right? You could have an arc gun. You could have a flamethrower. Although some of these classifications obviously would be up in the air. It's arbitrary right now. Up in the air as to which goes on which side of the line, right? You could have arc thrower. You could have LMG. You could have all the LMGs. You could have an HMG, right? And there's ways of doing this and make it balanced. So it's not just where you just always have an LMG and you always have a Quasar. There's ways that you could do it, or you can make it where if you actually choose as an augment, you could choose to basically only have in a secondary. I actually don't know. This is still like one of the things I'm trying to figure out, because right now we have a classification of weapons that are too strong to just they're too strong to be primary weapons, but they're too weak to have as your backpack weapon, right? So, where do you put these things? They just aren't going to get used. It doesn't matter how much you buff them. The reason they aren't being used is because they fail against Chargers, Biotines. They fail against Hulks, right? They just don't work against them. They reach a point where, while they're fun and cool, the rest of your squad has to make up the difference. And they sometimes not only are not around, but sometimes are incompetent or incapable of doing so. Every time I take an LMG, my teammates can't kill Biotines. We end up with like 8 Biotines following us around. It makes no fucking sense. And like putting aside stream snipers makes no sense. Every time. And the HMG can be fun, very chunky, but at the end of the day, you end up in a scenario where you just can't, like, it doesn't do anything. Like, it doesn't do anything against bigger units. You can kill a Charger with an HMG by the pooper. It takes a substantial amount of effort, but you can do it. The reason these aren't getting used has nothing to do with how effective they are at what they're doing. It has to do with the fact that they can't kill certain units. So, let's preface this before we talk about it. Grenade launcher. Increased explosion damage from 350 to 400. I don't think that was a problem with the grenade launcher in the first place. So, not changing the damage had nothing to do with why it's not being used. Am I going to use the grenade launcher now? No. Heavy machine gun, fun to use, very chonky, fun to use. It has a lot of ammo issues, but you can tap it, and I don't think there's anything wrong with it. They further decrease the rate of fire. Let's see. Increased projectile damage against durable body parts from 23 to 33%. I don't know what durable body parts are. It's another asterisk thing. It looks like there's actually a couple... We'll have to... There's a star earlier, wasn't there? Durable. Is this a new classification of armor? Great. It was on the turrets. Durability right here. So is this like an armor type? It might be armor. Yeah. It'll be interesting to see what this is. There's an asterisk here. Oh, there's the asterisk. Okay. Increased projectile damage against durable body parts from 23 to 33%. I'm not exactly sure what this is and how this matters. Decreased fire rate from 450, 750, 900 to 450, 600, 750. The original fire rate, by the way, I'm not against the low fire rate, but I don't know why they keep taking away the high fire rate. The whole idea of having multiple fire rates is that you have the option of using it, right? So why wouldn't you just keep 450, 750, and I think the originally was like 1100, which is insane. Just because it's an option. And by the way, the HMG, whenever I use it, I have it on 450, because you can actually oftentimes overshoot. The HMG suffers from huge ammo issues, and it's very easy to oversaturate small targets. So if you tap with it, you can get very good ammo efficiency out of it, but it's still very tight on ammo usage. It doesn't have enough megs for it. It just doesn't. So, fire rate, I don't know why they touched it like that. Once again, low end and high end having more variation, and it's actually more user, right? The user can pick it. I don't know why they changed that, but they did. Yeah, I would have been more for having just like, if you want to change the low end, sure. If you want to change the high end, sure. But why are you just decreasing the high end when there's already options on the low end? I don't know. Unless you want to be more locked in this very particular area. I'm on to cold brew coffee now, by the way. Spicy patch notes, guys. Is this going to make me take the HMG? Once again, we suffer. Before I get onto that. Decrease reload time from 7 to 5.5 seconds. It is very long. That's what she said. However, one of the biggest problems with it is, once again, the limited ammo capacity, much like assault rifles have very limited ammo. It is not only, well, depending on which assault rifle, not only the magazine size, but the overall ammo. It consumes too much ammo. You got 2 mags. You got 3 mags, and it's like 100 bullets per mag or something like that, and you're just done. You go through very, very fast. Increased stagger strength. I don't think the highlight of HMG should be stagger strength. I mean, machine gun should be stagger in the first place, but, it's heavier machine gun. Maybe they want that, right? So, I'd be careful with putting stagger on too much. I think the classification where they kind of have weapons that are unique in stagger. Punisher, this stuff all people don't talk about, by the way. The Punisher shotgun, that is. Concussive Liberator. The Pummeler. The Tickler, as I call it, or the Blitzer. Those guns all have heavy Stagger on them. The Punisher has some of the heaviest Stagger of any gun. And what makes these guns good, and people go, oh, the DPS sucks on them. It does. What makes these guns good is if you have problems getting overwhelmed, you need something that helps you. We've talked about this before in my stream. You need something that helps you keep enemies away. All of these guns have varying levels of concussive or CC effect. And that actually really, really helps you. It's something that some people need. So if you struggle with bugs overwhelming you, or bots overwhelming you, you want a gun that stuns and keeps them back. That's where the DPS offset comes in. So it's not really classified that way, and part of the problem is the game doesn't tell you that. And we're to the point now where you could have filter tick boxes, not just put stuff in categories, right? By damage type and then like effectiveness or what it's good at, and effective range would be another one, right? If you have like radial tick boxes or like what you can select. Concussive effect, so crowd control, would actually be something people would be interested in. And Stagger is something I think is very important to some people, and if you just cake it on all weapons, I don't think that's really something that should be done. There should be straight up trade-offs for Stagger, oftentimes in DPS, and I think right now it kind of works. So adding this to the HMG is more just a super punchy, kind of almost an autocannon, but not to the autocannon level machine gun, right? And I don't think this is where we want to be, but maybe the AP is good. It remains to be seen. But am I going to use this? No. Why am I not going to use this, guys? Because it doesn't work against Bile Titans, or I think you can actually kill Hulks with it. I think I think I have. Why does it not work well? It has the world's most ridiculous recoil. So when that little slit's going bop, bop, like this coming after you, when you have that guy coming after you like that, trying to shoot him in the visor is next to impossible. Putting aside their speed Hulks now, which just move even faster. Like they should put like cheetah stripes on him or something so you know that he runs really fast. Because there is, and they'll just literally sneak up on you and just like teabag the shit out of you. So it's not very effective against Hulks. Doesn't work against Bile Titans. Actually, you might be able to shoot the pooper on it. Maybe that's something you have to try. Trying to shoot out the pooper with the HMG could actually be fun. Shooting out the pooper, just like with the autocannon, is extremely, extremely risky. And much like we talked earlier about how Joel has multi-layered defenses because they're military buffs, multi-layered offensive capabilities of their bugs in terms of when they sneak up on you and the layers that come after you. The Bile Titans usually are followed by multiple units. You can't just get underneath it. Putting aside it usually is going to tap dance on you and kill you, right? It is very difficult to do that. And the autocannon, which we talked about before, which I think it needs to be nerfed against bots, but it needs to be brought up against bugs. Even when you get under there, it takes like 15 shots to blow off the pooper. It takes a lot, and you have to reload in the middle of all this going on. It takes a substantial amount of effort to kill one Bile Titan. And it can't consistently do shots. Even if you hit the collar, the best place to shoot it when it's coming after you is collar, like right below the neck, / breast area, right around here, is usually where you can more consistently land shots on it. And I'm not against that. That makes it high skill cap. It's one of the reasons I use it. It's actually pretty cool to use. And it has some other benefits when you use it against bugs. It absolutely obliterates any of the medium-sized units, which is also kind of cool. And you can finesse chargers and kill them, even though it's not nearly as good as a Quasar. It's actually fun. Against bots, however, everyone should be using the autocannon. It's not meta. And it's only like, I see like maybe one other person now in my missions using the autocannon when I play against bots. That shouldn't be the case. Everyone should be using it. The Ruptor became meta. The fucking Quasar became meta. I don't know why no one's using not using the autocannon against bugs or bots. I think it has a lot to do with the whole reason I didn't use the autocannon against bots, which is I used it against bugs originally, and it's only kind of average against bugs. It's average, and it takes a lot of skill to use it against bugs. Against bots, it is a no-brainer. It blows everything up. It kills every fucking thing, and you should be using it. And everyone should be using it. The fucking, you know, how annoying those gunships are when they're flying around and you have to land 2 precise fucking Quasars on the goddamn thing, which takes like 30 seconds? You can instantaneously kill like all the fucking gunships. They just die. You just swat them out of the air with the autocannon. It is insane. But that being said, for some strange reason, it's not meta. But against bugs, on the other hand, it is very difficult to use. I think that's a lot of why people think it sucks, is because it's the power differentiation between bots and bugs is completely different. Against bots, it's OP. Against bugs, it's mediocre. So, like I said, I think it needs to be brought down against bots and it needs to be brought up against bugs, so it's kind of late here, because it is so much better than everything else you can take against bots. It doesn't make sense. So, I don't know, it's just one of the places we have to be, but once again, machine guns. The problem with machine guns is, once again, they are a light weapon. You can't kill big units with it. You can't kill, like, maybe, possibly can finesse a Hulk, but you can't kill the fucking Biletine with it, and it has very, very limited ammo. Maybe we'll try this again. Maybe it's good against Biletines. We'll find out. Maybe we can shoot the pooper out on it. We'll have to see. It has a lot of recoil, though. Machine gun. Decrease reload time from 4 to 3.5 seconds. Increase max amount of magazines from 3 to 4. With some of these weapons, guys, I honestly think we're past the point where you shouldn't have to reload on the ground. HMG, you have to take a knee. Machine gun, you have to take a knee. I don't think you should need to do that. Some of these guns, because of the way that they work, Stalwart, you don't have to take a knee, by the way, if I remember right. Because of the way that some of these... Also another gun, by the way, that has problems with hit registration. If you turn the Stalwart on the highest fire rate, which is like 1300, half the bullets just disappear. They don't even fucking do anything. Even when you're on target, they just don't do shit. We tried the Stalwart in Meridia. Best machine gun. We tried the HMG machine gun and the Stalwart. Just a normal machine gun was actually best. And then at the end there, when all those strikes were popping out, I turned it on the fast fire mode. And honestly, it didn't seem to do, like, just once again, bullets just disappear. They don't hit. It's like the tick rate's too low or something, but there's a lot... High fire rate weapons are just not good. Either way, heavy machine gun, machine guns, I don't know if you have to take a knee with the grenade launcher, but, like, unless it's a backpack weapon, I think you don't, like, these have too many downsides. I don't think you should have to take a knee. I think you should be able to reload these on the run. And that's just where they should be. This is putting aside the fact, once again, that I still wouldn't take them because I need to be able to kill a Biletine, I need to be able to kill a Charger, and maybe you can finesse it. We'll have to see with the HMG, but it just doesn't work. It's fun, but they're cool, but it's just not good. Reload time from 4 to 3.5, increased max amount of magazines from 3 to 4. They probably should up the magazines with the heavy MG too, and machine gun, they could even go to 5, and still wouldn't be broken, purely because... Well, once again, whether or not you can take 2 backpack or 2, you can take 2 stratagem weapons really is kind of a big deal right now, because you have to offset the fact that you have a machine gun with the fact that you're missing out on something that can kill heavier units, or do both. Like, possibly autocan takes a lot of finesse, but maybe laser cannon in the case of bots, which is effective against bots, not against bugs. Another gun that's kind of deceptive, right? Or stratagem weapon that's kind of deceptive. So would I take these? No. Machine guns. Machine gun sentry, Gatling sentry, Patriot Gatling. These are all kind of out of place because we already talked about they already had turrets. These definitely, by the way, this is not a good way of organizing it because it makes it all over the place. Machine gun, this should be underneath the machine gun, even if it's grouped together. So the Gatling sentry, the Gatling on the Patriot, and the machine gun sentry. Increased damage from 80 to 90. What did they do the machine gun sentry? Is just cooldown, wasn't it? Yeah. Increased projectile damage. Once again, the Gatling sentry, I think, has a lot to do with the fact that this game has hit registration issues. And that's something that someone at the studio that's familiar with netcode will probably have to debunk or figure out. But it's very easy to, even if it's a laser rifle, so set a Stalwart to 100% accuracy, or the Knight, and set it to the highest fire rate mode, and then compare time to kill, as opposed to setting it to a lower fire mode. And it'd be, I'd say, relatively easy if you're playing against, like, in a normal netcode scenario, so not just inside your LANs at the LAN, at your studio, but in a normal netcode scenario, you're gonna find that the Gatling sentry just wastes a shitload of ammo, just like the Knight and the Stalwart. When it's on the highest fire rate mode, they're just bullets going into nothing. They just disappear. You could even make an aimbot and just have it always hard locked to the enemy and realize that just ammo is disappearing into nothingness. But anyways, projectile damage increased from 80 to 90. Projectile damage against durable body parts, asterisks, from 7.5 to 25%. So now you can use these against more heavily armored units, but I don't know what this means in terms of Chargers and Biletines. So this means you can maybe... I really hope it's not a scenario where you can just shoot their body and kill them, because that's really dumb. And maybe Reddit won on that? I hope Reddit didn't win, but maybe Reddit won on that, guys. We'll have to see. Pretty good. But anyways, I hope Reddit didn't win and all of a sudden we can kill Bile Titans with a normal machine gun. That would be really, really, really fucking dumb. Specialty weapons, like let's say the HMG, using it to pop like armor plates. Don't think that's super horrible. However, once again, just using like a Stalwart or a fucking LMG or Gatling Sentries to do this. So this affects a machine gun. This is the smallest common denominator. This might be the standout here if we're looking to break things, by the way, is the machine gun. The machine gun has an alternate fire modes on it too, which makes it more like an assault rifle. And it doesn't have the downsides of the HMG. But it looks like it has, if we're looking for breakpoints here, it looks like it has the benefit to durable body parts. I still don't understand this mechanic yet because we haven't read it. However, this also gets a buff from the durable body parts, where the Gatling Sentry, the Patriot Exo Gatling, the Machine Gun Sentry are all very unique stuff. This is not. Is there even the HMR in here? No. Oh, it changed the 33 for the HMR. So the heavy machine gun right here. HMG. So no. This right here might be a breakpoint. Machine gun, by the way, also has a very fast fire mode. Right now, if we're already looking and theory crafting on what's broken in the game, this right here, the normal machine gun, mixed with the durable body part 25% bonus, and obviously the 90 projectile damage, on the highest fire rate, the machine gun has like 1100 fire rate mode. It has 1100 RPM mode on it. The Stalwart has like a 1300, but the normal machine gun has 1100. Might be absolutely broken. We'll have to see, but this already looks like something that shouldn't be where it is. This is something that got buffed just by association because they thought it was adjacent when it's not. The HMG, or excuse me, the normal machine gun is too much like a normal assault rifle, and you can turn down the fire rate or you can turn it up on it. It's not set in stone, and this might be broken. These are all very special cases. The Patriot, the Gatling Sentry, the Machine Gun Sentry, HMG are all very unique. This is not. This right here might be a breakpoint. We'll have to see. Okay. Liberator, Stalwart, and oh, the Guard Dog. I think the AX is a Laze Dog, by the way. No. Yeah, I think the AX is a Laze Dog. They aren't differentiating it. I think this is a Laze Dog, too. They up the damage against durable body parts from 10 to 23%. The Liberator is the basic. God, what's going... Oh, I think Reddit won. I think this is Reddit win. I think it's Reddit won. I think they're making it so normal guns can just literally just kill fucking Bile Titans. Ruh-roh! There's a Stalwart, by the way. Which, by the way, the Stalwart you can run and reload at the same time if you're curious on that. The AX AR Dog. Guard Dog. So, I'm pretty sure this is the AR Dog, and I think this is a Laze Dog. I really hope they fix the AR Dog, by the way, because the AR Dog really sucks. You run out of ammo in about 45 seconds. The ammo capacity on the Armor Dog is absolutely abysmal. Good morning, Charlie. The chicken came before the egg. Where did the chicken come from? I mean, this is a good question. I think it swam out of the ocean and then decided to lay eggs. It was originally a fish. AR Dog, really wish this got some loving and was different than just another stat stick comparable to the Laze Dog, because it sucks, right, compared to the Laze Dog, and it runs out of ammo in about 45 seconds. That shouldn't be a thing, and it also has problems where you pick up ammo on the ground and it doesn't completely reload it sometimes. The AR Dog is broken. It needs to be fixed. I really hope they do, and maybe differentiate it so fire is further away. Maybe that kind of offset the range on it, because the damage is higher than the Laze Dog, but it runs out of ammo. 45 seconds is not long enough. That's what she said. And this is an exact case of that. The AR Dog runs out of ammo very fast. AX, I'm pretty sure, is the Laze Dog. Let me check real quick. Make sure. No, it's not. AX is just the initial in front of AR. So this does not affect the Laze Dog, which is good because the Laze Dog is the go-to right now. Increased projectile damage against durable body parts from 10 to 23%, so another buff. Stalwart here. I'd even say taking the Stalwart over the machine gun would make more sense because you lose 2% here. I don't know exactly what this means, but we'll see. looks like Reddit 1, guys. We're getting down to the Reddit 1 part of the patch notes. Is looking like it. A stalwart is basically possibly where you want to be. Liberated concussive. Increased projectile damage against durable body parts from 23 to 35%. That's insane. If you guys didn't know, the liberated concussive has definitely less damage than the pummeler, but it has much higher concussive effect than the pummeler does. And the benefit of it was the CC effect, which people weren't using it because they didn't understand that the damage, the downside to the damage is actually offset by the concussive effect, because you can knock back entire lines, and if you wanted to, let's say, combo it, you knock back entire lines, and then you throw a grenade on them, and then you just keep them stun locked at the grenade position, or you hit it with the grenade pistol at the same time when everyone's pushed back to the same spot, and you can all of a sudden create a kill area, right? So there's ways you could actually use a liberated concussive, even though it doesn't do that much damage, to get them into a scenario where you can CC, then use incendiary nade. You could also use incendiary impacts, incendiary nades, same thing, and you keep them stun locked inside of it and they die. You have to do a combo attack, but it also allows you a way of utilizing it. I don't think the concussive was actually needed durable body part. Well, we'll see what this is. Well, this is looking an awful lot like a stat that Reddit wants to kill any unit. Let's actually take a look at it. Some enemies have durable body parts that receive only a portion of base damage from projectiles. You mean armored body parts? Added a bit more explanation on the durability mechanic from Pyle's blog post. Pyle, I think, is Pils. Durable body parts are in general body parts that have high amount of mass with no vital organs or a lot of empty space. This is ideal to simulate that a single bullet has a high chance of not dealing significant damage. Yeah, because it shouldn't, right? Are these the same as armored parts? Maybe these are like the legs on the side of the big heads. So is this armored or not? Are they intentionally avoiding saying armor? So the good way of looking at this, guys, if you're curious about this, the best way of whether or not this matters is, remember when the game first came out and the railgun meta was a thing and you popped the armor plate off the side of the charger? If this does the same thing as that, then it's OP as shit. So we'll have to see what exactly this means in terms of the game, because they aren't explaining the mechanic very well, even though they already, they're attempting to. It's not really clicking here, so. Or this could be stuff like just extra limbs that don't matter at all, and this really doesn't matter at all. So, extra limbs, the big heads. Well, they don't really have extra limbs because you can blow off an entire side and they die. The shrimpies, in terms of bugs, right? You blow off the side limbs and then they die, right? So it could be potentially mean like the frilly extra legs, not the armored legs like a charger leg, but rather the frilly legs on big head or on a shrimpy. And if you blow off the side leg, by the way, when the shrimpy huddles down, if you're using a fast-firing weapon, or not fast-firing, like a precise weapon, shoot right in between the side of the plates. You can hit the little extension limb on the side there, so you can actually hit them between their defense if you need to. Anyways, this is what this means. What durable means in the case of this game is going to determine a lot on how this patch functions and how weapons function in the game, because they keep talking about durable body damage, and I don't know if this is a charger leg or if this is like a shrimpy leg. Because there's a pretty big difference between the two. Or a biotine leg, which is technically a durable body part, right? But you can't really kill a biotine by shooting the leg. If you can now kill biotines by shooting off one of the legs, that's really fucking stupid. I'm just going to say that right now, and Reddit totally won. We'll see. If all you have to do is shoot the leg, this is going to get really dumb really fast. It reminds me of Mech Warrior, where basically you don't shoot mechs, you shoot legs, and that was basically the entire game. And you just put mechs on their side and they die. So we'll see. Maybe we're in leg meta now. I don't hope not, but Charger was like basically the only case of that. Anyways, so the AR dog they buffed a little bit by changing its durable body part damage. I don't know exactly what this means. The AR dog itself has issues. Mainly the ammo capacity is really shit on the AR dog, and you run out of ammo in 45 seconds, and that's not long enough, and that's what she said. The Liberator, concussive. I really don't think they should have buffed. The Liberator concussive actually has a benefit of concussive effect. This durable body part should have went to the Penetrator, which would have made more sense, right? Concussive is more of CC, just like the Pummeler, just like the Purifier sucks dick. Joel's gonna have to reassess that when he gets over the whole it's in a good spot. Alexis said it was in a good spot when it first launched, and it wasn't. If they gave it auto cycling, so every time it fired, every time it reached charge, it would fire. It'd still have the charging mechanic, but you get more up to the actual DPS and number on the gun, which is too hard to micromanage. You basically have to fire it like an arc thrower, but it fires so fast, it is really, really daunting to try and do it. It's really dumb. Anyways. Do you believe we all have free will, or do you think the future is predetermined? Don't know. Are we living in a simulation, or are we not? That's a good question. Who knows? Is it worth thinking about? Not really. Because you have as much say over things as you think you do, and if you take away your own, not entropy, autonomy, then you kind of lose the will to live, don't you? So, philosophical questions, as it goes, doesn't really matter now. And it could actually be that, if you're in part of a simulation, or something has plans for you already, not necessarily in like God to your deity as much as aliens. Maybe your free will is limited, but maybe it's not. Who knows? Anyways. Liberated concussive. This would have made more sense on the Penetrator, even though concussive implies a shotgun-like impact, right? We clearly know that certain weapons are more of CC weapons than other weapons, and it doesn't really make sense that this has durable body part damage, as opposed to the Penetrator having it. The normal Liberator has increased damage to 23% against durable body parts again. Once again, we're going to have to experiment with this mechanic in the game and what this means. Adjudicator, very chonky. This is actually kind of one of my favorite weapons of the game, even though I've been using the plasma grenade launcher, which I think is called the Plasma Punisher, which is originally classified as a shotgun, even though clearly it lobs projectiles of plasma. Plasma grenade launcher. Adjudicator was still one of my favorite guns. It suffers a lot from ammo capacity. Increased magazine capacity from 25 to 30. This is going to help with ammo capacity, but it's not really even the amount per magazine as much as the amount overall. And even though they could buff it, just like with the Diligence counter sniper, really suffers from ammo capacity both in magazine and overall. The Adjudicator just needs more mags, is what really needs to happen there. But increased magazine capacity from 25 to 30, that'll help. Projectile damage against durable body parts 10 to 20. This is a really chonky assault rifle. This really should have a much higher effect than this. I don't know exactly what the durable body parts even means. However, this is a really, really chonky assault rifle. So you'd be talking more like HMR, HMG, heavy machine gun. Because you can feel it when you're using it. It's one of the benefits of using it. It feels very good. Tenderizer. Tenderizer really sucks. The Tenderizer was the pastel assault rifle they added in the last War Bond that really was questionable. It had very, very... It didn't have a personality. It was somewhere between two different assault rifles and didn't really have anything going for it. So, looks like they're attempting to rectify that. Excuse me. Looks like they're attempting to rectify it. Projectile damage has been increased from 60 to 95. Increased projectile damage against durable body parts from 10 to 17, so relatively low. Ammo capacity reduced from 35 to 30. Magazines reduced from 10 to 8. Increased stagger strength. So they're giving it more of the concussive effect. Depending on what the DPS is of the weapon now, which we'll have to look at in game because I don't know offhand. It might be a good assault rifle, but kind of doubt it. Like Liberator is just all-rounder, right? But maybe. We'll have to see. This just kind of reminded me of just like a shitty or just another Liberator. Which I guess is going to happen, right? But it didn't really do anything interesting. So, even with concussive, so... The Stager, I don't know if it's really going to be something worth using. It depends on the DPS on it. Purifier. Yep. Well, here's the gun, guys, that they said was in a good spot. Increase projectile armor penetration to be the same as the explosion. Okay. Increased explosion damage fall off. Okay, so it's more likely to hurt stuff around it. The purifier is like a shitty scorcher. Once again, even if this happens in the game, it's a pain in the ass to use because it fires so fast and you have to constantly refire it. You have to constantly just like time it to fire it off at exactly the right moment. This really, like I said, it should auto-cycle it. I don't think even if this is good, I'm going to use it. It's a pain in the ass to use. So even if this is changed and it's more powerful because it looks like it is, I'm still probably not going to use it simply because it's a pain in the ass to use. And you lose a lot of efficiency in terms of the DPS by trying to time the fire-off, so timing how fast you fire the shot after it reaches full charge to get the maximal DPS out of it is really up in the air. So, am I going to use this? Maybe. I mean, we're going to probably take a look at it maybe, but this could be good, but it also might just be shit. And, like, trying to time that, like, using the purifier, guys, when you're in a clutch situation, running away from enemies is a huge pain in the ass. It's a really big pain in the ass. So, yeah. I don't know. Remains to be seen. Explosive crossbow, they kind of side buffed it / nerfed it with the last patch, the last mega patch like 2 months ago. Increased explosion armor penetration to be the same as the projectile. Increased demolition strength can destroy bug holes and bot fabricators. Okay, so it got what the Eruptor has, and the Eruptor is much easier to use. Added medium penetration tag, which I assume means it can actually work against bigger units. Could be cool. It could be an alternative, by the way. It looks like we're normalizing around the Dominator. And the Dominator, once again, the game has problems with gun differentiation, i.e. the assault rifles, they're all turning into stat sticks. The assault rifle's like an SMG, which is like a shotgun, and it's just different fire rates, right? And it just kind of all does the same thing. One of the reasons that is kind of the case is because of effective range is where you have, and by the way, we talked about this, this is one of the 17,000 upvoted posts, which I talked about on stream well before it became a Reddit post, and became a Reddit post immediately the day after I talked about it. The assault rifles, for instance, should be good all-rounders. They should be good at short to medium long range, right? They should be kind of maybe short medium to medium long range. They have this effective range where enemies inside of here you'll do relatively well against, right? And it just is a good, decent weapon to use. Shotguns should be short to CQB range, CQB, so, you know, like right up next to you, to short range. SMGs should be from short, medium to medium range, right? Or, excuse me, short to medium range, in between there. DMR should be around medium long range. Sniper rifles should be long range to maybe medium long range-ish, depends. And then you got the weird unique birds in there between, somewhere in between, that you could have all different guns that function in different ways. Like we were talking about the Dominator, which sounds a lot like a gyro pistol, which we talked about yesterday, gyrojet pistols, which is very cool stuff, which is the projectile itself is actually a missile. It is, in the terms of the powder, is inside of the projectile, instead of being in a casing behind of it that excels it out the barrel. The benefit of that being when it comes out of the barrel, it can continue accelerating like a missile does, right? So potentially could do more damage, but they didn't really work that way in real life. But so you, in the terms of a Dominator, which allegedly is what it says in the game in terms of flavor text, it has jet-propelled slugs. They could speed up and do more damage the further away the target is. And then you can adjust that with accuracy, right? So it's not just a sniper rifle. Could be pretty fucking cool. Instead, we just got another stat stick. But yeah, like there's, you know, like there's weird quirks to different things in the game, and there's all different sorts of ways you can differentiate it. But at the end of the day, we're ending up more and more, like they have to go through and basically realign all these categories and make it so we have different effective weapons at different ranges. It adds character to the weapons themselves. It adds personality. It allows people to excel at ranges they want to, like, you know, fight at, and take different weapons based on it, instead of all looking at the DPS number and go, oh, does it have armor pen on it? Okay, check. What's the DPS on it? Okay, check. And in the case of Call of Duty, it basically comes down to what is the highest DPS and is the most stable. That's it. And it's stat sticks. We don't want stat sticks. Stat sticks are extremely boring, and that's kind of where the game's going. So when we look at assault rifles in the game right now, and you realize the assault rifles just are a stat stick, you're like, okay, it can do damage, but then you realize you could just do damage with a shotgun instead at basically medium or long range. Why would you take an assault rifle? You wouldn't. It comes down to DPS. It's a stat stick. So they can kind of do, like, they're like tweaking the DPS values, but at the end of the day, they're still in these weird categories where you don't see there's no reason to take them, right? They just don't appeal because they don't have an effective niche. They don't have gun differentiation. And it's really important in any game. It's really important so you don't normalize around the laser rifle. Everyone likes the laser rifle. Term I coined in Fortnite when everyone wanted every gun to be a laser rifle. You're using a SMG like an assault rifle. You're using a sniper rifle like an assault rifle. You're using an assault rifle like a sniper rifle. Everything ends up being a highly accurate weapon that delivers extreme amounts of DPS in a straight line. It's a laser rifle. They're all laser rifles. Everyone wants a laser rifle, but in reality they don't want it because the guns have 0 characteristics, and there's no reason. It's basically Fortnite is a shotgun and a sniper rifle, or a laser rifle. That's it. You have 2 weapons. You have the shotgun and you have a laser rifle. That's it. That's all the game is shotguns and laser rifles. So you want to avoid ending up in a scenario where all the guns are identical to each other. And we're actually gravitating towards a case where they're all identical to each other again. Your stat sticks, they're all stat sticks. And they're going to need to figure out what they want to do. One of the reasons they have problems balancing the assault rifles is because they're stat sticks, right? So, what are you going to do? Even the fucking crossbow is turning into a stat stick. Now they're a Ruptor. Alright, anyways. A Ruptor, the crowd favorite, that should have been nerfed on day 1 because you essentially had... we'll have to check out the crossbow, by the way. You had a grenade launcher, rocket launcher, shotgun, pistol, sniper rifle that you literally just shot the ground and killed 7 enemies with. Was insanely OP'ly broken, and it turned into a god tier weapon because people realized how broken it was. They didn't realize how broken it was, i.e. they know it's broken and it needs to be fixed. They realized it was broken and go, wow, this is so good, I want to use it. And then they did. And then we got stuck with a Ruptor meta in which now everyone wants the Ruptor to be this god tier weapon where they can literally just whip it out and shoot the ground and kill a shitload of stuff. That's dumb. That is absolutely dumb. And the original Ruptor, as it released when the game came out, when it came out with the Warbond, could have been a stratagem weapon. It was that powerful. And instead, you can also close bug holes and fabricators. Instead, Joel left it in the game for 2 weeks, 3 weeks before it got nerfed. And it needed to be nerfed. It needed to be nerfed a lot. The first day I used it, I said, this is OP as shit, and I stopped using it. A week later, no one was using it, so then I was like, well, I guess we're going to use it till it gets nerfed, because this should be nerfed already, and then we just started using it, and then it became, everyone was using it. And this became commonplace where everyone's using the Ruptor, because it's broken as shit. Because you could literally just shoot the ground and kills herds of enemies, you don't even need to hit the enemy. Oh, you can also snipe with it, by the way. You can hit herds of enemies and just kill them constantly over and over and over again. It's terrible. It's fucking broken as shit. And it got left in the game, and now every single time there's a thread about balancing, everyone's crying. Well, not everyone. There's a section of the thread, the Reddit thread, that is people crying about the Ruptor being nerfed. And they said it didn't need to be nerfed. It was exactly where it needed to be. Those guys are crutching on a absolutely broken god tier weapon. It was insanely broken. In my video covering the patch notes, like a month and a half ago, 2 months ago, I mentioned it was insanely, god-awfully broken. It was absolutely broken as shit. And for rightfully so. It was terrible. It was absolutely broken. And now people, because that power level, that power spike of the Ruptor got up there, people's expectations of what primary weapons should be got to the Ruptor. And the Ruptor was like no other weapon. And it still was decent after the nerfs. It's not like broken as shit anymore, but it was still decent. Reddit still bitches about it, that they want the Ruptor back because they want to be broken as shit. But people don't realize what they actually want. If this game became easy mode, you'd start cheating at it. People cheat at fucking everything, guys. If this game becomes easy, it loses all of its fun. This game is about being challenging. This is like Dark Souls. It is fun because it is challenging, because you work your way up to the top where, Reddit wants to nerf Helldive 9. They want to nerf Diff 9 because they're being assholes. You work your way up to the highest difficulty, and everyone wants things nerfed. They shouldn't want things nerfed, but they do. Yeah, they want Diff 9 to be easy. They won't say it that way, but they want it to be fucking easy. And the Ruptor is a stepping stone to doing that. You can play whatever difficulty you want. I don't care. I'm not going to make fun of you. But don't nerf the highest difficulty in the game because you want it easier, because you feel entitled to play on it. I think that's dumb. The Ruptor, though, allowed people to play much higher difficulties than they should have been able to, and when they got rid of it, they realized they sucked again, and they don't like that. People want things easy, and then when they realize that the game's easy, they quit because it's actually not fun anymore. Because It's not fun to gather samples in and of itself. This is not Diablo. This is not World of Warcraft. This is not an MMO where you actually, like go through the gear escalator. You go up the gear escalator to get to the top, and you just get slightly better and better and better gear. And it's not fun. Like that's the fun mechanic, like Borderlands. This is not about getting gear. So just gathering samples is not fun. What is fun is playing the game and having a challenge. Yesterday we played, and I was playing against bugs, and we had grasshoppers, beetles, and hunters in multiple games. I don't know what happened. It was like one, and all we were getting is grasshoppers, beetles, and hunters. There's nothing else. It was boring as fuck, and everyone was just like, you could see them just sitting there, like just throwing down their stratagems on top, and you just like literally watch like little beetles like try to crawl out, and they just die, and I'm sure they're clapping their hands there. It's boring. I left multiple games like that and started playing bots. That was absolutely boring as fuck. That is not fun. People will think it's fun and then realize that they're bored, and then they'll play something else because that's not fun. They can say what they want, but it's not fun. And the Ruptor is a stepping stone on the way. That if you have a pistol, you can literally just shoot the ground and kill like 8 units. The most I've ever killed with one Eruptor shot was 7. The game becomes unfun. That's a grenade launcher. That's a autocannon. I mean, the autocannon doesn't even kill. The explosion radius is not that big. So, do we want the Ruptor back? No. Eruptor was still viable when I last used it. And was it something I take constantly? No, because it's not my style of play, and I used it extensively when it was broken, and to make a point. Is this a stepping stone on the way back to the broken Eruptor? Maybe. That being said, the radius on the Ruptor is much smaller, so maybe it won't matter. But we might be back to just using like a grenade launcher, which is just walking around insta-killing shit, and that's dumb. But here we go. We have the Ruptor now has 570 damage per shot, which is pretty insane. Still depends on whether or not it can kill giant units. It can't, but it shouldn't be able to anyways. And the radius on it's going to be smaller, but I literally can probably just walk around and insta-kill shit again. So, Reddit wanted this. You could see it in multiple Reddit threads. Was Joel in his right mind to give this back to people? No. The Ruptor was insanely broken. We'll try this out, guys, and I'll go back to using this. I will 100% go back to using the Ruptor purely just out of spite to show how broken it is, and just use this gun extensively until it gets nerfed again. This is broken. Giving this back to the kids that had their candy and said this was super. It was in a great spot. It was in a great spot when it launched. It was so good, guys. It was so incredibly good. No, it wasn't. We'll use it just purely just to kill shit, just to show how broken it is until it gets nerfed again. Is it that place? I don't know. But I know what it was before, and it needed to be nerfed into the ground. Or not nerfed into the ground. It needed to be nerfed to a normal level, which it was. Is it in that place again? I don't know. We'll find out. We're going to try this, but this is not good. This is not what we want to see. I know all the kids on Reddit love to see this buffed, and they're going to get even more like pissed off if it gets nerfed again. But if we're back to old Eruptor, I don't know what to tell you. I'm just going to use it until it gets nerfed, and everyone's going to use it until it gets nerfed again. And then people are going to say, no, it was fine. It was fine. It was fine. Exactly what just happened. So hopefully this is not spinning the wheel, guys, and hopefully I'm going a little overboard here, but this is a prime example of people not knowing what they want, and I really hope this isn't what we were before. We'll see. We'll see, guys. We have to have our dad moment here because I think this is really important, so we don't just all end up using Eruptors until basically forever, because now we can't get them nerfed for a second time, right? So we'll find out. Diligence. Diligence is like the counter snipe, the bigger version of the Diligence, kind of works. In order to make the Diligence, could we use the counter snipe Diligence? In order to make the counter snipe Diligence work, it needs a bigger magazine. It needs more mags, much like the assault rifles do. And in my personal opinion, it needs a 3-round burst, and it would be perfect for a 3-round burst, but it doesn't have that. Because it's very chunky, and you just sit there popping shots, but you run out of ammo very fast on it. It's a DMR. As I mentioned before, you will not actually have, or we should not ever actually have sniper rifles as primaries. The reason for that is because they're stratagems. If you want to use a sniper, you take an AMR. That's the way it is, right? You should feel good about taking the next step up, and that's what stratagem weapons are. So, the Diligence itself just really sucked. Increased projectile damage against body parts by 10 to 25% durable. 10 to 25%. Am I going to take the Diligence? No. I don't think this is going to change shit. The Diligence is always just really kind of... It's like somewhere between an assault rifle and the counter snipe. And just not good at all. So... Maybe the Diligence needs fucking 3 shots. Maybe both of them need burst modes, by the way. Okay. Or you could go fancy, by the way, and give them like the AN94 treatment where it does 2-shot burst and the recoil happens after the second round. Lots of really cool stuff. We talked about, like, where we just talked about the gyrojet pistol, right? Lots of really cool shit in this game. And it's important to point out that there's a lot of real, if you're a firearm fanatic, firearm buff, you know, like someone that just like kind of likes military tech or just, you know, like stuff that's cool in general. The AN94 being the Russian assault rifle that allegedly was supposed to be, actually, I think it does, but it has a learning curve associated with it, depending on what you read. The AN94 is an assault rifle that fires 2 shots, one after another, but fires them so fast, so a 2-round burst, it fires them so fast, the second shot is when you feel the recoil from both shots, because while it's recoiling, it already fires a second shot, and you feel the recoil on the second shot. So it potentially can line up 2 shots, one after another, and increases the armor penetration of the weapon. Very cool idea. How well it works, I don't think it does, which is why they aren't anywhere. But very cool idea, right? Yeah. So they could do something like a AN94 treatment of the Diligence and the counter snipe, where it gives you a really hard recoil on the last round or the second round, right? But it does a lot more damage. Maybe, and you know, you can see the 2 rounds firing off or something. A lot of cool shit they can do with this. But either way, Diligence, still not going to use it. But let's just recap here, guys. Stuff that I'm actually interested in trying out here tonight. Sentries are still not something I'm going to use. They tried something with them. I don't think any of these are going to change at all. Minefields we covered extensively. This isn't going to change anything. They still suffer from the 3 issues, which I covered before, which is attrition, where they just blow up because you throw stratagems on them, so they can't effectively blow up stuff. The effective damage of an entire minefield is basically 1 Eagle airstrike, and it kills teammates. And the way around that is obviously increasing the radius, so either spreading the mines out over a bigger area, or increasing the same density over the same size, like a bigger area. So either spread out the current density over a bigger area, like 2 or 3x, or make so it's less prone to attrition damage and killing teammates, or you keep the same density and make it 3 times bigger. Once again, minefields have about the same cooldown as the Eagle airstrike. 3 Eagle airstrikes, you're going to take the 3 Eagle airstrikes. It doesn't even make sense. We covered the turrets. Turrets, once again, as a recap. Turrets need not only, even if they're invulnerable, have very limited usefulness because they run out of ammo very fast and they only do so much damage. And you have 1 turret for 3 Eagle airstrikes. You're going to take the Eagle airstrikes. What has offset this is, once again, giving you a bank of turrets, so you can have like turrets build up where it just keeps building up the units, and you can put them down as fast as you want. So it has like a rolling build-up where you have an inventory of turrets, and they just have like 2 or 3 or 4, however many you want, and it builds up, and then over time it just constantly replenishes them, right? And then switch to an RTS view when you put them down, so you can put them down in high places and give them not only a higher chance to stay alive, but also will make it so less likely to team kill. Especially fucking miniguns, machine gun turrets, less likely to team kill people. Which are very important things, and RTS kids love that shit. They clap so hard. That was much earlier. Gatling, very cool. We'll definitely be taking a look at this. Well, we already use this, and this looks like it's much better. This might become meta for me. Precision Strike might become a cool meta for me as well in exchange for 500 kgs. We'll see. Airburst, not usable. 110s might be very good. We'll take a look at that. Strafing Run might be decent against bots. We'll take a look at that. Grenade Launcher, HMG, Machine Gun. Grenade Launcher, not interested. HMG, depending on how this durable body part damage works, this mechanic works in the game, might be something good, but this also is on the Stalwart, so the Stalwart might just be the go-to. Might be the GOAT now. It depends on how the durable body part damage works and how this affects units. I don't know. Well, it remains to be seen. As well, this is 33%. The Stalwart, not only can you reload it while running, but also it has an extremely fast fire rate. So we might be using the Stalwart. Remains to be seen. Tenderizer might be decent. We'll have to look at the DPS in the game. Purifier still suffers from the fatigue from using the weapon, which needs to have an auto fire when reaching match charge, and it doesn't as an auto cannon. Eruptor might be broken, and regardless of all these changes, I will use the Eruptor until it gets nerfed to the ground just to make a point of how broken it is. So we'll see. Remains to be seen, because the radius did not increase. One of the biggest problems with the Eruptor was the size of the radius, but 570 damage per shot is a lot. That's an insane amount, and it has splash. So we'll see. Alright, moving on. Next topic. Durable body parts still does not make sense. We'll have to wait till we get in game to see how this functions. Other, updated recoil stance modifiers. We made a change to how recoil stance modifiers to make them more consistent and also reward being prone more. Almost all of them will improve your recoil, only 2 of them have been worse, and only by about 10%. See blog post for no detail in description. You really want me to look at the blog post? I don't want to look at the blog post. I don't care what your reasoning is. It depends on how they function in the game. And whether or not it makes it better. It's the same thing with Overwatch. I don't care about the blog post. Recoil stance modifiers. My guess is run and gun is going to be worse, and they want you to stand in place, crouch, or ADS. We'll see. Gameplay. They removed, so this is crowd favorites from Reddit, which is they're removing stuff. Modifiers, which were they were annoying, but they're intentionally annoying. That's the whole point for them, right? Removed a defense in addition to the scramblers missing now. Reduced strategy slots by 1. Reddit hated that. Disabled the retrieve personnel and defend event mission for the time being. The one mission you still can't do on Helldive, by the way, and I refuse to do, is the 15-minute retrieve essential personnel, because it's impossible. This we want to give a proper attention to, and care it deserves, now deemed not fun enough to perform it as we want. Yeah, 'cause I assume everyone skips it. I even skip it because it's not worth doing. So, yeah, sure, yep. That's been 2 months later. That should have been done a long time ago. Yeah, that's still impossible. Not impossible, extremely, extremely difficult. Super samples. Super samples now spawn on Diff 6. The reason for the change, we want to feel the existence of Diff 7 and force players to play on a hard difficulty. I am all for this game being accessible in terms of you playing on whatever difficulty you want. I did not know that there's people that cannot get super samples and are essentially locked to not being able to upgrade their ship. That's actually a problem. You should be able to do that. At the very least, you should have a conversion ratio between, you know, like greens to oranges and oranges to pinks, right? With like a 10-to-1 ratio or whatever, something that's kind of sucks, but you can eventually do it, right? And they don't really even have that in the game. So, like, you should be able to play on, like, Diff 2 and shouldn't feel like you need to play on Diff even 6. And that may sound extreme until you realize they gain a lot less samples, and it's just someone that's going to come to the table a lot slower. I'm not against catch-up mechanics like that, and I think having a conversion ratio is not actually, like, converting samples is not actually a bad deal. I don't think that's broken at all. And a 10-to-1 ratio means you'd have to have 100 greens to make 1 pink. That's pretty extreme. So eventually they're going to get pinks, but does it matter? Not really. I think that's actually, this is a good deal. This, for a lot of people, especially reading the posts, I think this is a big deal. I'm not against even, I'm not against, even if people are playing on Diff 2. Like, if people are going to feel the need to try and get Diff 9 nerfed to Diff 6 so they can play it, just give them fucking Diff 9 samples. That's how little I care about samples as a Diff 9 player. If you're going to take the fun out of Diff 9 just so you can get samples, don't do that. Like, just give the kids what they want. I really don't care. I don't care about super samples or getting it faster, as long as, like, titles would have been cooler on it, to be perfectly honest. Like, achievement-based titles that don't exist in the game. Performance achievement-based titles, not just achievement titles. Performance-based titles would actually be very cool. But they don't have that in the game. They also don't have an emote wheel in the game. I don't know why. They have all these cool emotes. You can only have one selected, and everyone just has one selected, and that's it. Why isn't there not an emote wheel? I don't know. Basic quality of life change, but at the very end of the day, 10-to-1 exchange rate for greens to oranges and 10-to-1 from oranges to pinks I think is even acceptable. People should be able to play whatever difficulty they want and eventually get to the end, because they should be able to. They played forever. Whatever. Let's see. Siege Artillery's stratagem is no longer blocked by stratagem jammers on ion storms and is available at the mission timer at the ends of the destroyer leaves orbit. Good. But is the SAM site also available? It should, and I've mentioned this multiple times. It became a Reddit thread, by the way, but I mentioned on my stream multiple times that they should be available after the timer, because it makes a lot of sense. It's an asset on the map, right? This is good. The Siege SAM site should also function after the... I don't know if it does already, by the way. The Siege SAM site should also function after... independently of orbit. And I also mentioned the radar dish should actually should be on every map. It should not function as like one of the 5 things. The radar dish should be every map. It should not function as one of the 5 things, and it should be revealed when you land. When you use the radar, it should give you the emplacements for all the fabricators, or the medium large nests and fabricator spots, bases. It should give it all to you. And the downside is it should have a stronger contingent around it that defends it, and it should be more of a side objective you want to do, because it helps you out tactically and strategically. So it's more of a team-based effort, just like the primary objectives are, to actually get it done. But the idea being is for people that want to complete the entire map, it becomes something that you really, especially with bug maps where you have like it obfuscates the entire map. Something like that becomes much more important, right? Because you can't find most of the nests. Well, some people can, which is kind of weird, but some people find all the nests all the time, which is very weird. We get some of those games. Very, very weird. Cheating. Anyways. This makes a lot of sense, but once again, I think radar should be revamped, and as I mentioned, as well as SAM Thief should still work. Enemies in melee range of the gates and evacuation high-value asset missions will now attack it more consistently instead of basically just sitting next to it. Yep. Added ability to chat from in-game menus and mission loading screens. I mentioned this on stream multiple times. Always ahead of the curve. Updated, actually, by the way, I also mentioned that really you should be able to play Stratagem Hero while you're in your pod, and they should go to a more interactive pod. Instead of seeing a flat 2D screen, you should see a 3D inside of your pod when you're inside of it. So when you go into the pod, you see yourself going down, and then you have a board that opens up, a pod that opens up in front of you. So you can actually see the inside of your pod while not only you're dropping in, but also while you're sitting there waiting. And also gives people the option of doing Stratagem Hero on the side. You can hear people doing it. Actually, very cool stuff. But that's, you know, like maybe next step. That require effort to do that, but I think that'd actually be more interactive and immersive, and honestly be more interesting. But you know, remains to be seen. Improve first-person crosshairs to improve readability. There's some crosshair fucks on Reddit that really get bent out of shape about crosshairs being kind of weird looking. I've never had an issue with crosshairs, so I don't know. I guess there's some people like that. Invite-only lobbies are now supported. They mentioned that new armor passive, Peak Physique, 50% melee damage and 30% weapon ergonomics, so it makes them more stable. This might be useful for things like, so this is actually very, very meaningful, by the way. This might be more useful for, a bitrate on not so low. Oh no, guys. Well, hopefully it doesn't turn to last night where all my bit rates went to shit, but we'll see. Anyways, this actually looks like one of the very few passives on armor that actually matters, because like the two that only matter to me, well, it's only one actually, is explosive resistance, which matters a lot for bots, and the other one is armor padding, which technically isn't really even a benefit or a buff. Yeah. Hey Dino, good evening. You love my vids. Oh, good. Glad you love my vids. Your name. Etc. But armor padding's the other one. I had two pieces of armor that I use is basically the light armor with explosive resistance on it, which is 50% reduction to explosive resistance. Very important for bots. The other one is armor padding, which I use against bugs, right? And that's pretty much it. There's really no other benefit that I actually use besides those two. So ergonomics is actually potentially a very, very useful weapon benefit. The reason for this is purely because it is you could use this for heavier weapons that have problems with recoil. One of the probably the most obvious ones being HMG, right? Has a lot of fucking recoil. It makes it very difficult to use. So this might actually be useful for that. Melee damage doesn't matter. It might be useful for that. And also melee damage needs to be revamped and more of a cleave and hits a little bit further away, so it's more consistent when you actually try to melee units. Not be more powerful, but rather more consistent with doing damage in the first place. But ergonomics, in terms of this, is actually something that really, really fucking matters for some weapons like the HMG. But the HMG also has useful issues with, purely like I mentioned, the skill, the weapon check when playing against Bile Titans. It really depends on how this, what was it called? Destructive durability. How the durability damage modifier, which almost seems like another type of armor pen, how the durability damage modifier plays out. I don't know what this means, and we'll have to see in game. He said he explained it more. I still don't understand what it means in terms of the game. We'll have to figure it out in game. But this might matter specifically with the two weapons that come to mind for this is the HMG, which I guess these are technically like, this is on the Rambo skins, right? So on the new Warbond, on the Rambo skins, on the HMG, and potentially the Knight has a shitload of recoil too. But as I mentioned, I'm pretty sure the issue is not with it's not with controlling the gun as much as it's with the hit reg. The hit reg issues the game has, and I don't think even if you're on target, it's not going to change the damage. The problem is not the ergonomics. It's not hitting the target. The problem is the hit registration with fast-firing weapons in general. So I don't really think this is going to change much of anything. Some weapons it may matter with, and once again, the two weapons I only have problems with is HMG and the Knight. And even then, the Knight you can pull down on and pretty easily keep it on target. So you just have to be ready for it. All right, moving along. Thanks, Dino. We're literally covering patch notes right now. And very extensive one. This is a really, really big patch. We haven't even gotten to the Warbond yet, and already 3 hours into the stream just talking about the patch notes. Extreme. All right. Let's see. Planet hazards. Spike planet. Spike planet that appears on certain planets has been reworked. The spike plant no longer causes bleed or stamina drain if hit by the plant explosion or spikes. So there's the little puffball plants. These are the little puffball plants. I didn't even know they explode. Yeah, but they do, and they hurt you. I didn't even realize that. It's not the little puffballs, but rather the spike balls. No longer causes bleed or stamina drain if the hit by the plant or explosion spikes, so making it less hurtful to play around these. Now pops 3 times, sending spikes everywhere, dealing increased damage. Okay. Fire tornadoes. Fire tornadoes have had... Speaking of which, learning about the man behind the curtain and how it irrationally makes some people angry. Fire tornadoes follow you. I knew that basically early on. I figured that out very early on. I didn't post it to Reddit. We talked about it on stream. Reddit found it out and then flipped out about it. They flipped out about the whole idea of Joel sitting there giggling to himself with the tornadoes following him around. Yeah, it's been like that for 2 months prior to that. They just figured it out and got flipped out about it. So, it's like one of those really weird things that, like, you think actually matters when in fact it doesn't really matter at all. But, yeah. Their behavior changes. They should no longer feel like they actively respond to player movement. They feel like they actively respond to player movement. So, Joel's not admitting to them following you around, but Joel is also admitting to changing their behavior. And should move more randomly. Okay. Alright, Joel. Well, if Fire Tornado Storm takes place, enemy vision is reduced. Player vision is unaffected. That's kind of weird. I don't know why they do that. Unless it basically already does that visually, and you just don't realize it. Fire Tornadoes being more random should result in more variance in situations where players find themselves in. Tornadoes are significantly less likely to pile up and overlap on interaction points or objectives, because they follow the players, and will generally be a bit easier to deal with. There's some places where basically the entire objective gets caked with it. They toned them down. The current Fire Tornadoes aren't as bad as they used to be. They were really bad when they launched, and literally I remember playing Frogger with that shit on like Diff 9, and it was, you couldn't find anywhere to stand. There's nowhere to fucking stand. That was once again very early on, and apparently Reddit just figured it out. Tremors. Tremors have had their spawning tweaked be more slightly and more random. I've never really had problems with tremors. They just kind of exist. They affect bugs too, so it's not really that big of a deal. Tremors have had their epic center size and effector range increased. By the way, it'd be kind of cool if they showed like the tremor hazard on the map where you can see the epicenter on your hand map. It'd actually be pretty sweet. These changes should result in more situations with enemies away from the player get stunned. More situations where enemies away from the player get stunned, as well as reducing how consistently the player has a tremor occur next to them. Okay. I never really had problems with tremors once again because it affects enemies too. Visibility. A lot of planets have had their fog amounts tweaked to be a bit less harsh and dense. Yep, we talked a bit about... It's not really the fact that you have your vision reduced on fog planets. By the way, they should add Predator vision to this game, and I've asked for it. No, it's not the same thing as Pilt's suggesting having slightly different HUDs for different helmets. Predator vision is where you can swap between EMI and thermal. And lo and behold, it became a Reddit thread when we've talked about it multiple times in my stream. EMI and thermal. If you've ever seen the Predator, either the games or the movies, it's actually really, really cool. And being able to access that with a ship upgrade would allow you the ability to deal with hazards that affect visibility. I think you should be able to. I think it's a really cool mechanic, and it could be implemented in a cool way in the game. Currently, there's nothing like that. Regardless of us being in the future, there's no thermal. Yeah, there's no thermal or EMI, so something where you can electromechanical interference, right? So you could see bots. There's no way of actually seeing that in the game. So, yeah. It would be very cool if they actually existed, because it would be a way of dealing with planets that have very poor visibility, and you could have very poor visibility, and it makes sense that bugs perceive stuff differently than humans do, and bots perceive stuff differently than humans do because they have different sensors, right? So, aligning perfectly with visibility on planets I don't think is even realistic, but there's no answer to it. There's no predator vision in the game. There's no way of dealing with planets with heavy fog by swiping to thermal instead, right? A lot of planets had their fog amounts tweaked to be less harsh and dense, to provide less fatigue from constantly fighting on planets with bad visibility. So the problem with the fog wasn't even the fact that there's fog. The problem is with the fog of bots being able to see you beyond the fog and being able to shoot you and you can't see them. That's a big deal. That's a problem. Yes, that was an issue, and Predator Vision would help deal with that. This is another way of dealing with that, but it was mainly that the bots could see you when you can't see them. So yeah, like that was the end of the day. That's kind of the takeaway there. We still intend there to be foggy planets with worse visibility, but the balance was a bit off. It was. Once again, a bigger part of the problem, though, is lack of alternate vision modes, such as thermal. And I do think that should be in the game. There should be predator vision modes in the game. You don't need to call it that, but I mean, it'd even be cool to actually upgrade them. That'd be a cool quality of life you could add to your ship, right? Just like a firing range should be on your ship with an upgrade, but it's not. Very cool, and it should be accessible by everyone, by the way. Everyone should be able to eventually be able to get them and use them, because I think they're honestly just really fucking sweet, but not added to the game yet. So, desert planets, highland planets, artificial light sources have their intensity rebalanced and reduced across the board to fix situations of lights completely blinding the player. So flashbang lights, which I immediately talked about the moment I saw them, which other streamers eventually started talking about as well, and shooting them out, which I started doing on day one, which you'll notice I no longer do, have been changed. Joel added flashbang lights to the game, which I mentioned were installed by bots. The bots actually installed the flashbang lights, and they're there as a way of fucking with Helldivers. You don't realize it, but the lights were actually installed by bots. Yeah. What I did was I actually found the setting that influenced the flashbanginess of the lights, and I turned it down to medium, and they no longer do it. So I guess they eventually fixed it. I just turned it off. I turned it off because it was so horrible that it made it difficult to play the game. I just turned it off. So I guess they fixed it, and I can turn that setting back up, but I actually I found the setting that affected the light sources, and I turned it down. I can even tell you guys what it is. Let's see. Find out, guys. One second. There is so much shit to cover here, guys. We're gonna be covering we're gonna be messing with shit for the next week at least, and that's not even the new war bond. There is so much shit here. Guys didn't know you can actually travel to Meridia. So what is the fabled feature? By the way, there's another one I've turned down, putting aside blur. I fucking hate post-processing. Let's see. I have object detail quality on low because this actually helps with your FPS a lot. Even though I have a 4090, there's something that the game really does not like. Also, having textures on ultra makes everything janky looking. I don't know why. Volumetric fog quality was the setting. I have it on low because it's the setting you can turn it down to furthest. It turns off the flashbang lights. Yeah, it's not even anything to do with the lighting. Like lighting quality, it is volumetric fog quality. Yep. Turn that down to low and it fixes the flashbang lights. Anti-aliasing because JEs are preferable to blurriness, by the way. And async compute actually lowers performance. Yeah. So only a couple settings I've turned down. This one right here turns out the flashbang lights. I don't know if I ever told anyone that. You assume people would just notice that they're off on my stream, but I guess no one did. Because no one shot them out in the first place when the game when they first came out. until later on after they saw me doing it. So, you know, there's that too. Yeah. Not even called anything relating to lighting. Crazy. A fucking 4-hour podcast, guys. Crazy. Still covering patch notes. Anyways, they finally fixed this. Good. It's something I legit turned down in the game because I felt it was too broken. I'll turn on esports mode if I have to deal with this shit because that's dumb. That was dumb. And they finally fixed it. So, hopefully no bot flashbang lights anymore. We'll see. Unexploded Hellbomb. The unexploded malfunctioning Hellbombs that can sometimes be found around planets will explode immediately if hit with strong explosions or heavy weaponry. But instantly explode. Oh, so they made them more likely to kill you. There isn't a case in which you want the Hellbombs to explode without a delay. As a Helldiver, there is no case in which you want Hellbombs to not have a delay when they explode. Like, you might think it's clutch or not, but you can always time it. And the only thing the delay ever helped with was helping you get away. This is actually a nerf to Helldivers, because you're not going to be the one accidentally hitting it and causing it to explode, killing you. Whether or not this is good or not, I guess it's something. It's just another hazard. Vegetation. Vegetation that's large enough to slow player now has an extra function. When inside the vegetation, Helldivers will be harder to detect, reducing their detection range by enemies. This effect stacks with other detection-reducing effects, such as nighttime, being crouched or prone. There's also armor. Yeah, scout armor passive. I mean, already, as it stands right now, the detection on mobs is very, very janky. And this could be just kind of break them. We'll have to see. We'll have to see how it goes, guys. Alright. Let's see. Now on to enemy nerfs, because Reddit won. Let's see. Enemies. Acid effect. The acid effect applied by hunters, bug mines, etc. now allows you to sprint while under the effect and slows you by 30% instead of 50%. Duration has been increased from 3 to 4 seconds. These changes are intended to make it less punishing for players to be slowed while fighting terminids, so as to use more in places without making the experience very punishing. For example, the bile spewers. I mean, bile spewers, if they spit on you, you die. So, there's poison, such as the hunters. So they're making Helldive easier for players that suck at it. If you get hit by the slow effects, by the way, part of dealing with the shit on the game is dodging or diving. So you as a player have to outmaneuver the bugs. So this is a nerf to the bugs, and because people were crying about CC effects. If you have problems with CC effects, you should use a shield, first off. And secondly, don't nerf my Helldive, and this is a nerf to my Helldive. Don't nerf my Helldive, Reddit. Go fucking play on Diff 7. You don't need to play on Diff 9. Don't nerf my Helldive. You don't need to play Diff 9. Go play Diff 7. Armored enemy balance. We have toned down the amount of heavily armored enemies like Bile Titans chargers on higher difficulties and instead spawn more hordes of smaller enemies. This does not work. If it's like last night where all we're getting is... This might have even been the start of it. If all we're getting is goddamn fucking grasshoppers, hunters, and beetles, I'm literally going to quit the game. There's no way I'm going to play on fucking... There's no way I'm playing on IGN fucking streamer mode because fucking fuckers on Reddit, instead of playing Diff 6, want to play on Diff 9. And QQ got everything nerfed. That's boring as fuck. We'll see. We'll see where things are going here, guys. But I'm just going to straight out say, if this is fucking Care Bear land now, I'm going to quit. There's nothing that I'll fucking go play gold tier in League of Legends and rage against people as opposed to play Care Bear land. This is not fun. If last night that we saw around 1 a.m. in which everything turned into, even with the corrosive bugs, all it was just like little shits. That was it. If this just turns into Care Bear land, because Helldive has to be accessible to people that can only play on Diff 6, I don't want to play this game anymore. There has to be a Diff 13, because I don't want to play Diff 9 anymore. We'll see. This is maybe I'm overreacting, guys. We'll see how this goes. Spawning hordes of smaller enemies. The difference should be quite noticeable, and the amount should be at least 30% less than before during the bug reaches. Last night there was shit. There was absolutely nothing. We have also toned down the slightly how many Hulks that spawn from automatons. There doesn't even seem to be like there's that many Hulks spawning, to be perfectly honest, for the last couple weeks. They constantly change bugs, by the way. They constantly change bugs and bots and the spawns and the composition of the spawns and how many units spawn. This has all been changing. It's not something they have to update the game to do. So they're just basically notifying us that they're changing it. And if it's too easy, once again, I'm going to quit. I don't care. It's not fun playing on farm mode where you just go pick up samples. That's dumb. And if you just sit there in a firing line throwing fucking cluster bombs on stuff, that's not fun. We'll see. Artez has eased up the demand of anti-tank weapons, and by having more of the enemies gives a better incentive for groups to bring stratagems, weapons that take care of hordes. So the benefit of this game was that you have to have multiple different weapons that are answers to multiple different threats, right? Like a Swiss Army knife. If this just turns into throw cluster bombs on bug holes, that's not fun. I don't know who finds that fun. That's like playing COD Zombies. You could just play COD Zombies. That's not why I'm playing this game. So Reddit may have won here. I don't know. We haven't played games yet tonight. Reddit may have won and made everything easy mode. And that's not fun. And once again, the reason you have certain weapons is because they do certain things. And they do certain things well, and that's what you have to use them against, right? It's a Swiss Army knife. If you could just use destructible body parts, if you can just use an assault rifle and kill big units, this game loses like a lot of its character. A lot of his personality is just gone immediately, because that was part of the difficulty of playing at higher levels, is literally just having stuff that actually works well. Maybe this is going to make this game fantastic. It's what people want, right? They're just going to play on Diff 9 and whip out their assault rifles and kill Biletines with it. Yeah, we'll see. We're getting more and more into Reddit winning here. I was on board with a lot of the buffs to the weapons, and now we're getting into let's make enemies easy. I don't know. Well, this is all theory so far because I haven't played the game. Patrol spawning bags now worked before 1.3 with some slight tweaks to levels that are less empty if you feel far away from important locations with enemy presence. So they nerf patrol spawns. This is different, by the way. I mentioned this the other night when people were talking about it because it wasn't clear on what it was affecting. This is not the number of spawns for... this is not the number of spawns in comparison to the number of people in your group. The scaling. This is not scaling. This is number of unit patrols. So they might have also nerfed patrols, which, by the way, they've changed this constantly over time. This has not been set in stone. But they're notifying us again, once again, that they're changing how many patrols we're going to run into are just going to be less. I don't know. Stunning. Medium and large size enemies now don't get stunned as easily. This will not affect stratagems that stun and will mostly just affect the pummeler that can stun larger enemies. Once again, there's an entire classification of weapons, if you guys didn't know, that can stun enemies. Pummeler, Liberated Concussive, Punisher Shotgun, the Blitzer. There's a lot of guns with stun mechanics on them, and those are very good at crowd control. So this is just going to... Apparently the Pummeler was too OP at stunning units, and now they changed that. But for some strange reason, didn't nerf the Pummeler, because people don't want to see it as a nerf. They just nerfed the stunning mechanic. So Reddit can't say it's a nerf, because it technically was a buff to the enemies. It's not a nerf to the guns. We're to playing games, guys. We're back to playing games. Okay. Enemies. I don't know why Terminids are in a separate category now when the enemies are Terminids. Okay. Terminids, Bile Spewers, and Nursing Spewers. Spewers will now get slowed if they lose their legs, as they should. Spewer Puke now applies the acid effect. So it's different. I guess this is slow. I mean, Spewers, if they spew on you, are almost always going to kill you. Yeah. Like, if you get spit on by a Bile Spewer or a Nursing Spewer, you're most likely dead anyways. But I guess there's some cases where you survive it. So now you actually get slowed by them as well, instead of just taking a shitload of damage, which actually makes it easier for them to land successive shots on you. So they might actually be more likely to kill you. Spear Puke can now only damage Helldivers up to four times per second, and the Helldiver cannot take damage multiple times from the same projectile. This should reduce instances where you're instantly killed by it. This is also probably applies to the flamethrower, by the way. This is a bug fix. This probably also applies to the flamethrower from the Hulks, which instantly kill you. It's the same thing. It's actually shooting... It looks like fire, but a stream of fire is actually just multiple projectiles. So this probably actually is the same thing with the fire projectiles from the Hulks, and maybe we'll see it later down here. Biotine. The Biotine's head is slightly more durable against weaker anti-tank weapons. It's not a large change, and will mostly matter for weapons like the railgun. The railgun got a nerf? Oh, buddy. What is going on here? The railgun needs a buff, by the way, and we've talked about ways the railgun needs to be buffed, which it doesn't need to be the original railgun, but the problem with the railgun right now is you have to reach 95%. We went through a whole thing here where Reddit was clapping their hands when it was free, talking about how amazing it against bots, and we tried it. It was horrible. It was absolutely horrible, which I already tried it before. After the buff before, it's still bad. You have to get to 95% charge. You risk blowing it up at the same time. The amount of time it takes to get between 0 and 100% safe charge is like 1 second. The amount of time from safe charge to explode is 2 seconds. So the overall, where it used to take 1 second, you could fire off a shot every second. That would do a lot of damage and not risk blowing up. You now have to take the 2.5 seconds-ish, and you risk blowing up the railgun, and you can't do that in the middle of combat. It's too hard to line the moon, star, and sun. You have to have a lot of planets aligned to make it, and then land the shot on the bobbing head of the Hulk. There's a lot of things that need to line up when you could just use an autocannon. A lot of things that need to line up, or a laser cannon. A lot of things that need to line up for you to actually use the railgun and do it. The buff to the railgun should be it takes only to 80% to give you the full pen, armor pen. It only takes 80% to give you the full charge. The last 20% is buffer, so you don't kill yourself. And then it makes it charge 2 times as fast. And it should be a linear charge too. Instead of having a slowdown charge at the end, it should be a linear charge. So it's easier to read. Yeah. The railgun as it currently stands right now is unusable. And didn't need a nerf, but I guess it needed a nerf. So weaker anti-tank weapons, it must include like maybe EATs and quasars. I'd say EATs and quasars are kind of like a step above railgun, right? But recoilless, for instance, needs to be buffed as well. EATs need to be buffed as well, because against quasar, you could get 4 shots with the quasar for the same amount of time as 2 EATs. It's not even comparable, and they're always on your back. You don't need to call them in. EAT should drop with 3 or 4 per cartridge. That seems like a lot until you realize effectively how much ammo efficiency you can get with other weapons. A quasar, the recoilless even, if you pick up ammo with it. Recoilless should give you 2 shots per reload, and there's graphically ways they can do that to make it not look janky. Should give you 2 shots per reload because it's not really that effective, and that would make well, it is effective. It just takes forever to reload the damn thing, and you could use EAT or quasar instead. It'd give it a niche, and it also double the amount of ammo you have and make it much more usable, right? But I don't know. It remains to be seen if this affects the quasar. They specifically mentioned the railgun, but I can only think of one gun that falls into this category, and that's the railgun. So unless this includes EATs and quasars, remains to be seen. We might cover the developer blog tomorrow. We aren't going to look at that today. There's too much to cover today. I might not even get a chance to play at the rate we're going because we haven't covered the Warbond yet. Biotyrant's puke can not only damage the Helldiver 4 times per second. Yeah, we just covered this. Charger Behemoth. The Charger Behemoth is now joining the battle on higher difficulties. It can now take more damage than before. This enables us to spawn fewer chargers, but still retain the difficulty. I don't know if the Behemoth is the one with the blade head, because there's the blade head one, but I thought the blade head was a lower difficulty version of the charger, right? The blade head is one that has a head like this, and then the normal charger has the head like this, right? I thought the blade head was, I don't know, maybe the Behemoth is just a brand new unit. We'll say it once again. This enables us to spawn fewer chargers, but retain the difficulty. The reason that they had to spawn more chargers is because Reddit won, and you didn't have to spend more time killing chargers in the first place. So, yeah. Chargers will now only show bleed out effect from the body if the bleed out state has started. It can still show bleed out effects from the mouth without having started the bleed out state. Okay. That's weird. I thought always when I was breathing blood or yellow goo that it was bleeding out. I guess that is definitely not intuitive at all. Alright. Automatons. Hulk Scorcher. Okay, so here we have the Hulk. Hulk Flamethrower now does less damage. It cannot damage Helldivers more than 4 times. It's exactly the same treatment. Once again, the Flamethrower is not a flame. It's not a beam of flame. it is multiple projectiles. So, and that's why you died so fast. You got hit by the same projectile, and it must be movement projection kept you in the flame for multiple hits. Should reduce instances where you're instantly killed by it, so they figured that out. That was probably a netcode blunder right there. Automaton tanks. The tank armor value on the front has been lowered to be the same as non-vent sections of the rear tank. The intent being initially was supposed to be more armored in the front, but the visual language did not show that. It didn't. They just nerfed the tanks. Tanks aren't really... Tanks are, like, easier to kill than Hulks. They're just basically standing in place and you have to spin around the turret, right? I guess. Vent on the initiative tank turrets. The vent on the back of the tank turrets has the same armor value as before, but will check explosion directions correctly now. I guess it didn't? That's weird. So maybe it wasn't checking the angle of projectiles, because you can hit vents from like an off angle. That might be what it's talking about. The damage of exploding automaton jump packs, the kamikazes have been decreased by 50%. It'll still set you on fire though. Yeah, but that's skill. That's a skill issue. You jump away from those guys to stop from dying from them. So I never had problems with them. You just try to kill them instantly when you see them, or you jump away. And if they land by you, you jump away then kill them. Right? It is a blade-headed one. The blade-headed one is considered a mini-boss, so that'll be the enemy. I just always found that... So, if you guys are curious, the one place that you can actually see it, right, is the evacuation mission. So, I've seen it because at the evacuation mission where you have to get the civilians, not the 15-minute one, the 40-minute one, when you go to the base, there's a static spawn, and it usually spawns multiple for some strange reason. They're always broken and sitting in one spot. There's static spawns next to the door, and they're sitting there just AFK. And you go and shoot them. They have the blade head there. You just go and shoot them and pop the head. And it's basically the same thing as a charger. It was encountered in lower levels because it is a mini-boss. So it's a mini-boss for lower levels, but at Helldive it's not really a mini-boss. Okay. But now it is a mini-boss. So I guess they're just reusing it? Which makes sense, because you don't, just like Save the Flag, you don't actually see them. Right? Yeah. Good stuff. Make sure that got spammed. Got caught. It did. Okay. Alright, well that's good to know. Yeah. So they're basically reusing a mini-boss, which technically you don't see on Helldive, but the only reason I know it exists on Helldive was because it was a static spawn that's broken. I guess now are actually a unit that are going to be viable on Helldive, well, viable against enemies on Helldive. Helldivers against Helldivers. Okay, interesting. Lots to cover here, guys. This is something. Normally I talk about patch notes extensively. This is why we play Helldivers, is because there's a lot going on here. Some of it's good. We'll have to see, like, the biggest ones here that might be just kind of a death knell for this game is A, they reduced kind of the unit composition and made it might be easy mode now, and B is the durable body part damage, which I don't know how that functions yet. Because it makes, if it functions as a way of killing big units, it actually is extremely OP. We'll see though. The jetpack guys, once again, I don't think this is an issue. This is a skill issue, and once again, don't nerf my Helldive if you can only play at Diff 7. I don't care. Just don't try to get Diff 9 nerfed. The exploding jump pack guys, I had no problems with. It sucks when you die to them, but you know it once you played enough, you know what to look for, and you don't shoot them if they get near you, and then you dive away and then shoot them, so you don't die to it. I had no problems with the jump pack guys. They shouldn't have been nerfed. That was a skill issue. Your trigger, not sensitivity, but, you know, just stopping from killing yourself is actually important, right? So, yeah, you should just not shoot the enemies and then dive away and then shoot them, because they don't do much damage at all, and they don't really kill you. They only kill you by killing them, so not really an issue with it. Supply lines and origin of attacks. Okay, supply lines, we talked about this at the beginning of the stream, and I will, each time it's been mentioned. Should supply lines have been in the game when the game launched? Yes, they should have. Is it going to change much now that they're in the game? Not really. The reason for that is people are going to do whatever the fuck they want, and is it helpful? Yeah. Should have been there? Yeah. Are people still going to care? Not really. They're going to still play bots or bugs and go whatever planet they want. I don't think that really mattered much, and for the people that it did matter, they went and looked at the map. Still should have been there, though. Supply lines were previously not shown on the galactic map. to reduce clutter and improve readability. However, based on the feedback from our community, we have made an implementation to show them on the map. They should have. This solution is to try to maintain general readability while still exposing the system to players in the game. I actually like the cards from the original game more than the post-update. We only saw that because I launched the game already. I actually thought the older cards were better, but there's now lines, so now you can see where the attacks are coming from or where you have to go. Is it going to matter that much? I don't think so, as it should have been there, yes. You'll now be able to see the planet where an attack is originating from, potentially allowing for the community to stop attack at its source. Okay. So I guess, you know, if you want to rally, I don't think there's any problem with that. I don't think it's going to change much, though. They've also updated the visuals for, in the sector, planet info pop-ups. The cards I was just talking about, I think the old cards were better and more readable and easier to see. I guess, just another way of doing stuff. UE guy's going to make UE stuff. The orbital changes are pretty good, and we already covered that earlier. I postulated that the... well, some of them don't matter, but the barrage, which I already extensively used as a third stratagem when I take the autocannon, already decent to begin with, and it might actually just be really good now, but you're competing against Eagle Airstrikes. At the end of the day, the baseline is the Eagle Airstrike. So what can you do with an Eagle Airstrike, right? At the end of the day. And that's what you're competing against. So even if they're good now as a viable alternative, you're still competing against Eagle Airstrike, and there's a lot going on there. Fixes! The spear targeting has been reworked and should now function much better. Oh my god, Reddit can stop bitching. Do I really care? Actually, I think one of the reasons that people bitch so much about the spear, putting aside people just getting hung up on things that really don't matter, like Helldivers was not unplayable despite the spear not being usable. I think one of the reasons people got so hung up on the spear is because when it actually hit, the damage from the spear is actually very good, and it can one-shot a Biletine. Also, mixed with it, is the fact that it's low skill cap weapon, meaning there's no finesse. You don't have to aim for the body part, it auto-locks, right? So it actually, the people that it actually appealed to felt as though they were being cheated out of something that they actually needed to win the game. And that's the only reason I can postulate that people cared so much about the spear. It was a cool weapon. I stopped using it when I got an 80% rejection rate, meaning 80% of every time I tried to lock to a unit, it would go like this, and then it would unlock. I even had cases where it'd lock on, get green, get a tone, and I'd fire. I'd hammer my mouse, and it still would not fire. It'd unlock. And that's when I stopped using the spear. And, like, I wanted to try it for a little bit just to see if it worked. It did not. You know, putting aside the fact that the spear, you know, shouldn't have been launched in its current state because it is broken, don't get me wrong. I think one of the reasons that people complain so much about the spear is because it requires 0 skill to use. Well, I will say that there is some skill with killing chargers if you know what to look for. Because you can kill chargers, but it becomes more difficult because you have to time it properly so you don't overshoot the target, right? So there is some skill with that, but killing Biletines, not really. I think the only reason, and the spear the damage is very good once again. I think the only reason it got so much hate is because, once again, people felt cheated out of a weapon they needed to do to perform. The same thing with the Ruptor. I'm going to use the Ruptor till the end of the time if it's broken again to make a point. I don't care if there's other guns in the game. We will use it because it's so broken. Reddit should not get their training wheels to play on Diff 9. You can play at whatever difficulty you want. I have no problems with that. But I am limited to playing on Diff 9. I can't play Diff 13. Joel has not made Diff 13 for me. So if you nerf Diff 9, I have nothing that I find fun. I don't care if you feel entitled to play on Diff 9. I can't have fun anymore. So, regardless, you have 8 difficulty levels you can play on. I have 1, and that's it. The game is too easy if I can't play on Diff 9. You might go, oh, no, good player problems or whatever, but that's the thing. There's 9 difficulty levels in this game. I have no problems with whatever difficulty you play on. I'm not going to make fun of you. I don't, you can play whatever you want to play on to have fun. I can only play Diff 9 to have fun. If Reddit nerfs Diff 9, they take away not only my fun, but everyone else that plays on Diff 9 to have a fun time. Like, that's challenging. It's hard. So, and you might go, lol, you're full of shit. You can watch any of my streams. You can watch where I fucking kill 5 Biletines with 500 kg. And, well, meanwhile, Reddit goes and bitches about the 500 kgs not having a big enough radius. It's literally a skill issue. And, like I said, you can play on whatever difficulty you want. I will not make fun of you. I do agree that it was definitely a shame that people were locked and unable to upgrade their ships because they couldn't get super samples. I said there still could be a conversion ratio. It should be 10 to 1, you know, at the very least. So 10 greens to 1 orange and 10 oranges to 1 pink. Eventually you'll get there, but, you know, it's an answer for people that can only play Diff 2 or whatever, right? I have no problems. You play whatever difficulty you want. You nerf my Diff 9, I can't play the game anymore because it's not fun. The only reason I'm still playing this game, guys, I'm not a PvE player. The only reason I play is not for gathering samples and thinking about the kids. It's because it's fun and challenging, and I need that. So, anyways, just kind of a segue here. We covered that earlier, but this is a super long. This is going up on Reddit, by the way. This is a fucking... We're going on 4 hours here just covering patch notes. That's top-tier shit. But if the game is too easy, I'm going to quit. It's just the way it is, because it's not fun for me to play. And I think there's 100%. There's 100% people that, you know, that are in the same boat. That I literally host games, and it's stream snipers or Joel. I don't know what the fuck it is, but I get fucking SEAL Team 6 in my games. The map is cleared. We're playing 40-minute missions on Helldive. The map is cleared in 8 minutes. I have nothing to do except lay on the ground. What am I supposed to do? There's nothing. I can't do anything. What am I supposed to do anymore? That's why I don't host my games anymore, because it attracts basically apparently good players or something, and then I also get people that hug my dick. They literally just walk around holding my hand, and I'm not for that. I love going out and doing my random shit, and then coming help the team when it needs it. But if they want to turn this into Bullet Sponge Simulator, where we all stand in a line and throw cluster bombs on like grasshoppers, hunters, and beetles, which it kind of sounds like it might be, which we kind of had last night, because I mentioned before, they don't need to update the game to change the spawns and all that shit in the background. That's a manifest you get when you launch the game or launch a map. I don't know which it is. All the stuff they can do in the background. Cover that extensively. I need a fucking multiple TLDRs. We're gonna go through this shit, guys. But if you nerf that and you're just standing around throwing cluster bombs on bug holes and just stand there like lollygagging, that's not fun. That's not fun at all. And I really hope this game doesn't turn into that. I don't know. We're still in the mystery box phase. We are in Schrodinger's Joel notes right now, which is it could be good, it could be bad. I kind of like what they did with the stratagems and stuff, and we covered why some of the stuff isn't going to matter at all. But if they just nerf the enemies to the ground, what am I going to do? Where's my Diff 13? And then people on Reddit are going to bitch about wanting to play Diff 13. Why can't I play Diff 13, guys? Oh my god, the whole reason Chargers got nerfed, now we got a supercharger. Nothing related to Tesla, by the way. One of the reasons we have superchargers now is because Reddit got the head nerfed on them, and now we need to have 3 chargers to do the same thing. Autocannon takes finesse to use against bugs. Quasar does not. I can literally deal with fucking 3 chargers charging on me and 2 Bile Titans all day long with Quasar, because they just bop the face, run away, do little zigzags, kite them around, which you guys will see, and you have seen if you watch my stream. And because I can bop the face now. Before, when you shot the leg armor off, you'd have to do 2 passes with each charger, which you could still fuck up the shot, right? And that was a problem. It actually posed a risk. Now we have supercharger because the regular charger got nerfed by Reddit, where we had people crying about... we had fuckers that were playing Diff 6 that encounter their first charger, and it massacres their entire squad because they can't kill it with an LMG. Occasionally, I'll still run into fuckers in Diff 9 that are using Incendiary Breaker to try and kill Bile Titans. And they go to Reddit and talk about how Bile Titans need to be nerfed so you can kill them with any gun. And you're just like, fucker, dude, go play Diff 7. Literally, what are you doing? What are you doing here? Why are you doing it? Why are you inflicting pain on yourself? And then you go to Reddit and get Joel to nerf shit for you. Why? Just go play Diff 6. You don't need to be on Diff 9. Go play Diff 6. Get out of my game. But you legit will run into... Also, if you are playing on higher than Diff 7, remap your stratagem keys. I mean, the game is kind of faulting you for the first place for not remapping your stratagem keys and getting you into WASDA. But I still forget about that on occasion when people ask for tips. You rebind your stratagem keys so you can type while moving. That's like a default thing. Occasionally you'll still run into someone that literally sits there and stops moving to type in macros or type in keys, and then they use a macro because they don't realize they can rebind their stratagem keys. But that's a different topic, and honestly, it's just not really. 500 kgs are made for Bile Titans. Yeah, it's a Swiss Army knife. You have a bunch of different things in the game, a bunch of different tools, and you have to be the Swiss Army knife that uses the tools for the job, right? That's part of the game. There shouldn't be a button you just push that does everything. And Reddit wants the button you push that does everything, and we have to keep Reddit from getting the button they push to do everything. because then it takes away the fun from the game. And you can say what you want about it just being a skill or a weapon check or something. It is, and you have to use the weapon, and it's your job to figure out what weapon to use to do it, right? And that's part of the game. If this is another COD Zombies where they just run at you in a straight line and you just sit in a firing line and you pull the trigger, it's not fun. I quit. It's just I'm not trying to be facetious. It's just not challenging anymore. So why would I play it? There's nothing there. Some people want to turn off their brain and play that shit, but this game is more in line with Dark Souls than it does with COD Zombies. And just like the Destiny fucks that come in here and they're like, let's make this game like Destiny and add PvP and shit. You get those guys in here and then let's make it a progression-based game with a gear escalator. You'll get them in here. It's not. It's more in line with Dark Souls where you have to figure out the way to kill the boss and stop from dying, right? And there's multiple different bosses in the game you have to deal with. It's part of the game. That's why it's fun. That's why it's enjoyable. That's why I'm still playing it. As someone that's not into PvE games, it's the reason I'm playing the game. Anyways, moving along here. Once again, this is a tangent off the spear bit here, where I think one of the reasons that people are so bent out of shape still about the spear is because there's people that can't actually use a recoilless EAT Quasar and hit shots, and they feel they're cheated out of a weapon that can actually help them win. And that's the only reason I can postulate that people still care so much about the spear. Is it nice? Should it have been launched with the spear broken? Not really. But do I ever really... fuck, I can't play Helldivers 2 because the spear is broken. No. But some people are in that case, so... we'll see. Anyways, moving on here, guys. Multiple times I've mentioned this, and because it's a trend and I can see it happening after Charger. Remember, RIP Charger, by the way. Remember the old Charger is Reddit nerfing Helldives to make them accessible to players that suck, and don't do that. There's 9 difficulty levels. Play what you want. End of the day, takeaway. Anyways, moving along. Intense heat and extreme cold environmental modifiers will now affect the Quasar cannon's reload speed and will now show correctly in the HUD. Okay, so this is like they're adding the energy weapon effects to weapons. So if you guys know, like the sickle, for instance, God forbid you ever touch the scythe. The sickle, kind of like a better assault rifle, which still has not been differentiated enough. I really wish they'd played the heat mechanic better. Instead of just giving you more mags, they play it like they talked about fixing that, and they didn't. It's still kind of a shitty assault rifle. It doesn't give you like a logarithmic curve where if you stop firing, it will like slowly drain and then it'll speed up, right? Like a logarithmic curve. Instead, it's still just kind of linear, and you stop firing, and if it just happens to be at the right moment, it does. If it doesn't, then you use a mag. So you can't really play around the energy mechanic. Looks like the Quasar, they are trying to make it so less reliable on the Quasar. Quasar, I feel, is where it really should be for weapons to use against enemies, because it needed the nerf, by the way, but it's still effective. It's still things that people take, and I guess they want to further nerf it. Reload speed on hot planets, 2.5 seconds. Reload speed on cold planets, negative 2.5. Oh, so it was actually affecting this, and they changed it. Okay, so the reload speed wasn't showing properly. This is a UE fix. Okay. So I guess that was affecting it anyways, and I just didn't realize it, and it's just sat there. I mean, it makes perfect sense now. I didn't realize it was even a thing, so... yeah. A radar pulse that detects enemies on the minimap is now visible. Okay, so when you're sitting there holding the map open, you can see that now. Good. Most of the automaton weapons have gotten tighter limits on how much the projectile they can shoot that can deviate from its weapon muzzle angle. Well, this means a situation where Devastator shoots sideways, and similar should now be fixed. I mean, I've fucking seen Bile Titans shoot I've seen Bile Titans do 90-degree sprays where their head's aiming here and it shoots out sideways. I've seen Bile Titans go poltergeist and literally spit underneath them. It's only happened once, but I literally seen their head like spit underneath them and shoot me when I'm running out their backside. Actually, this happened, and I should have clipped it. That's definitely something big. But okay. So they adhere more to where the unit's aiming. Weapon of exosuits are now allowed small adjustments in the angle they fire the projectile versus their muzzle angle. Should make their weapon more accurate. So this is a problem with the bug fix that broke the missiles on the Patriot, right? Which even if they hit, there's still a problem. Ballistic shield now collides with grenades. Okay. The unblock button should no longer disappear on the social menu. Block players can... so this is social fixes for some people that really wanted them. Fixed a bug where enemies killed, missions played, and missions completed stats would not properly displayed in Armory. Fixed issue where player can throw unlimited amount of grenades by pressing quick, so the grenade spam's fixed. Don't exploit, guys. I just leave lobbies with exploiters because I can't kick them because I'm not in it. Don't do that. But they had to fix it, as they have to fix with most cheats. Fix some text overlap in various locations. The burning effect applied to the player when in combat. Walker dies is now a normal burn. And is that you should be able to escape it alive. It'll still be on fire, so hit the ground. Okay. Interesting. Extraction shuttle can no longer take damage preventing extraction. New high-grade materials directly from Super Earth R&D. Okay. Weird bug that's been in the game since the game launched. Very, very, very sporadic and extremely, extremely rare. It's not always when it's on fire, too, or blown up. It's still sometimes it'll just extract you anyways. Lots of times it'll just extract you. You can now navigate super credit menus with WASD. Fix an issue where sample count and missions were incorrectly displayed. Ship's bridge is no longer cast in perpetual darkness. I thought that was just a lighting choice. Yeah. I'll have to change. Well, let's just see if they got with their flashbang lights, which is volumetric fog. We've talked about it before. Volumetric fog change. Reduce situation in blue stratagems with bounce and placed next to a detector tower. Cool. There's a couple of these that still exist in the game. There's areas where you just bounce stuff. A lot of these bug fixes, by the way, are things I've encountered. Where if you like play Overwatch, for instance, you'll have a bunch of bug fixes and realize that almost none of them you've seen. A lot of these I've actually seen. So, yeah. More metal cap is now displayed in the UE. Okay. Once again, like, you know how we were talking about how things are being accessible in terms of super samples, which I'm not against, by the way, and having a conversion ratio? I want to just be able to give out my samples, to be perfectly honest. If I'm in a ship, I should be able to give people my samples. And my medals. I guess maybe medals wouldn't make sense, but I should be able to give people my samples. Like, I can hand them out like candy right now, and I wouldn't be against just giving everyone medals or samples. You just, have all my super samples, I don't care. It's always capped. You know, having played on Helldive, guys, since like day 5 when I first started playing it, I guess. I played on like day 2 and we got the Helldive on like day 5. Having been playing since then, I've never had issues with pink samples. It's always been capped on greens. I've always ran into issues with greens. People always, you can tell what like difficulty people are playing on. People say like oranges, but it's always, for me, it's always been greens. There's always ran into commons. Where's my emote wheel? Joel. We've talked about this, Joel. You know, good quality of life for all those emotes you have? An emote wheel. So I don't have to pick just one, you know? Where's my emote wheel? I legitimately thought there was gonna be an emote wheel in this patch. Fixed an issue where Helldivers can be launched in the air if close to Biotine or factory Strider corpse. Okay. By the way, I don't think there's any nerfs in here. The only, like, there's like 2 nerfs, and you have like one of them just like misconstrued in a way. What is it? Not Quasar. Fucking railgun. Biotine to the head. Yeah, it's like one of the only nerfs in the game. The other one is something they thought was going to be nerfed. There's no 110s. There's no way the 110s are nerfed. But apparently some people might read it that way because the damage is reduced on them. So I don't know. Something we're going to play around with too. There is a lot going on here. We haven't gotten to the Warbond, guys. Fuck, maybe we'll do the Warbond tomorrow. I want to do the blog tomorrow. Holy shit. I needed to get on like 4 hours earlier today. Maybe I should have looked at the patch notes. I was actually doing other work, like work that matters. Just consumes time and doesn't really give a monetary value back. Real job stuff earlier. Defend event, attack origin, all be visualized while hovering the planet with the defend event or attack origin planet. Okay. Ah. Uh-oh, the known issues that Reddit can go and bitch about forever now. Can't wait. There should literally just be, like, when you see someone bitching, you should just copy-paste the known issues under it and see if you get upvotes for it. Just copy-paste the block of text right here into a Reddit post and see if you just get upvotes. You can farm karma just by copy-pasting the known issues. Spear is still not fixed. Here, let's just copy-paste this, make a new thread. Hey guys, look at the stuff that's still not fixed. I can't play Helldivers now. This... Holy fuck. Reddit's a meme. Lots of social stuff. UE social stuff. Spear targeting is unable to target automaton spawners. Okay. Fabricators? Arc weapons sometimes shoot below crosshair. Excuse me. Arc weapons sometimes behave inconsistently and sometimes misfire. I used the Tickler for a while. The Tickler, which the Blitzer, by the way, as it's called. The Tickler does have issues where enemies get too close to you and you shoot through them. And I haven't used the Arc Thrower because it's like a brain dead. Like I don't like using it. It's just very, very mind numbing to use it. But the Tickler I'll occasionally use, and there's definitely cases where it shoots through enemies, even when they're right in front of you and crosshairs on them. I assume that's what it pertains to. Most weapons shoot below the crosshair when aiming down the sights. Oh no! Scopes misaligned, bros, unite! Stratagem beam might attach itself to an enemy but will deploy in its original location. I hope that's never changed. I'm not a big fan of having fucking hunters follow me around with a 500 kg on them. That's really... I guess as Joel likes his giggles, right? Joel, the Magicka developers, they like their giggles. So maybe they want you to die to misaligned stratagems. I think it's a really stupid mechanic. Helldiver might be unable to stand up when crouching when surrounded by enemies. This I actually think should be an intentional mechanic in the game. If you have so many people around you, enemies around you, which I occasionally do, that you can't stand up, that's an indication that they're on top of you, which they would happen in real life. And I think, you know, at some points you should actually die in the game. I'm not actually against it being a mechanic. It's frustrating at the time, but it makes sense. Do you think the go-to loadouts have changed in general for bots versus bugs? I've been using the same strats as always, but trying to tenderizer bots and adjudicator on bugs. You can't target structures now with... a guy in my group couldn't target turret with a spear. Yeah. I haven't seen the bugs yet. We haven't played the game yet, guys. This is completely virgin. I am literally here for going on 4 hours now, talking about patch notes. Yeah. Still covering the patch notes. We haven't even covered the War Bond. Maybe I should just go to the War Bond right away. Like, War Bond's one of these things where I'm going to have to try out stuff. I'm not really big into, like, releasing videos specifically on the War Bond. The reason for that is because War Bonds are just new stuff, and oftentimes it's kind of It's not really the meat and potatoes is what we're reading right now. This is the stuff that really matters. We'll see. As far as loadout goes, everything is in flux right now until I play the game and get an idea of some of the... We're going to go on the TLDR here in a second after I cover the the fixes here and the issues. Bile Titan sometimes does not take damage to the head. It's not just Bile Titans, it's also Chargers. And I'm pretty sure this is a netcode issue, a desync issue. And we've seen in cases where you shoot through the head on Chargers and Bile Titans and hit the body behind it. And that is, my opinion, is because the game uses peer-to-peer, not just peer-to-peer, it uses mesh peer-to-peer, meaning the game always has multiple hosts. Obviously, you have the one guy that's in control, but everyone's computer is doing part of the workload. You can see this when people chaotically disconnect, i.e. like they crash, and then units will just stop moving. Not all units, just some units. Those units are being controlled by the host, or the player host, the peer-to-peer mesh player host that left. Those units just stop and stagnate. Those are being controlled by someone that's in the lobby, and they're no longer available to control the units. So, a good example of why it's a peer-to-peer mesh. But when your ping between, let's say, someone that's controlling Bile Titan and you is too different, much like any game, you get desync. So where the unit actually is on the host's computer is not where it is on your computer. When you shoot it, it's basically like shooting a unit that's not there. You get a 200 ms difference. It causes an issue with your ability to hit someone's head or, Charger's head, Bile Titan's head. And you'll actually shoot the unit behind it because you shoot through the head. I'm pretty sure that's a desync issue. It's not just Bile Titans. We've experienced that, and I've mentioned it multiple times every time it happens. Charger's butt does not take damage from explosions. I think that's to keep it from just dying randomly to people just shooting below it, which would be kind of lackluster if you could just easily kill it just by shooting below the Charger. You actually have to hit direct shots. Reinforcements may now be available for players who join a game in progress. I mentioned before, when you join a game in progress, you should not only bring your life, but like an extra life. This is a get out of jail card. You don't. Adjudicator has incorrect recoil values. I don't know if that's a UE bug or the Adjudicator itself. So the heavy assault rifle. Really like the heavy assault rifle. Very chonky, fun gun to use prior to getting to where it is now. If you ever use that gun, don't use it on single shot, guys. Use it on auto and learn to tap with it and control the recoil. It's difficult. You'll get it done. I can get it done, so. Okay. We aren't going to, because there's so much shit here, guys, I'm not going to cover the comments, which normally I cover the comments, but there is too much going on here. TLDR. Let's go over the TLDR here the last 4 hours in a nutshell. Sentries still have issues. They're not going to be fixed by this. The stratagem value, the stratagem economy is Eagle Airstrike. That is the power level you're looking for. Rocket sentries, just sentries in general, if sentries were invulnerable to damage, they still wouldn't be that OP because they run out of ammo and they can't kill that many units. With an Eagle Airstrike, you can kill at very least 15 units, sometimes a lot more than 15 units, and you get 3 of them and basically the same amount of recoil or same amount of reload as a turret. So would you take 1 rocket sentry or would you take 3 Eagle Airstrikes? You're going to take 3 Eagle Airstrikes. This, as I mentioned before, sentries should have multiple reloads per tier, or not per sentry. So each sentry, depending on what kind it is and how powerful it is, could have multiple uses, and you can use it multiple times, and it constantly refills. So it banks up to a certain number of sentries, let's say 2, 4, whatever. It banks up to a certain number and it constantly reloads. You can deploy them as fast as you want, but it represents a resource. Kids love this shit. If there's stuff in the game where you can just run around and pick it up, to help you reload the sentries faster, the people using sentries are kind of your RTS players. You're going to want that shit in the first place. Secondly, being able to flip your mode instead of throwing a stratagem for a sentry. When you go into sentry deploy, it should be a top-down view. You should see where you can place it so it allows you to place it on top of structures. Reason for that being, it's very important for you to get on top of buildings or high ground so that you don't kill your teammates or yourself. That's very important. Those all matter. Tweaking the damage values, these don't even matter. What matters a lot is the overall value of the turrets and how you deploy them. And the number of them you get and how you deploy them. Making a kill box is where people want to be. Moving down here, mines are never going to be good. in the current form. One of the reasons, there's 3 different reasons for this. Mines suffer from attrition, meaning when you throw stratagems down on top of the mines, they blow up. Mines will also have the overall effective value of like an Eagle Airstrike. 1 Eagle Airstrike is basically the equivalent of a minefield, and you're going to be much better at using it. Thirdly, you're going to have teammates that run over the top and die. Minefields suck. If they increase the radius by 2 or 3x and either made the current density spread out over 2 or 3 times the amount of area, or increase just the amount of mines overall, just the same density 3 times the area, it would actually be useful. It's on the same, basically 5-minute cooldown. It's like the same thing as the Eagle Airstrike. Only you get 3 Eagle Airstrikes. Pointless to use mines. It doesn't matter how much they buff the damage for the most part. But this had a 1-to-1 ratio of killing, like we talked about, 1-to-1 ratio of killing 1 enemy per 1 mine. It might be the equivalent, and no way that they actually blow up or kill teammates. It might be the equivalent of having Eagle Airstrikes. And that's extreme, right? So, they just don't work. It's not the way it works. Orbital Gatling I already use, and this could be very, very good. Probably not going to replace a 500 kg or Eagle Airstrike, but I'll probably still take it, and it looks like it's going to be more fun. Precision Strike, exactly the buff I said it needed, which is to drop it to 2 seconds for call-in, so it's a nice, precise strike, might be good. Airburst Strike, still useless. The problem with the Airburst Strike is it hits enemies, or not. It doesn't do damage to enemies all the time. It just doesn't hit them. It hits them, but it doesn't do damage. Air registration problems. 110s might be very useful. We'll have to wait and see. It depends on how good they are. We're definitely going to use 110s. Strafing Run might also be good against bots. We'll have to see how it works. Depends on the penetration value that it has. It's not even the number of uses. And it still doesn't make a burst sound, which it should. And that's Joel's problem. He should be changing that. I don't know why that's not in the game. Scrolling down here. A lot of stuff that just doesn't matter, by the way. The durable damage is, we're going to have to see how this functions in the game and whether or not this matters or this is cosmetic. If this is a way to kill bigger enemies, we're probably going to end up using a Stalwart and just kill everything with a Stalwart because it has an extremely high fire rate. It can be reloaded on the run, and it has 30, where is it? 23%, let's see, right here. It has 23% durable damage, so this might be a breakpoint. We'll have to wait and see. The Tenderizer might be good. There's a lot of stuff here, like we're just going over the meaty bits here. Tenderizer might be good. There's a lot of changes to it. It's going to have to be a feel-out moment. Most of the assault rifles do not work, and we covered that extensively with gun differentiation. You'll have to go through the earlier part of the video to see that. Eruptor, if this is back to the old Eruptor, we're going to use it till it gets nerfed to the ground, as it should be, because Eruptor is a crutch weapon, and it's absolutely broken as shit as it was in the original form. We'll just use this. I don't care what else is in the game. We'll just use it till it gets nerfed. I don't care how mind-numbingly boring it's going to be. If the kids on Reddit need this shit to actually play the game, we're going to use it and show how broken it is, because that's what I did originally. This is just, we'll see. I might be overreacting to this, but that's a lot of damage boost. We'll see how it goes. A lot of stuff going on here, not worth covering. The durable damage is, once again, this, you're going to have to see how this plays out. I don't know exactly what they mean by it. They try to explain it multiple times. It still doesn't make sense. We'll see how it goes. Moving on. Reddit got nerfs. Reddit nerfed things in the game. I don't know how much this is going to affect things that are happening in the game right now, but wave nerfs, composition nerfs, the units are easier now. If Reddit took away Diff 9, we aren't going to be playing this game. So, well, the Rupture I'll use till the end of the time, until it gets nerfed again, as it should be, which they probably aren't going to do because they can't double down now that they gave the kids back their Cheerios. Yeah, well, I mean, there's a lot of places you can shoot to kill stuff, so we'll see how that goes. It doesn't need shrapnel if it does enough damage, dude. You can hit it with a... It doesn't need shrapnel as explosive damage. Shrapnel is just a catch-all that the kids were whining about. It doesn't need to have shrapnel. But yeah, the composition nerfs. Yeah, a lot of nerfs to the CC effects that were in the game that made things harder, which is all stuff to make it more accessible so the kids on Reddit can play Diff 9. Remains to be seen. I don't know how much this is going to affect it. It looks like bots weren't hit as hard as bugs were. So maybe bots will be where you have to go now. I mean, they were harder anyways to begin with, but it might even be, like, it seems like they very much just nerfed out the bugs. Yep, so we'll see. I mean, there's a lot going on here, guys. This is not something. We'll quickly cover the war bond. Like I said, I don't imagine it's going to actually be all that interesting. It's just new stuff, and it might be good, it might not be. It's a mystery box. You just open it up and see what's inside. The changes here that really matter to me that's going to change my gameplay as a person is the durable damage. Certain weapons benefit more from that. There's a lot to do, but mainly durable damage and how it influences my how well I can kill larger units. So if I just walk around with a stalwart and can kill shit now, I mean, that's where things are going to be. Durable damage, the Gatling gun, precision strike, and the rocket pods, as well as the possibly strafing run and bots, mainly because bots line up, and that coincides heavily with the strafing run. These are all things that I am looking at currently as someone on Diff 9 that may directly change how I play. It's not just these things. There's a lot of stuff that's still in the game that needs to be buffed, which we covered: EATs, recoilless, cluster launcher, all things that need to be addressed that haven't been touched yet. Precision strike is something I'm very keen on, because as I mentioned, I really like the idea. I really like the idea of a precision strike, but the precision strike took too long to come in. And for what it is, it's too inaccurate, like in terms of your time allotment. So, dropped it to 90, 2-second call-in. This is very agile, and I like it. We'll see how it works, though, in practice. 110s might be OP, we'll see. Strafing run might work against bots now. Strafing run, it still doesn't make a burst sound, which it should make a burst sound, but not really all that interesting. It might be good depending on the armor pen, but like I said, they could have gave the original one 9 uses, and it might be tolerable, and 5 seconds between call-ins, because it takes forever to use them up. Because they actually really sucks. We'll see how that works, though. Tenderizer might be interesting. Eruptor we're going to use till end of time if it's broken. So that's just the way it's going to be. Anyways, that's the majority of stuff. Just TLDR is this meaty section right here. There's multiple different things we just glossing over right now, but that's because we covered it extensively over the last 4 hours. But this right here is stuff that I am interested in. Orbital, Gatling, Precision, and 110s in strafing run. And then the Ruptor and Tenderizer might be an interesting go-to, but the assault rifles in general are very lackluster, so I don't imagine this is going to be interesting. We'll see, guys. Once again, we're going to use a Ruptor till it's nerfed if it's broken. It's just... Kids can't just eat their fucking Cheerios and pretend it's not OP as shit. That bugs me. And the bugs possibly got hit really hard by nerfs. And possibly bots. Okay. Let's see here, guys. Let's take a look at the war bond. Once again, there's not much to cover here extensively, mainly. What about this cape design for saving the kids? Mainly, I mean, so while it looks cool and everything, you have to be careful about putting unicorn farts in games, because once you travel down the unicorn farts road, then everyone starts wanting to put stupid shit in the game. So while the kids go, yay, oh my god, look at that, that's so cool and everything, in actuality, it doesn't fit the universe of Helldivers at all. This is not something someone's going to wear into combat. It's just shit that the kids like that looks cool. And while it matches the theme and you're like great and everything, it doesn't match the theme of Helldivers. So when you start doing shit like this is when everyone starts wearing around unicorn helmets and furry suits and shit. And that's not where we want to be. So while it looks cool and the idea is neat, this is not something, 11,000 people upvoted this. This is not something you want in Helldivers. Until basically the game spirals out of control and they need to do this for money. Because I'm going to say that. Viper Commando. Let's see what's in here. We covered the teaser already. Yeah, I guess this is just shit we're going to have to try in the game and see how it goes. Obviously, we're going to buy it. Once again, kind of a big takeaway. Joel, how is there not a fucking emote wheel in the game? How is there not an emote? I can't imagine it being that difficult to program the emote wheel. You have all these really cool emotes you're adding to the game. No one uses them because we can only equip one emote, and we're too lazy to constantly go to the council and swap out emotes just to have a conversation with someone. Make an emote wheel. This is basic. I'm pretty sure other people have asked for it. It should be in the game. It's a way of advertising your gear that's in the game. There should be things like a flurry too, where you flurry your cloak, right? Why is that not in the game? Why is there not the, what is he called? The Elusive Man from from Mass Effect. He has a iconic pose where he's sitting in a chair drinking a glass of brandy in front of the window. I want that on my bridge. I want to be able to sit in that front window drinking my brandy from my glass with my cape over the back of my chair. Why is it not a thing? That needs to be in the game. It's a mature game. You can add smoking too. There should be smoking emotes. People should be allowed to smoke in the game. People still smoke in people still smoke in Europe. It's a disgusting habit, but it looks really fucking cool. There's literally people going to war and dying. You can have fucking smoking cigarettes or cigars. It's rated to mature, so right there. You can have cigarettes in it. Put cigarettes in the game. Or cigars. Or both. That should be in the game. Anyways. Like, emote wheel. Where the fuck is my emote wheel? Why can't I furl my cloak, guys? Don't know. But, stuff in the game. Kind of, we talked about this already. We aren't going to go over this. We talked about the possibility of what's, you know, like, maybe something might be good or something. The most interesting one here is seeing how the throwing knife functions in terms of... You hold the throwing knife. I assume you hold the throwing knife button to throw it, and that's it. Instead of melee, but it might actually just be a... This might be a grenade, which would be dumb. We'll see, though. Okay. We aren't going to cover, like, We'll take a look at some of the trending topics here. We're not going to cover all the comments in the patch notes, because there's too many, and we have too little time, and I've already... Like, it's already 1:30, guys. This is fucking ridiculous. Fucking 4 hours, 15 minutes. This is why I feel the game's in a good spot. Once again, the stigma on Reddit is they want to nerf shit into the ground, so take it with a grain of salt. This is the reason why I believe the game is good in hands now. They buffed the stratagem to support the way we have been using it instead of nerfing it to encourage the way they want it to be used. What was the way they wanted it to be used? That's not the way anyone's been using it because it wasn't coming in faster. Oh, and the text. Original Orbital Precision Strike Regional 10 was to be used against spawners and fixed positions. However, this hasn't stopped the community from using it against pretty much everything. Therefore, we want to make it a little easier to use against... Well, this is why I don't read, by the way. This is why I don't read the dev blog. Why we didn't talk about it. Well, we're probably going to cover it tomorrow, maybe. We want to make it a little easier to use against moving targets by lowering the call-in time. I don't know why you'd ever use it against a single target when you can use Eagle Airstrike. So, this is another one of those examples, by the way, of why it doesn't make sense, right? Precision, a fast, precise strike is what I thought the precision strike was going to be. And I guess they wanted you to use it like a shitty Eagle Airstrike. So I can throw it on a building, right? Or I could just call it an Eagle Airstrike on that building. Why would I use a precision strike? I don't actually know. I have no idea why I'd ever use a precision strike like a shitty Eagle Airstrike, but I guess, sure, there you go. But I mean, that's something I've been asking for. I said the precision strike should be 2 seconds for the last couple months, and that's what they did. Do we have anything else here leading the way? We still have to turn this into a video, by the way, which shouldn't take long, like 5 minutes. So back is an Eruptor buff post. I mean, they had the massive balance patch like 2 months ago. That was pretty good. So, I don't know. I guess it was too much. It was around the Sony controversy. So maybe they forgot about it because around the Sony controversy. Oh, it also had the Eruptor nerf in it and the Quasar nerf, and therefore kids forgot that it was good. That's what brought a lot of guns in usable state, like the plasma grenade launcher I used liberally, was that patch 2 months ago. You thought you could get away with this. Oh, there's gunship patrols now? Cool. All the more reason to use an autocannon, because why wouldn't you use an autocannon against bots? Also why it should be nerfed. Mini Punisher shotgun can one-shot stalkers is must-have. Okay. Gotta take it like the utility of a grenade pistol is not something you can... There's nothing you can trifle with. 100,000 players in Helldivers 2. Good. 13 patch notes. The Liberator Penetrator? What's wrong with it? I mean, all the assault rifles need to be buffed, mainly with ammo capacity. Well, a lot to do with ammo capacity and magazine size. Mainly ammo capacity in general, not the magazine so much as extra mags. Clarification, it does 45 shots for 45 damage per shot, which for getting something is the least amount of damage in the game. It doesn't matter. It does it does armor pen. And the big deal with the medium penetrator, or the Liberator Penetrator, is ammo capacity. Probably could use a damage buff too, but mainly against the armored units it's supposed to be good against. It's still just like clearing out your ammo and then just running out. Adjudicator has problems with ammo too, but it's still more efficient because of the damage per bullet. Supply lines, I don't think they're going to matter. We covered that already, but it should have been in the game in the first place. A suspicious encounter on the way to save the kids. Not a what? It's a family name. I am too made out of flesh. Oh, wait a minute. If you are, what does beer taste like? Liquid. Ah, good. Copy of Pilt's blog post on Steam. We'll take a look at this tomorrow. I'm not super interested in covering dev explanations. Dev explanations come across as an excuse, and honestly, they don't need to make excuses. They can change whatever the fuck they want, and what really matters is what comes into the game and whether it's good or not. That's it. It's whether or not what actually translate in the game to making it better. It's not binary either, because there's different levels of how good it can make things, right? It doesn't matter how they explain stuff or the rationale they use, because then someone's going to come back like a month later and use it as a reason they can't nerf the autocannon, because someone said that the quote was Alexis said that the autocannon was an example of a well-made weapon. And what that means to some people is the autocannon can't ever be nerfed because it's the best way to make a weapon. Yeah, like just completely take out of context, misquote shit. In general, I really don't care what their rationale is behind it, as long as they do stuff that turns out and makes things better. You know, it sounds kind of weird and maybe even one-sided, lopsided, but it's not. Overwatch generally does it too, where they cover it. I just skip past the reason and rationale for doing stuff. Good riddance. Is this the... yeah. The debuff. Stratagem debuff. Undocumented change with the past. Poach with you fun. We'll figure it out. Spear mains and tatters. Why? Oh, because it can't target buildings? Okay. I have, to be perfectly honest, I think I've only seen one person use a spear, and I've seen spear packs laying around, which means they aren't doing what they're supposed to. Yeah, I think I've seen, one person using his spear in, the last 3 months. On Helldive. We're so back. Divers, what do we have here? Oh, you can hide in bushes. Okay. Alright. Okay. Holy shit, guys. Covered a lot of shit here. We have a TLDR multiple places during the discussion, the 4-hour discussion regarding the patch notes. Make sure you guys take a look at that. We are going to turn this into a highlight and post it to the tubes, just so people can pick it out of my posts. We're going to play some games here. Unfortunately, this went way over. We still have some time to play some games. I really, really hope that Reddit did not win and nerf the bugs into the ground. I really, really hope. That's kind of concerning when I saw the changes to patrols and how they're being affected. And it's not the same thing as scaling, which is what some people thought it was going to be, which is based on the number of people in your group. We will see. As always, we will see. Okay, let's make a tube video here, guys. We're going to clip it and ship it. And that doesn't take long, by the way. Well, I'm gonna have to wait for the footage to catch up here, guys. I'm gonna grab a soda, grab a water, use the bathroom, wash my coffee cup up. Be right back, and we're gonna get into the game. There's a lot of stuff I want to try, and it has nothing to do with the war bond. Be right back. It's funny, guys. I am streaming to multiple platforms. I'm streaming to multiple platforms right now, including YouTube. And the fastest way for me to actually make a highlight is literally to a video for YouTube is to make it on Twitch and then export it to YouTube. Not use YouTube's tools, which suck. Alrighty, let's take a peek here, guys. Let's see. Fuck. Stop it. Pause. Stop it. Pause. Playing sound on unloaded tab. I don't. Right. Let's see. Full miss. Highlight. I talked about how glossy monitors are. No. Just seems like it's gonna be a shit show. Is absolutely close to buckling. It is unreal. Shit show. And the current looks of it. Then there's all fun to fun. Hope you guys are having a wonderful evening so far, though. Not that it really nothing quite like Meridia. Already you can. Fun to fun. Hope you guys are having a wonderful evening so far, though. We'll see how it goes, though. Yep. Fun to fun. Hope you guys are having a wonderful evening so far, though. I think I've seen like one person using his spear in like the last 3 months on Helldive and in bushes. Okay, into a highlight and post it to the tubes just so people can pick it out of my. We will see. As always, we will see. Okay, let's make a tube video here, guys. We're gonna clip it and ship it, and that doesn't take long, by the way. Well, I'm gonna have to wait for the footage to catch up here, guys. I'm gonna grab a soda, grab a water, use the bathroom, watch my coffee cup up. Be right back, and we're gonna get into the game. There's a lot of stuff I want to try, and it has nothing to do with the war bond. Yep. All right. Let's see. What do we have? Helldivers 2. Patch name. Have great names for the patches. Patch 01.000 400. Defensive coverage, theory crafting. Good buffs. Reddit. Again. Nerfs. Nerfs. Let's see. Good buffs. Buffs, Reddit, nerfs, Helldive. Okay. There's 2. Yeah. Orbital Barrage, 110. Vision Strike. Shit, am I gonna have to look back? No, I can't cheat. I can't cheat. I need to cheat. Keep thinking gas strike. I don't know why it's gas strike. Oh, strafing run. Strafing run. Eruptor. Win. Possible nerfs. Possible Reddit. You gotta make sure we point responsibility here, guys, to Reddit for fucking things. Impossible Reddit nerfs to Helldive to make it reading about the possible nerfs to accessible people who are playing on 9 and want to challenge nerfed what yep. I had a pretty big rant about that, as I've had up in the past every single time Reddit tries to nerf shit on Diff 9. Joel is a little bit trolly, guys. Joel is a little bit trolly, but definitely, I wouldn't be playing this game if I didn't enjoy the difficulty of it. Like, it's just nothing there. Processing. This is probably going to take a little bit. We'll have to see, guys. Oh, the durable damage! Oh, no, I forgot about the durable damage. It. Well, I can edit it when it gets to YouTube, so. This is a really long highlight, guys. This might take a little bit to process, I don't know. Normally processing is very fast, but this is a... Once again, like, weirdly enough, the tools on YouTube, because I actually, prior to the multi-streaming changes to Twitch, I was actually streaming, well, not exclusively, I stopped streaming to Twitch, because I couldn't stream to Twitch and other platforms. So, I was streaming to YouTube, Kick, and Facebook, right? And I couldn't actually, I had to use the YouTube tools to make highlights like this, and there's limitations to it. Like, if you use the highlight tool, after it finishes airing, you have to recut the footage, and it takes time to process each time you do that, by the way. And it doesn't always get the sections that you actually want on it. If you do the highlight tool while it's running, you can only do a maximum of a 2-hour highlight. Yeah, and it only goes back 3 hours, I think it is. So if I go further into the cast, I can't highlight stuff from earlier in the video. Congratulations, YouTube. And then the clip tool obviously is just a small, like, 2-minute tool, and it's 30 seconds or whatever. Yeah, it's actually really, really kind of shit. Sadly, and it's basically the best tools for doing so. Oh, I think it's done. Alright, export. Fire that shit off. Good done. The guns in Normandy. Fire that shit off, guys. Gone. One of the things I actually missed the most about streaming on Twitch was the tools to edit longer videos, just easily edit stuff. Like, I just wham bam thank you man, I was done in 5 minutes, right? And then it's going to appear on YouTube, and then I can finish editing it up, and then pump it live. Extremely easy. You need to touch my computer. Arguably, the footage quality is better on YouTube, but it's not. It doesn't matter. All I'm doing is sitting here, like, reading text and looking at a screen, right? There it goes. And here. Alright, what does my last video look like? Let's copy you, copy my tags. Twitch still has this issue with, like, weird, whenever you do an apostrophe, it does weird shit. We are on June 13th. Copy you now. Highlights done. Are we actually going to get to play a game tonight, guys? We're going to play a couple games here. I want to see how hard the bugs were nerfed. I'm pretty sure, so once again, they can change spawning mechanics and values for stuff without patching the game. And I'm pretty sure we saw the prelude to the new difficulty for bugs last night, which is just a shitload of... a shitload of hunters... And sadly, a shitload of hunters, grasshoppers, and beetles. And that was it. And occasionally a charger and a bile titan. Feels bad, man. Yeah. Fun. Alright. And public. Done. As it's ready, it'll immediately go public. Well, it'll go public when it's SD. I don't really care, though. Alright, well. Done and done, guys. You guys ready to play some actual games? Oh, that's fun. I actually really enjoy talking about patches, guys. Game development in general. So, very enjoyable. Love it. Not just for clicks. I better update my tier list. Oh! Let's see. Helldivers. Patch notes. And team list is actually nicer looking. Yeah, I have a bunch of things to try here tonight. I don't even think we're going to take a look at. We're not even going to take a look at the new Warbond in terms of stuff in it. I'll probably just unlock it for shits and giggles so I don't start sitting on medals. But most of our stuff tonight, I don't think we're going to even bother playing around with the new Warbond stuff. I am literally just we're going to take a look at stuff that's changed. Alright, guys. Good. TikTok's still working properly? Yep. It is. Apparently it's not on my stream PC. Hi. Categories, and I can't change the category on TikTok at all, which is kind of really shitty. Changing categories on YouTube is also very difficult. So. Why is TikTok chat not working on my stream PC? Now it is. Why did it pop up twice? I don't know. Alright, what do we got going on here, guys? Ah, it's a phone call. I literally was just moving my mouse on my streaming PC, and you're okay. You want me to solve a CAPTCHA? All right. Thanks, TikTok. Good for you too. All right. Well, a lot of things to take a look at here. What do we want to take a look at in terms of weapons? Maybe we should see right away if the Ruptor's broken. No, I want to see how the destructible damage works. Durability damage. What was I postulating? The Stewart. Stalwart. That's a Stewart. Yeah, there's a lot of stratagems to test.
Unthinking monstrosities who want nothing more than to kill and eat every last human. And every last human includes your family. Don't let me...
Alright. Oh, we gotta unlock the fucking war bond. There we go. Can you just push the button to unlock it? I don't know. Look, guys, I still have $31 worth of credits left because I play this game. And that's like a lot. Like, so I play this game a lot, right? But if you played this game a third as much as me, you'd have enough for the war bond. So, ooh, look, you got like some opacity going on here, huh? Neat. Kind of curious about the effects of the new armor. Are the bigger muscles? The bigger muscles are. Oh. I hate that armor's like tied to the effect, right? I actually say that it affects handling. It says it, but it doesn't have the stats on it. The classic light armor. Yeah. I guess we'll just first go for just the normal stuff. Guns. We have to do... huh? Huh? And more medals. Oh my god. Five. Must be the host based? Like, who gets to pick what the shuttle looks like? It must be based on the host. Alright. Let's see. It fucking looks like a Call of Duty character. I don't know if I like this. Oh, I was gonna theorycraft here just quickly, guys. Looking at DPS numbers. Where's my calculator? I guess I'll use my phone. Looking quickly at DPS numbers here. Got calculator. The normal Liberator is 60 times 640 on obviously permissive, 38,400. The Tenderizer now is 7,000. So it was much higher than the Liberator. See here. What's a better metric? Like Dominator? Maybe we shouldn't do the Dominator. The Dominator is 63,360. Very high. What is... The Knight doesn't translate to actual damage. The Adjudicator isn't even that high. This does more damage than the Adjudicator. What the fuck is this shit? Holy fucking shit. And it has a higher fat? What the fuck is going on here, guys? It has more recoil, a lower fire rate, less damage. There's a light armor pen, I guess? Okay, so I was correct that it seemed like the Tenderizer might be kind of broken, and it looks like that's actually the case. 44,000 for the Adjudicator. The Knight, I think, is even around the same amount, but it doesn't have a high fire rate. The Knight has high fire rate, which not only leads to poor ammo consumption, or poor ammo efficiency, but there's problems with hit rate, as I mentioned before. This gun might be insanely broken. Oh, broken-ish. What's another good comparison point here? Maybe the Blitzer. Not the Blitzer, the Sickle. Translate well because it's a shotgun with multiple pellets. 99,000 for the Breaker. Not quite the same thing though, because there's pellets. The Knight. $9,000 for the Knight. Knight obviously has hit reg issues. Well, we might not even be using this. Depends on how the limb damage works. Let's see, where is the Tenderizer? 17% on the Tenderizer. Not quite the stalwart, but it's not a... Let's try it. It's not a... I guess they wanted to make it work because they got tired of people making fun of them. What's theorycraft in a loadout? Already going in. Autocannon has not been touched, so we aren't going to mess with that. I'm pretty sure the assault rifle, the AR dog, still has issues with ammo. We could try the AR dog instead, just as something different, because it has damage, limb damage. What is the kind of the crappiest weapon that is durable damage? And I think it's a Tenderizer. It's not even kind of crappy. Adjudicator is 20%, but it's much worse, so why would I use that? Here in a second. Concussive, Liberty Concussive is 35, but much worse stats. Stalwart, and then we're getting into stratagem categories here. So in terms of primary weapon with durable damage is... Looks like the Tenderizer and Adjudicator. The Liberator also has 23%. HMG is 33, so that's going to be a pretty good identifier of what's actually going on with it if we need to try this out a little bit more. Let's see. Okay. Try bugs because they're a good litmus test here, guys.
You must drive the Terminids back from this world. Choose an operation and strike.
Yep. It's already 2 a.m. Rocket pods, too.
Initiating FTL jump to the Crimsica system.
Yeah. Hello.
FTL jump successful. Help
Punch,
drive.
scatter, increase.
Mission coordinates.
Brand fucking. Oh, hey, look, we were missing bug report. Operation modifiers. Bug report. Right. HMGs. Guess we'll try it. This is going to be a horrible idea once again because of scatter. Where is the AR dog? I never take. Is Quasar. Rocket pods. Speed. But did I not change my armor? We might still be on bot armor, guys.
This is it. This is the solemn duty for which you were born. Defend democracy at any cost.
Calling down a support weapon.
Dude, this is now the downsides of using the fucking adjudicator.
Say hello to democracy. Requesting orbital. Requesting air support. Last reload.
No medium armor pen.
Out of ammo.
Now we're out of ammo, guys. Cool. Let's see.
Sending in an eagle.
Prepare to exterminate. Payload.
As is the problem with assault rifles in general. We are out of ammo.
Boom, target down.
Sending in an eagle.
Calling in orbital strike.
Adjudicator, on the other hand, has absolutely no problems with the big heads. Excuse me, the spitter bugs. I need some ammo. TYVM. Good. Good, good. And poo-poo tree?
Allied destroyer joining squadron. Deploying Helldiver to combat zone.
Yeah, I guess you knew. Let's see. Definitely change the font and the readability on the lower right.
Sending in an eagle.
Requesting advanced weaponry.
There we go. We need to find some corrosive bugs to maim. I think it might be one of these things where you just shoot off the right side of the bug and they'll be fine. Or dead. They'll be fine.
Found something.
Oh, I wanted to try killing, see if I could kill the... Nothing. Oh look, my air dog's out of ammo already. Isn't that great? That hasn't changed. Alright, okay. Can't just shoot off the sides. One thing I really had questions with. I mean, okay. Definitely kinda can. I'd be able to get better at that. How do you guys feel about AR Dog? Still not... Oh, it doesn't even reload properly still. It's still broken.
Dropping item.
Like, you pick up ammo and it doesn't actually pick up for it. I want to see.
New mag.
Extremely. They definitely did not adjust this gun for the amount of damage it does.
Requesting air support. Sending in an eagle.
Requesting air support.
New mag.
Hey, does it have 6 legs? That only has 4.
New mag.
Already shot off the front left one.
Heavy. South. 50 meters.
Yeah.
Calling in reinforcements.
Good evening, I am. How's your day going, dude? So, not super easy to shoot off limbs.
Joining the fray.
Oh, there's the big head. And it's dead instantly. Alright. So, medium armor pen is still an issue. You can't just use the durable damage to fuck stuff up. At least the chargers / bigger units. Maybe with the HMG you could? And the air dog still does not take ammo properly from ground loot. I think it only gets it back from supply drops, which is hilarious. Good. Goody good.
Dropping a pin. Southeast. On my position. Calling in orbital strike.
Yeah. So, AR Dog has a lot of issues, guys, mainly relating to ammo.
Requesting cat pack.
Guess it missed a leg? What is it? What the fuck is it standing on? Front right one? Terrible idea. Butt plug. What are you standing on? How are you alive? What is going on? It has no legs, Joel. Joel, it has no legs on the right side.
200 meters.
Like, look at it! What is it? Why is it so alive? What is going on? Why? What is that, Joel? Make it stop! Make it stop! Please, I have kids. I don't know if that's intentional, by the way, or what. Oh, there's a mega big head, or a mega charger. Okay. No, we're gonna get hit.
Requesting air support. Last reload.
Okay. Took one hit. One head hit there. So it takes multiple.
Bug outpost spotted.
Ah. I love just randomly vaulting stuff. That's still in the game. Definitely shooting through mobs. Let's go back this way. Can't test this shit with my teammates around me.
Found something.
Another
In
one.
the hole.
Sending in an eagle. Requesting orbital strike.
Oh, he popped the leg armor. Ah!
New mag.
So it takes 2 headshots or pop the leg armor and then shoot the... Well, it looks like all the other liberators are dead, by the way, except for maybe the Judicator. Those front legs are pretty armored. The side back one is not. Off, dude. Go somewhere else. You just shoot the shit I'm shooting at. Where else?
Requesting orbital strike.
Tunnel breach.
So, there's really, the only downside to this as opposed to the Judicator is...
Found something.
Ignore me.
Requesting air support.
The only downside to this gun as opposed to the Judicator is the Judicator is medium pen, and that makes it slightly easier for dealing with larger medium units, excuse me. Let's call on a new AR dog, because AR dogs are still broken. In order to resupply it, I'm pretty sure I have to get the,
Calling in
I have to go to resupply to,
Enemy
resupply it.
control. South.
I can't pick up ground loot to it. It runs out of ammo literally in 45 seconds, so... Yeah. Air dog still needs to be fixed. Oh my god, 10 cents! I just spent that money. I only have $30 left now. You can kill the chargers now with the durable damage by shooting the back legs after it charges you. How effective that is not really, but... Okay, I just killed it in one pass. Alright. Yeah, and that's with the tenderizer.
Bug, southeast.
Glad we're seeing more of the Shrikes, by the way. So, as I mentioned before, interactions with mobs as a way of sprucing up combat. Yeah, so I just killed the charger in one pass with the tenderizer. So, we'll have to see how the mega charger works and functions, but that's pretty OP. Obviously, you can't kill bile titans with it, but maybe you can. I don't actually know. We'll find out. That's yeah, that's something.
Heavy.
Sending in an eagle.
Aim for the joints behind the legs.
Calling in reinforcements.
Where I just heard a drop pod coming in.
Request approved. Reinforcements have been launched.
Yeah, our dog still sucks dick. That is once again all due to ammo concerns. Corrosive bugs never turn around, so trying to kill them when, like, figuring out how to kill them when they're looking at you is kind of an issue.
Found something. Rare sample
Heavy.
acquired.
Northeast. Close. Calling in orbital strike.
There is literally no reason. This is so stable, too. They 100%, like, someone decided to buff the tenderizer to make it more useful and then didn't decide to actually update the...
Will never destroy our way of life. Bug tunnel breach.
didn't decide to update it to take into account the fact that it now is extremely, that's lovely. That's not. But that's because they're spread right now. Didn't update the recoil at all to reflect it. You have to figure out a way of taking off the legs on the corrosive bugs without getting behind it. So they only look at you.
Package acquired. Dropping package.
Okay. They still have the front right leg, front left leg, front right.
Dropping package. Calling in reinforcements.
Die. They shot out the pooper on it with an HMG. But you could do that before, by the way. I mean, it's still obviously like trying to kill these things with the tenderizer or whatever.
Package acquired.
Actually, with the HMG might still work. That's not anything else out of the ordinary, anyways.
Package acquired. Dropping package.
Last reload.
Mission at 20 minutes remaining.
Bug outpost spotted. Prepare to exterminate.
Package acquired. Dropping package.
Spending a significant amount of ammo to do this, though.
Package acquired. Dropping package. Package acquired.
New mag.
Feels a little bit like Dead Space having to pick apart enemies in that regard. I don't really dislike that.
Got a sample.
Oh, our AI dog, by the way, is out of ammo, in case you guys were curious about that. The way to reload it is with call-in or resupply. Not ground loot. Even if it could pick up ground loot, it'd still always constantly be out of ammo.
I'm on it. That's called democracy!
I'm on it.
Maxim, new
Gun
mag.
does so much damage.
Our tunnel breach!
300 meters. Southeast.
What? He's an aimbot? How the fuck did the Bile Titan just die?
Mag's empty! New mag!
No, actually.
Requesting orbital strike.
Sending in an eagle!
What?
Someone's withdrawing to rearm.
Getting red hit markers on it.
Last reload!
Requesting orbital strike.
Orbital inbound!
A bad idea, mainly because of the dispersion.
Found something!
It's off completely. It'd be nice if it actually, like, in terms of dispersion, if it actually just, like, okay. If it actually, like, traveled around and just didn't just fire in one spot.
Bugs. Northeast.
Okay.
Reloading! Rare sample acquired.
Need that. No, don't dance on that. I need that. Hold in more.
Bug tunnel breach! Injury? What injury?
Let's see.
Requesting orbital.
Stalker nest.
Found something.
Kind of weird that you can chop off like a complete side of the big heads and not kill them, by the way. That seems kind of weird. Oh.
Enemy elite. Never mind. Northeast. Never mind. South.
Not getting the hit. Oh, there it is again.
Calling in orbital strike.
Orbital inbound.
And Joel killed me.
Reinforcing.
Like I said, it's like a 20% chance with orbital dispersion to land on your face.
Freedom triumphs over tyranny once
Which is why you can't take,
Extraction shuttle awaits
depending on
you
what orbital is, you can't take it with, scatter. It doesn't work. The... Air dog still broken.
Tagging location. Cancel that. South. Bubs.
Backpack inbound.
Might even be more like the Stalwart. You don't realize it, guys, but the Stalwart actually has an absolute shitload of ammo. Take a look at the Stalwart after this. Obviously, you could go to the HMG right away. You definitely can kill chargers. I'm kind of curious whether or not you can kill bigger units with the durable damage. It's not very effective with the tenderizer doing that.
Calling in orbital strike.
ETA T-minus 1 minute, 30 seconds.
Requesting air support.
Requesting air support.
Calling in orbital.
I did call that the other night, though. It did feel like it was easier to shoot off the legs on the big heads. I think that was a prelude to what's going on right now with the durable damage.
Mag's empty.
Requesting air support.
Most of these bugs you don't actually want to take the time to dissect.
Mag's empty.
No reason to use any other, I'd say no reason to use any other penetrator right now. Excuse me, any other liberator right now. Other than the tenderizer. Except for the adjudicator, if you want the armor pen on it. But even then, there's ways around it, so maybe not.
ETA T-minus 30 seconds.
See if we can pop the leg like we did earlier.
Reinforcing.
Go away. Fucking testing shit, bitch. Get out here.
Deploying reinforcements. ETA T-minus 20 seconds.
Requesting orbital strike.
ETA T-minus 10 seconds.
Like, he has some big old fat itty-bitties going on here, but does it even matter?
Pelican 1 approaching pickup.
Oh, it doesn't. Oh, I even popped the pooper. Okay. If the pooper is considered durable damage, guys, this might even be just fucking a shit show. Which, you know, I guess it does. Oh my god. What the fuck is that sound effect? Change the chonkiness of the pelican. So, it's looking like if you know where to shoot things so far, it's a shit show. And we probably can actually just go with the Stalwart.
Countdown initiated. Stand by for takeoff. Extraction complete. Pelican 1 beginning ascent.
Alright. Next step is to try the Stalwart, guys. Which is where I thought was a breakpoint before. It's basically the tenderizer only turned up like 50%. Okay. This might be a shit show. Kind of curious about the fact that I could hit the breast on the Bile Titan. One of the downsides of using the HMG, by the way, is that putting aside the recoil on it, is the absolutely horrible ammo economy. It is absolutely terrible. It absolutely blows through the ammo. I wish it'd give you, like, some of the guns actually should have weapon stats on them, and it doesn't. Like, the Stalwart, for instance, should have traditional weapon stats on it when it doesn't. Not, orbital weapon stats, which don't exist either. Disruptor, crossbow. Guns actually, I swear to God, someone else was using tenderizer in the mission. The escape bug might be fixed. Orbital Barrage does not feel like something I would use to replace Eagle Airstrike, by the way. So far, even though it got buffed, it still doesn't look like... You know, it's fun, but I wouldn't use it to replace an Eagle Airstrike at all.
Welcome aboard, Helldiver. I look forward to serving with you.
Guy out. We're going to be using our primary at all.
Mission coordinates locked. Hellpods primed. Engaging orbital thrusters.
Scatter increase. It actually kind of makes sense if they improve the orbital. They wanted to mess around with the stratagems. Or excuse me, the orbital.
Synchronized.
Orbital scatter became very, very common in the last couple days, which I think is Joel fucking with stuff. Hey, look, everyone has the same helmet now. Wow. E. All worth. There it is.
Helldivers to Hellpods. Repeat. Helldivers to Hellpods.
Lots of turrets. Buffs that they add in the game, as we talked about extensively, guys. The buffs in the game, or in the patch notes, will not save the turrets. At least the handful of ones that are in the game.
Let them come. Let them brawl. Let them face the insurmountable might of the Helldivers.
You bitch.
Requesting advanced weaponry!
Big guy? No. Oh. Let's see, what do we got here? Let's go 700.
Tunnel free!
Oh my god, the sway. Yeah, do you need to be here? Let's go somewhere else.
Requesting sentry!
Just fast at all.
Calling down fortifications! Calling down objective equipment!
Ammo for fucking days.
Marking location. Cancel that.
Too slow for the amount of damage it does.
Package acquired. Dropping package.
Oh, I forgot you can shoot the pooper out, can't you?
Log tunnel breach.
Don't need to aim for the leg. Okay. His Liz dog just killed him.
For prosperity. Say hello to democracy.
Objective critical strategy.
Calling down
Let's see.
objective equipment. Dropping package.
Not as easy to hit shots. I think it's the recoil. Not as easy to hit shots on back legs.
Allied destroyer leaving squadron.
Bye.
Package acquired. Dropping package. Engaging terminal.
Stop that.
Reinforcing. I got the terminal. Requesting
Allied
air
destroyer
support.
leaving squadron.
Bye.
Unleashing democracy.
Get some! Get some!
Mega Betty?
Calling down fortifications. Requesting fortifications.
Reinforcing!
Request approved. Reinforcements on the way.
Reporting to the front.
You can get a little bit of pen without actually hitting the plates in the back. Well, hitting the plates in the back, excuse me. Maybe someone was cheating in the last match. They're using the HMGs, so we saw that Bile Time die from across the map. And the Pooper got shot on the... There it goes. Pooper got shot on the one I was attacking pretty fast.
Mission progress logged.
Last reload!
Allied destroyer joining squadron. Deploying Helldiver to combat zone.
It's like... I'm almost starting to feel bad about maiming them, to be perfectly honest here. Because they just won't fucking die. Go away.
Bag's empty.
Bubs. Southwest. Found something.
Or else.
Calling down a support weapon.
Tech pack inbound. Sending in an eagle.
But Stalwart, guys, has fucking ammo for eons. Something I figured out in Meridia. Doesn't seem like it does really jack shit, though. And I think it has the same problems it did before, which is, even though I had turned up the fire rate, which should increase the DPS, there is 100% issues with hit reg. Where you're shooting a bunch of bullets, but they just don't do anything. The Knight has the same issue. Much.
Calling down fortifications. Requesting fortifications.
Have a taste of democracy!
Calling in a hellbomb.
Gun tunnel breach! Eat this!
Hellbomb. Hellbomb on. Clear the area.
That was a direct hit. Blade head.
Mission map updated.
Definitely feels like this has issues with hit reg, even on the lower RPM settings.
Get some! Get some!
Okay, let's go somewhere else.
Orbital inbound. Requesting walker.
You go to bed? It depends on if you have engagements tomorrow. And you have to be an adult. A self-explanatory question. Dude, when you shoot off the entire limbs on one side, how do they not die? Joel, for the love of God, what is going on? They're abominating. Look at this. His limbs are missing. How is he alive? You tap the front ones and they die, though.
Southwest, close.
Why the fuck are they still alive, Joel? You tap the left side and they die. There must be some sort of bug. Surprise. Hey, look at it. They're both missing the side, right side of their body. It's just missing. There's nothing there. Wait. Go away. No one likes you, hunters. Well, then, you don't need to go to bed. But if you stay up too late, then the morning gremlins come for you, and then you want to stay up the rest of the day. So. Oh my god.
Last reload. Fog tunnel breach.
No, they probably should die when their entire side of their body's missing, Joel. I'm just saying. How many limbs do I need to shoot off these guys? Like, you shoot off the right limbs, and then they're kind of fine.
Bug hole. Northeast, 200 meters.
Oh my god. Maybe this is just a way of figuring out who's actually the psychopath by who enjoys shooting off limbs on enemies more. Next game. Fuckers were already following me around. We don't need to play with them, as it turns out. Pretty clear the two guys that came in were clearly starting to fuck with me. And all I want to do right now is mess with some of the stuff that's in the game. And you don't get nearly as many people, or nearly as many bugs when you play solo, which is why we are playing solo. Scatter increase. Let's see. Let's do the same. Air dog is still broken. He's... Yeah. Stay up too late, and I swear to God, I have a 26-hour schedule, and I just slowly creep into the morning hours and afternoon hours. I just got away from like a late morning streamer hour schedule, and I don't want to go back there.
Let them come. Let them brawl. Let them face the insurmountable.
By the way, in terms of killing units, well, it seems like it's kind of fun. Like what I'm doing right now, I could do much more effectively with other gear. So, like we're just kind of fucking around with stuff. Like if I actually just like use my stratagems properly, which I'm not currently doing. Ah, my ping radius. Oh, we could kill stuff faster.
Allied destroyer joining squadron, deploying.
Derp.
Calling in reinforcements.
Okay, I was on 150 before. 850 or 1150.
Request approved.
We can definitely kill the charters with the tenderizer even now. Try shooting the butt. Definitely faster shooting in the leg out, at least with the tenderizer. Could be this gun just does shit for damage, which explains how much ammo it has.
Calling down a support weapon. Bug hole. Northwest, 100 meters.
This is in the stereo part of his body. Also missing the right side of his body. Still somehow alive. That has to be a bug. Like, look, he doesn't... How is he standing, Joel? He doesn't have a side of his body. And then I shoot the other side leg, and he dies. Blade head. Gonna get more complicated now. Bro, fuck off. Go somewhere else.
Wait, Liberty, my
Let's go across the map now. Like, it's frustrating, like, ignore, like, hey, look, I'm shooting this charger. Hey, look, I could just shoot in the pooper with this, like, one quasar. Exactly the same mob that you're shooting, because I have to shoot the same thing you are. Okay, dude. Go shoot something else. Do something else. You're your own person. You can be a productive individual. I believe in you. You're your kids that need to be rescued. Oh, that still doesn't do anything to that, but, I mean, that's not that big of a deal. We can just go over and, hell bomb it.
Request approved. Deploying reinforcements.
I'm pretty sure before in that last mission, guys, we had those guys with the HMGs were cheating. And, like, they're just shooting shit from across the map.
Requesting advanced weaponry.
Hear that there's something really weird in the interactions with the... Dude, Joel, how is it alive? Are you here? Go away. Go somewhere else. You don't need to be by me. You have to quit and join... There might be some sort of weird interaction between, like, the damage the gun does per bullet and, destructive damage or the,
Hive structure destroyed.
durable damage.
Requesting air support.
It was definitely easier with the tenderizer killing the limbs or the side limbs, but we're trying for the pooper now. There he goes. That took a lot of ammo. That's a blade head, though. Dead.
Rare sample acquired.
Terminate hive structure.
That took a lot of ammo. But the tenderizer is much easier, and I don't know if that's because I was shooting the legs as opposed to the pooper. Or something else, such as damage per bullet. Bitch.
What injury?
Theoretically, like, you're shooting enough to actually kill them and it doesn't kill them. Knight has the same problem, even when you're shooting them.
Administering meds.
You can tell, like, the bullets are just going into the nether.
Requesting sentry.
Last reload.
Supplies. I'm sorry. Negative.
See. Let's go east. Back to where we were. And hopefully our teammates won't follow us this time.
Rare sample acquired.
So, it actually is a relatively complicated process to shoot out the limbs.
Requesting advanced weaponry.
Helldivers.
Save you,
never
don't worry.
die.
I like how there's just an entire resupply in here that just wasn't touched at all. Good. Maybe? I mean, the really armored units are the ones that you have to actually try to finesse and actually hit them. So, Even though there's durable damage in the game, well, we'll see how it works in the Bile Titans. This is a long process, guys. There's a lot going on here. Bile Titans, it looks like we have some hits on. That stuff over here. The Shrikes.
We've got equipment. Requesting air support.
Doesn't look like something that's easy to do,
Lookout post spotted. Prepare to exterminate.
even if you don't do it.
Mission at 30 minutes remaining.
We've got equipment. Negative. Supplies. I'm sorry.
It's the same thing as, like, on Meridia. It's the same exact situation I was running into on Meridia, which is it feels like there's something wrong with Stalwart. Just like damage-wise, there's something wrong with the Stalwart. Normal machine guns really works at.
Thank you. How'd you like that?
What are you even doing, Lazy Dog?
Engaging terminal. Hellbomb arm.
Stay around here for a little bit, make sure they don't kill it. Really wish you could change the cross. Well, I don't care about the crosshairs themselves. I wish you could change the color, because white on white is not easy to see.
Terminate hive structure destroyed.
That orange circle is very difficult to see sometimes too. Or the light white circle, because it's opaque too, is very difficult. That's where your gun's actually aiming. That's what really matters. See if we can get this guy from the front. There we go.
Calling down a sentry.
This gun, unlike the other guns, you can reload while running too.
Front tunnel breach.
Like the other HMG, just normal assault rifle.
Calling down a support weapon. Requesting tac pack. Sending in an eagle.
Get some! Get some!
By the way, all the shit, even though we're killing bugs right now, all this stuff I could actually just do with eagles very easily. We aren't using stratagems right now.
Requesting air support. Orbital inbound.
Don't follow me. Literally go somewhere else, you fucks. You don't need to be near me. Where else?
Found something.
You nuke? Let's see if this constitutes extreme damage or hard-hitting damage. It does. Look at that. That's just a grenade pistol round. And that's kind of neat, so I always have it. Hey guys, how do you feel about losing all your limbs? That's not fair. There's only one of me. Yeah, you can totally tell, like, this gun, like, literally there's just bullets going into the nether. Like, they just disappear. Because of how fast, like, I'm tapping with it, guys, like, it should be doing a shitload of damage for the RPMs, and it doesn't.
Have a taste of democracy.
I was missing all the limbs. Both of them are missing their left limbs. Almost left limbs on that one. Excuse you.
Tagging that.
Not today.
How are you alive? Like, you just tap the right side a little bit and they die, right? But you can shoot all the left limbs and it doesn't actually kill them for some reason. I don't know if they're supposed to be. I mean, they have a special animation for, like, walking around with all their limbs missing, so it could be entirely intentional. Go west. Get away from our teammates that are now going where we're going.
Requesting sentry.
Hilarious because the teammates literally just came from over here. And now we have to go back where our teammates were to get away from them. Fucking AI. I want to see if... we aim at the back leg, hind leg, if this is actually
Sending in an eagle.
Sending in an eagle.
Front tunnel breach.
more easily
How'd you
doable.
like a taste of freedom? Ah!
Tenderizer was very easy to kill charges from the backside.
Requesting air support.
I don't know if that's some sort of bug or maybe the amount of damage it does, because it does a lot of damage.
Live structure destroyed.
Sending in an eagle.
Freedom forever!
Okay, well, I guess I just shot it out from the front.
Requesting air support.
Oh,
Heavy on my position.
I know, life is hard, Charger. Let's see.
Requesting advanced weaponry.
I don't know if this is a combination of just the fire rate being so fast on this gun or something else. Dude. Next game. Double backed over the top of those guys 4 different times, guys.
Mission coordinates locked. Hellpods primed. Engaging
All right.
orbital thrusters.
Blitz. Well, I normally do a blitz. It's not going to allow us enough time to actually try to play around with the different gear, so we're going to move on. I do, it's kind of tough to figure it out right now. I think it's either a problem with the fire rate, because there's definitely hit registration issues in the game with fast-firing weapons. So either the fire rate of the weapon, or maybe the damage is not translating to... Go back to the tenderizer. Is not translating to, the limb damage, or, destructible damage. Pick up the weirdest names, durable damage. Pick the weirdest names for some of the stuff that they have in the game. Not the same thing as armor pen either.
Engaging orbital
Okay,
thrusters.
ICBM. And bug rate. Excuse me, bug report on the right side there with the icons.
Orbit synchronized.
Same thing.
Allied destroyer joining squadron, deploying Helldiver to combat zone.
I really want to play more too, but I can't, guys. I can't stream later and later. It doesn't work.
The fate of all humanity's children are in your hands. Do not let them fall.
Calling out a support weapon.
Get up, man.
Requesting attack.
Oh, let's kill me.
Guard tunnel breach. Fire in the hole.
Yeah, it was unarmored though.
Requesting orbital strike.
What?
Sending in an
Okay.
eagle.
Hey, look, guy's a stalker.
Reinforcing.
Well, this isn't as bad as I imagined, but we aren't really even trying right now. We're just testing shit out, so. That remains to be seen. We're using a bunch of suboptimal shit right now, just to test it out. I had the plasma grenade launcher script loaded. Dude, Joel, fuck off.
Ending in an eagle.
Fuck just did damage to me. I have no idea.
Fog outpost. Requesting air support.
Maybe you can't hit it. Maybe it's the gun I'm using. I don't know. This is actually kind of weird.
Calling in
This has a higher durable percent than the tenderizer does. Definitely firing a fuckload faster than the tenderizer. You're interrupting Biletine. Wait your turn. That's not where I wanted that. Dude, he killed my fucking charger. Working. Like when I'm hitting the tenderizer there, I get red spots, right? But the tenderizer has less durable damage, so what's going on? Okay.
Sending in an eagle. Fog outpost. I'm on it. Reloading.
Mission map updated.
Ending in an eagle.
Calling down a support weapon.
Have a taste of democracy.
Yeah. Alright. Is it intentional to avoid crosshair from my LMG? Maybe. Like, that eventually works? I'm very, very certain there's something wrong with the registration in this game with high fire rate weapons. More in case in point of it. Take damage for days without dying now.
That's called democracy. Let's reload.
Need to weed some of you fuckers out.
Requesting air support. Get some.
Bladehead? I like that they reused basically an older, lower level asset. So I thought they were just shittier chargers. Been nice.
Dropping a pin. South. 200 meters.
Whoop, that's not good. No, we're dead. We're dead. Okay. I thought they're just shittier chargers, but they weren't. They definitely, prior to the patch, though, you could definitely boop on the snoot and one-tap them, because I did that in, when we'd see them spawn at the evacuation, I'd boop the snoot and basically instantly kill them, so. Definitely been buffed. Here's my shit right there.
Heavy. Northeast. 50 meters.
This is a shit
Air
show.
acquired.
Hey, bud. How's it going? What are you doing? Get off my body! It's not for you. Oh my god. I literally just ran into a stream from corrosive bugs and survived, by the way. Parallel airstrike. Like that. And I don't know why it landed that direction. It landed across the top of me for some reason. That's not the direction I threw it. That was parallel to my position I ran away from, not the direction I turned to. And Joel just killed me for shits and giggles.
Heavy, south, 50 meters.
Oh, never mind. There's an ion storm, guys. I'm the derp that pinged during an ion storm.
I'm on it. Reinforcing.
Ah, there's so much shit, guys, I actually want to try here. This is a new mechanic in and of itself. I'm not against more complicated mechanics that require a significant amount of finesse to actually make work, and that's kind of where we are right now. The really curious thing, though, is why the fuck... Bitch, turn, look at me. Why can I use stalwart? Look at that. See, I'm red tapping them right now. Why can I use a stalwart and do worse than I can with the tenderizer against units? I don't actually understand. Look at it.
South. Never mind.
Mag's empty.
Why does it sound like I just killed it? It sounded like it did earlier, too. Maybe it's just angry. Getting in the wrong spot?
Liberty save me.
Big Joel. I see you looking at me. He is so fucked up. It's actually one of the things I said I wish that happened more is just like when the enemies get fucked up, you can just see it. Yeah.
Sending in an eagle.
Like, this is all normal.
Out of ammo.
Gee. That's the sound they make when they die. Like the wee sound. So you can instantly detonate the mini nukes with the grenade pistol, which is very good to know, by the way.
Calling in reinforcements.
Doop, 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 doop. Oh, maybe it showed... No. Okay, I guess he just went to a car wash. Why am I not getting red pens anymore? Bro, fuck off. Joel, is that you remoting into my games? Dude, stop that. Maybe it's because I was shooting it in... Oh, maybe it's because I was unintentionally hitting the sack and I didn't know it. But then why don't I do that with the stalwart?
You mad?
And that's what you should be seeing, right? You can't... Actually, let's... Wait, what are you guys doing? Get out of here. Get out of here. Experiment a little bit more here. Like, most of the units where you can actually do, like, the limb damages from behind.
Mag's empty.
Oh. There's some yellow in there. In the ligaments, maybe? Like right there? So the more complicated it gets to kill stuff... Jesus Christ. The more complicated it gets to kill stuff, the less likely you're actually going to be able to do this besides some super specialized situation like what's going on right now. So. Right there? No. So I don't think we can kill Bile Titans with, what the fuck is it called? Durable damage. Which, I mean, that would be Reddit would clearly have won if we could do this with durable damage.
Sending in an eagle.
Hi, Bile Titan. Okay, I guess he didn't go to sleep. Well, there's that. Let's go get some more ammo. So you can't... I saw the red hit markers earlier, and I assumed you could actually kill it. I don't think so. That must have been just desync shooting the sack, and it didn't look that way. Go to ammo.
Heavy. Requesting air support. 50 meters.
We could call him Stalwart and just... Why are you here? Go away. Literally go somewhere else. You don't need to be here. You're not helping me. Go away. Jesus Christ.
Last reload.
Like, I literally, through all that, I could have killed it with one of my supply pods if I wanted to.
Calling down a support weapon. Tagging map. Northwest. 200 meters.
Now Blue's following me around. Try to go somewhere else.
Rare sample acquired. Bug tunnel breach.
Heavy. On my position.
Go northeast. See if we can find a patrol. It actually, like, kind of comparably to yesterday, guys, it honestly feels a little bit like we have more patrols, to be perfectly honest here. So... they could change the patrols like whenever they want, and this actually, well, compared to what we had yesterday night, was fucking horrible. Don't worry, Joel. I better take the cluster bomb launcher to deal with that. It must be something to do maybe with armor pen. I need to find another charger or a couple chargers, or even the mega charger just seem like they don't have more, like they just have more overall health, but they don't really have more but you mind screeching for me? No, I'm gonna hurt you. All your friends are dead now. Find someone in a bug hole for me, please. Can you limb these guys? Oh, that's too much damage. Oh.
Request approved. Reinforcements on the way.
There's some ammo here. Actually, I don't. Oh, there's a bile time. There might be a charger over here. Let's go see if we can pick one up. You're running away from it, so that's good. This. Oh, that's, I think, a corrosive bug. Let's see if we can shoot off the limbs. The limbs shooting off with the corrosive bugs is relatively difficult. What the fuck is that? With the tenderizer?
Sending in an eagle.
Yeah, you have to get right in there. It's like fucking dancing for me. Yeah, there's something wrong with this gun comparably to like the tenderizer. Maybe even the adjudicator. I don't know if maybe this gun just doesn't have armor pen at all.
Reloading.
That guy explodes. Oh, I fucking killed it with the explosion from the microbug. From the little slow bug. Sometimes there's ammo at these things. Let's see. Get a bunch of fodder I don't want.
Requesting air support.
Democracy's on its way.
Bug tunnel breach. How'd you like the taste of freedom?
Got no ammo. Do I need to find your home and kill them? Do I?
Have a taste of
I
democracy.
do. I honestly think the stalkers don't actually have armor at all, which is why this gun works so good. That would explain a lot if this gun literally just has
You will
zero
never
armor pen.
destroy our way of life.
Like in general, there's no armor pen. It'd actually kind of explain what's going on here.
Calling in reinforcements. Requesting air support.
Like I thought everything has like armor pen 1. God. And
Dropping a pin. North. 100 meters.
Eat this.
that's not good. Eventually gonna hit me, guys.
Reinforcing.
Ah, interesting. So I think it could possibly be that the stalwart literally has 0 armor pen,
Reporting to the
which is
front.
very weird. Because it's a machine gun, right? I mean, it fires super fast.
Bugs. Northwest.
Find a charger to use a stalwart on before I give up on it, though. Oh, that might come the wrong way. I don't know which way this can come.
How'd you like the taste of freedom? Not today! New mag!
Bugs. South.
Mission at 20 minutes remaining.
Mag's empty!
Southeast. 300 meters.
Requesting advanced weaponry!
How the fuck do they find me? Like, why are they anywhere near me? What is going on here? Go away. Go away. Go away. Go away.
Enemy patrol. South.
Sample collected.
Sending in an eagle. Bug tunnel breach. Freedom. Extract when ready.
So not only do you have to shoot out all the legs on one side, you have to shoot out like half a leg on the other side in order to kill them with legging. Why are you over here? Go away.
Sending in an eagle. Supplies. Calling in orbital strike. Support weapon. Tagging location. Requesting orbital.
Rare sample acquired.
God. Oh, we got gangbanged.
Calling in reinforcements.
That was DP, guys, from both sides.
Supplies. Tagging location.
I'm actually really kind of curious to see how this functions. Trying to kill the corrosive bugs is much more difficult than chargers because they just literally just turn and look at you the entire time.
Enemy
Rare
elite.
sample
South,
acquired.
100 meters.
Stop that. Like the spitter.
Requesting air support.
Have a taste of democracy! Rare sample acquired.
You may proceed to extraction when ready.
That's not what we want. There. Change that. There you go. Fucking teammates.
Calling in extraction.
Extraction shuttle inbound.
Alright, well this kind of fuckers things for this map, because they're done. It's like half the map's done too. They're just wandering around coming over to me.
Bug tunnel breach.
Charger.
Hello to democracy!
ETA T-minus 1 minute, 30 seconds.
Requesting orbital strike. Requesting air support.
ETA T-minus 1 minute.
They literally didn't do anything, they're just leaving.
Sending in an eagle.
Like, I'm just trying to lollygag right now, or just lollygagging around, but like, they aren't even attempting to do anything I'm not doing. That's crazy.
Sending in an eagle.
Kinda works.
Calling down a support weapon.
Trying to limb the corrosive bugs, very difficult. Hey, I'd win. Yes, it is. I'm on super late right now. Fucking 4.5 hours of patch notes. Crazy.
Rare sample
I guess we'll go
acquired.
back and see if they wait or if they just pick up off the ground and get on the shuttle while we're all sitting here waiting, which would be hilarious. Still don't know whether or not this is actually
Clear landing zone.
how difficult this is, because we aren't really.
This is Pelican 1. I have visual on the extraction zone.
Dropping a pin. Southwest. 200 meters.
Alright, well, let's see if A4 just gets on the shuttle right away and leaves all of us.
Checking map. West. 100 meters.
Bro, it's too late to do that. People already called in the export. We're leaving. Want to do the map? Don't sit here and like literally just go over to the extraction and decide you want to do the map after the extraction is done.
Bugs. West. Bugs. West.
Alright, well I'm not waiting for them to finish the map here while we're just sitting at the pad. We'll leave the samples at the pad there. They can fuck around for the next 20 minutes while the extraction's sitting there waiting. And I'm gonna play a roulette with extraction. Hey, are we gonna get on the extraction? Are we not gonna get on the extraction? Let's figure out which it is. I don't know. So really weird here, guys. Kind of a takeaway. Destructible, the durable damage is definitely a new type of damage, it seems like, that they want to emphasize. You can definitely, I've one-clipped, with the tenderizer, I one-clipped charger after it went past me. On a leg. And it takes a significant amount of shots to the pooper. Well, with the stalwart, it takes a significant amount of shots to the pooper to kill them. So, I don't know if this is some component of armor pen, or a component of the overall damage that the gun's doing, because this does a lot of damage, right? Diligence. Does the diligence even have a... it does have durable damage to 25. So what is diligence? 125? Enough, like the counter snipe is not even mentioned, but who knows what it has to begin with. But you can definitely lag chargers, which adds even less emphasis on like using a flamethrower or something, right? Adjudicators at 20, and once again, this might be a component of the overall damage. Obviously, it's a percent, right? Stalwart might just have absolute shit for damage, too. And as such, well, I mean, the percent is going to add up, right? I am very, very certain this is the same thing we saw even prior to the patch. This is very something we saw in Meridia when I was using the different LMGs, is the Stalwart just does not work well. I don't know what's wrong with it. I think it's... I'm pretty sure it is the fire rate is too fast. So maybe the HMG will function better. The HMG has a lot of issues with recoil. But maybe with the new recoil system we can better emphasize or fix that. We'll have to remain... A lot of messing around. We haven't touched the war bond, and I don't suspect we're going to for a little while. There's a lot of stuff here. Durable damage in of itself may be a new type of skill damage. I thought it was just shooting limbs, but it's not. It looks like... well, it is shooting limbs, but it depends on which limbs you're shooting, or what part of the limbs. So chargers, you can't just shoot the plates. The plates are different, and or an armor pen is what depends on that. But at the same time, it's also not like the big head, for instance. The big head on it, you need a medium pen to pop it easily. And with just like the Stalwart, it takes... You could fire an entire clip of Stalwart into the head of the big head, and I think eventually pop it. It just takes forever. So, it could be the Stalwart itself has no armor pen. Not light, it has no armor pen. I don't know if this is true or not, but it would kind of explain some of what's going on right now. Guy. Yeah, like it might just be 0 armor pen. We'll have to see. I don't know what, like, I really wish, like, this is interesting and everything, but you need to have, like, the normal, for some of these guns that are actually guns, like the AMR, the Stalwart, the machine gun, this needs to have the traditional panel where you can see the damage numbers on it. Not the call-in stuff. This stuff for stratagems is not important. Yeah, it's like the weapons themselves need to actually have stats on them, and they don't. So it's tough to tell exactly what's going on with the Stalwart here. It does not feel like... It might just not work at all. We might have to just try the normal machine gun and go from there. But right now, it actually seems like it's easier to limb or durable damage enemies with the Tenderizer compared to the Stalwart, which is kind of weird. Not exactly sure what that means or what that implies. That we'll have to try more. Probably the next weapon to try as a veritable point to the Tenderizer is the Adjudicator here. Again, going back to because it's a medium armor pen. So figuring out how we can limb. This gun is incredibly, incredibly stable. I don't know why. They changed the, like, they absolutely upped the shit out of the damage, and they did not adjust the recoil at all. It is extremely, extremely stable for what it is. And it doesn't make sense at all. Almost, if you look at the values here, it's almost like flip-flopped. Only slower fire rate is better, because it does more damage per shot, higher ammo efficiency, and lower recoil. Yeah, so like this, I think this is a last-minute change, and they didn't actually adjust the values properly for this. They wanted to make the Tenderizer, like someone at the last one say, hey, like, what if we make the Tenderizer good? And they're like, yeah, let's do that. And then they just didn't mess with this. This is like, I think this is still like the original recoil value. It? Yeah, they didn't adjust it at all. So they completely readjusted the gun and then didn't change the recoil. They adjusted the damage from 60 to 95. That's insane. No adjustments to the recoil. All the other... It's completely out of line with all the other assault rifles. In general, and does more damage than the Adjudicator, but has medium armor pen as opposed to light armor pen. But depending on how things work with limbing, I'm going to call it limbing, I'm not going to call it durable damage with limbing targets. So leg meta, medium armor pen might not even matter anymore because you just limp targets. The big heads, for some strange reason, you shoot off an entire side of the big head, it's still alive. I'm not exactly... It must be intentional because it has a special animation for it, so it must be intentional. It is absolutely weird. You have to shoot off like one entire side and then like a half a limb on another side to kill him. From limbing, that is. Ah, the concussive also. The concussive also had a substantial buff to durable damage, limb damage. Light armor pen, I mean, it has a very, very slow fire rate, so the DPS is poor on it. Damage is poor, but it's at like 35% instead of, I don't know why, as opposed to the penetrator. But the concussive has 35% durable damage. I don't know. I don't like concussive. Concussive effect has a purpose, but I don't like it when you don't want to use it. There's a purpose for using it, and you have to play around the style of concussive effects. And I don't want it on guns if I don't plan on using it. Durable damage, it should be a stat here, guys. I understand this isn't Tarkov and everything, but like some of these stats really, really matter. And I don't like the limb damage or the durable damage on most guns, you can't figure out. There's no way of figuring that out. So, like, I mean, this means obviously there is a limb meta in the game for the most part, but trying to figure it out on weapons that already exist would involve painstakingly going through and addressing every single weapon. Like, trying every single weapon. Just to try and see if you can blow off limbs with it well. Which is very difficult. It takes a lot of time. I don't know. So, possibilities here, guys, with this, with the limb meta, the limbing, with limb meta is Tenderizer, Adjudicator, and maybe the Diligence. I don't know. That probably means if the Diligence has it, the Counter Snipe has it, which would be even better. That remains to be seen. As far as LMG is doing it, the Stalwart sucks dick, apparently. I don't know if that's because it has no armor pen or what, but it does. The Tenderizer works better than the Stalwart does, so that probably means we need to step up and go to just the normal assault rifle, or normal LMG, this guy, which is what we use all the time on video, or try the HMG. We'll have to take a look at it too later on. Either way, guys, I'm on super late right now. We had a really, really long podcast. I would like to have played more games tonight, but I have to keep a somewhat normal stream schedule. If Idwin showing up here, it's like literally like fucking death coming around. He's like, hey, bud, you want to stay up till 10 in the morning and then go to bed at 2 in the afternoon and then wake up at 3 in the morning? Hey, bud, how's it going? Actually, it'd be like a.m. or 12 a.m. How's it going, bud? And I'm like, no, please, I don't want to. I want to go to bed at a normal time-ish, you know, so I can actually wake up and it's not actually evening. Actually, nighttime, not evening, nighttime. It got so bad, guys, when I was going to bed, I was literally waking up at 3 in the morning. Like, it just went full circle. It was crazy. Alright, guys, we're to call things here for this evening. It looks like we had no technical issues the entire night. TikTok was behaving itself as well, which is always good. I turned on mature mode, and I guess maybe that helped with things. I'm not exactly sure. Let's see. Not exactly sure. I don't know what content actually needs to be tagged as mature mode, too, so we're going to have to kind of mess around with stuff. But we're going to call things here for this evening, guys. Tonight, if you will be watching more of... play more of the Helldivers 2. So you guys have that to look forward to, not to look forward to. We're probably playing the Helldivers 2 for at least the next week or two. A lot of content to cover here. A very extensive, very in-depth patch notes video that is up on the Reddits right now. Some of which we're already debunking, which I was extra worried that it was just going to be normal limb damage, and instead it is like specialized. Well, it is actually limb damage. It is extra limb damage. How much it matters for certain units is still up in the air, and what weapons are best for doing it, also up in the air. And it might just be skill-based, which I would not be completely against. I am not against increasing skill cap in the game, and especially if there's a more specialized way of playing, where you can tear apart limbs to kill units without using a heavy weapon. I'm not against that. However, I am against lowering the skill cap and lower the skill ceiling to the point at which it's Like you just shoot limbs and they just die. So we'll see where things go, guys. You just can't kill Bile Titans with it, which is already a good sign. Which you can't leg the Bile Titan. That's already a good sign. So I'm happy with that. It's kind of freaking out in the video whether or not it's going to completely nerf Helldive. We're not playing in normal. We're playing in basically like test mode right now. So what I'm doing in game is not optimal at all. Where I'm just wandering around randomly and doing random shit. I'm bitching about my teammates that are following me around. That clearly seem to be really enjoying following me around for some reason. But a lot of testing to go on here. Mainly the limb meta is what I'm really curious about. Durable damage meta is what I'm really curious about. And we'll play more around with this tomorrow. This is something that's actually really unique and different, and I'm kind of curious how it plays out. But alright, guys, we're going to call things here for this evening. Guys, tomorrow will be more of the Helldivers 2 or later tonight. If you are new to the stream and you enjoyed watching the bullshit, enjoyed the fun, make sure to hit the follow button on your select platform. I stream to Kick, Facebook, YouTube, Twitch, Trovo, as well as TikTok every day from late night to early morning, GMT-6. So late night North America time. I usually stream for about 5 to 6 hours, give or take. Depends what's going on in my life, what's happening, etc., guys. Alrighty. We're going to call things here for this evening, guys. Anyways, thanks for watching my stream as always, and I hope you guys have a wonderfully fantastic Thursday night and early Friday morning. Have a good day, guys.